cooperation with the European Good morning and a very warm welcome to the European Cricket Network, where we're set to bring you another day full of cricket action. We're on tour here in Malta.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Yesterday we had an action-packed day in Group A, with every single team taking home at least 1 point to keep things very tight at the top of the table. But today we turn our attentions back to Group B, and in the first of the two double headers we have the ECS Knights against Malta Day. Before we go a bit into the teams, let's go out into the middle and see what happened at the all-important coin toss.
ECS Knights to call.
Heads.
Heads is a call, tails it is.
So we are going to bowl.
They're going to have a bowl.
So there you have it, Malta Day win the toss, they decide to bowl, and it was a mixed bag for them in their double header against the power hitters. In the first game they didn't put on too many runs, but it was still enough to take home the victory. And in the second game we came across the infamous Golden Ball 69, and the very first of 2025. Unfortunately for Malta Day, it was the power hitters who scored the 2 runs needed to take home that victory. As for ECS Knights, they've only played one of their 4 games so far as a result of the adverse weather. But despite that, captain Nias Mohammed, he still managed to put on 117 runs without losing his wicket against Sweeky United. But it was Sweeky United who came back, squeaked victory in that one. So captain Vishnu is on the field today, and he'll be hoping to get his first victory for the Knights in this series. Someone who's had a lot of victories already is up in the commentary box, and I'll let you into a little secret. It's my final day here in Malta, so I'm going to make the very most of every single moment up in the commentary box with Rico Full.
Thank you very much to Tina. And yeah, it is a sad day in that respect. Last day here in Malta for Tina. So make sure you all send some lovely messages through to Tina. We're certainly going to miss her here, but it won't be long before she's back on the comms again. Of course, we'll see her starting the Western Shield with Vinny Sandhu. Welcome everyone. Good morning. Namaste. Assalamu alaikum. Sasri akal. Abawan Vanakam. Buenos dias. And bonjour, as they like to say here in Malta. And welcome to a sunny day of action. 4 matches coming up for you today with Malta Day taking on the ECS Knights. Malta Day, a few issues for them. We'll talk about that a little bit later. We normally do start off with giving you a little bit of a recap of what happened here yesterday, and of course it was day 4, and we were started off with the Hunman Stallions taking on the American University of Malta, and we saw the best of David Marks. He had a personal best of the bat on the network with 39 of 18 and took 2 for 20 in a player of the match performance, giving the Stallions a comfortable win by 30 runs against AUM. And things were not to get any better for AUM. AUM in the second match, match 14, decided that they would have a bat first. And, well, they couldn't get to the 100 mark, got to 83. We suspected that the Stallions would get there pretty quickly, and they did, thanks to a dazzling performance from Michael Das, 69 of 20, player of the match, no doubt about that. Was well supported there by Lucky as well, who made 16 not out, a win by 10 wickets. Victoria Lions would then take on Gazira United. We thought these two teams would give us two close matches, and they kind of did. The first one was a 28-run victory for the Victoria Lions, thanks to Adith Ragan, the captain's 55 of 27. That was enough, really, to get his team to that 118, despite the efforts of somebody like Bandari, who bowled very well. Gazira United, though, in reply, only managed to get to 90. They would do it again, and like AUM and the Stallions, they reversed things round, and it was Gazira United who batted first this time, and they managed to get to that 120-plus score, which we thought would and be productive for them, and it was. Achal Patel led the way with 76 of 34, magnificent knock, and the Victoria Lions, well, all those drop catches did come up and catch up with them. There was also a brilliant performance from Tunka Kandau, who reduced them to 108 for 6. Kandau taking 4 for 17 and was the player of the match. So Gazira United winning by 15 runs. And that left things looking a little bit like this when it comes to the Group B standings. Of course, yesterday was Group A, so certainly those two teams have found themselves moving to the middle of the order. But we return our attention to Group B here today. Swihi United are sitting there at the top, and they'll be looking to extend that lead when they take on the Red Stars later. But the EDX Knights and Malta Day, now look, Malta Day at the moment do have that advantage over the Knights. But I think today the EDX Knights will see that Malta Day, let's say that they're a little bit like the Harman Stallions were yesterday in the first match. Malta Day, they've only got, I believe, 8 listed at the moment. Again, it's all down to some injuries being picked up and unfortunately last-minute player unavailability. Malta Day and Muthu Kamaran is going to have to do it the hard way. Thing about Malta Day is, and I know those of you that have been following the cricket here in Malta for some time, they are a team that have picked up victories with just 7 men in the past, and they'll be looking to do what the Stallions did yesterday in that first match against AUM. But I do believe that EDX Knights will see this as an opportunity to stamp their authority on this match and try to get a victory. It'll be interesting to see what the win predictor is thinking about this one. So we are ready to go. A very good morning to everybody that's been joining in the chat, and Rob Thompson, I know that has been on there. Hello to you, Rob. A very good morning. I hope you're well, and I hope you're well wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Hello to Kroom, and Dave's been there. Jeffrey Mobbs, all excited for the start. And ECN Supporters Club of Australia saying good evening to everyone as well. And hello to you from tuning in, of course, there from Melbourne. And Giles Matthew is on the chat as well. Hello, Giles. Hope you're well. Giles Matthew, of course, recovering from a side injury. I think he's got a few issues with his ribs. So we are ready to go. The umpires are ready as well. And pretty soon, our official timekeeper, Rado, will give us the thumbs up and we get proceedings started here. So Malta Day electing to take the field first. Abbasi with the ball. I think he's just marking his run up there. He fooled everybody. So yeah, Malta Day, let's see what they can do here. Of course, the last time we saw them, they lost that golden ball match against the power hitters. After beating the power hitters 95 to 90, two teams would then tie 132 to 132 in match number 12. And it was Gurvinder Singh who was the hero for the power hitters. That's a nice delivery, short of a length, outside the off. This is Vishnu Tulasi Dharan, who is on strike. And he's got Ardash Kanan as his partner at the other end. It's worth mentioning that also the EDX Knights, they're a little bit low on firepower as well. They are missing Nias Mohammed, the man who scored that fine 117 of 41 deliveries against Sui United. Helped them to get to 143, but unfortunately wasn't enough. Sui United got that victory off the very last ball, thanks to the likes of Jaspal Singh, Mahbub Ali and Wasim Abbas. All of those we're hoping to see later on this afternoon when Swihi United do take on the Red Stars. So that's a big loss for them in the batting department. Oh, well, this one, I think this is going to have to be called a no ball, because I know, unfortunately, Abbasi's lost his footing, and fortunately he's okay, but the ball does go forwards. It'd be interesting what the umpires here call. That's umpire Arango's out there, Interesting what the call on this is going to be. I think you're going to have to call it a no. Here it is again. Look at that. Oh, Wisers, that does not look good. Fortunately, still on his feet. Remember we had a batter yesterday, Babu, when he was batting, who twisted his ankle. That is, looking at that is horrible. He's got to be double jointed if he's not hurt himself. It has been called a free hit. I think it's the correct decision. I know a lot of people would say, that's a bit cruel. He does slip. But the ball goes forward. Free hit coming up. Good news is that Abbas is okay. Big swing and a miss. So he gets away with it. Good comeback from Azim Abbasi. Oh, that looked horrible, didn't it? That's not what you want to see first thing in the morning. And Dave is saying to Tina, make the very best of your last day in Malta. And at least it is nice and sunny for today. So I know that there were some good days here during the internationals that Tina did with Vinny. This one is going to beat the fielder. It's going to be 4 runs. It was a long chase. Feeling the cautious to Kafi Kitty, but Joka he came a long way, didn't he? Gave it his everything, but he couldn't stop it. And that's going to be 4. So 4 carreras. To here, giving it some chase, but couldn't get there. That is going to be an issue now for Malta. I'm just having a look at the field, just have a quick count, see if all the 8 are on there. I think they are. You've got the 4 on the offside, wicket-keeper and bowler, the 6, and just 2 on the leg side, just 8. It's got to be difficult. I mean, normally, if you got your 11, that ball is not going for 4. This one could be out. I think it is out. That is a wonderful catch from Sam Aquilina. Well, when you are only 8, then 1 or 2 players have got to perform more than 100%. And Sam Aquilina, look no further. He is one man who can do that. This is a tremendous catch. I mean, this will not do it justice at this angle, but if we can see it from the bowler's end again, what a catch this is. I mean, that's all about anticipation, and Sam Aquilina is a tall guy. That means he's got a big reach, and that's why he gets to that. So, well, Azim Abbasi, who almost broke his foot earlier, comes back and gets the big wicket, gets the breakthrough. And Edex Knights, they lose their first, and it's going to be Ardash Kanan, who probably will feel a little bit unlucky there to get out to that, but it was a ball that was dug in. What a great catch that is from Sam. And Abbasi picks up the wicket. It wasn't quite the last ball. If it was the last ball of the over, I would have said, well, look, that no ball that he had to bowl again. It's done him wonders. But this is that ball now. I wonder if it could do him wonders as he's bowling here to Jishnu. Jishnu Unikrishnan, the new batter, left-hander. Got 3 and 3, plus the wicket-keeper and the bowler, 3 on each side. Just seems to be some bit of confirmation between, or some discussion between the umpires and the scorers for a moment, but it looks like we are ready to go. And Azim Abbasi looking to finish the first over. And it would have been a good one to the right-hander, but with the lefty in there, that goes down the leg side, so it's going to be quarter wide. Just having a look around at that field. So Jishnu and Vishnu are out there at the moment. He launches into this, and that's probably going to be 1 bounce and 4 runs, 4 carreras. He sort of senses that this ball also could be a little bit short and on the legs, and wastes no time getting the boundary away. Well, that over, it certainly did have a little bit of everything. And it comes to an end with the score on 13. We can have a quick look at some of the stats. Thanks very much to Ravi, who puts these together. The maximum rate stays pretty healthy. It was 8 yesterday, and it stays at 8. We've gone over 100 maximums now. And the run rate, if you like, the par score, going around about 120. And I think you probably heard myself and Tina saying yesterday that we think that once this pitch starts to dry up, which it has quite nicely now. I know there was a bit of early morning dew to start off with, but that soon with this sun going to burn off in about half an hour, I think 130, 135 is probably going to be realistic when teams get in there. And we know that we've got some good players, some good hitters here in Malta. It says 16 matches. Not quite true. Remember, we did have 9 of those 16 abandoned because of the weather. It's a good time to welcome back Tina into the commentary box, and of course give her a big warm welcome because it is, sadly for me, her last day.
Thank you very much, Rico. I'm looking forward to it. We've saved the best weather until last, I think, here, and gone of those 9 games that we lost to rain, but it looks like that'll hopefully be the end of the rain for the week.
Well, we certainly do hope so. I mean, there are some clouds still about, but plenty of sunshine. And at the moment, Malta Day, who obviously struggling with numbers, Tina, also struggling to bowl to the left-hander. I mean, it does happen, doesn't it? I mean, look, I think we've all been there. I know that in my playing days, I don't think ever 8. I think there's been times when I have had to play with 9. Normally because somebody gets completely lost, can't find the ground, and then we start the match, and when that happens, when you're 10 anyway, somebody always gets injured in the first over, so you end up playing with 2 down. It is difficult. It's not impossible, as the Hummun Stallions showed yesterday to win. That's Muthu Kumaran, the captain, who really, he knows, he's been there before, and we know, I know you were looking at some of the stats about Malta Day. I know Vinny Sandhu has been in touch with us as well to say, hey, look, remember Malta Day, don't write them off. They have produced some amazing wins in the past.
Yeah, and they're going to have to pull this one out the bag as well. But as you said, Hummun Stallions did it yesterday, as this one goes very, very high up in the air, and it's just going to drop over the head of Sri Jay Patel there. Going to go for a big 6. Vishnu is getting in on the action here. Yeah,
well, Shubhu Dasgupta is the new bowler. He finally gets a chance to have a go at the right-hander, but he puts it right in the slot. And yeah, Vishnu says, this one's going. He launches into it. 6 runs. And it's a better delivery. It's nicely played. Well stopped as well by the fielder. So it's gonna be a hard morning's work here for Malta Day.
Yeah, it's going to be tough out there. There's a lot of gaps to fill in the field. They're going to have to go for quality over quantity. Take a lesson from the Stallions yesterday, who managed it in a similar situation, so it can be done. Just got to find the right lines and keep these boundaries down.
It ends up being a bit of full toss, but sort of one track mind at the moment here for Jishnu, who still wants to try and work that way onto the leg side. And that prompts a question really to the chat, and maybe to you as well. What's the least number of players that you've had to play with when you're playing a match?
I've definitely done an 8 before. In fact, I've won games with 8. Obviously, if you're playing cricket in Germany, especially women's cricket, you don't often have the full complement of players. I think we won a championship once, and I think we probably averaged about 9 or 10 players throughout the whole tournament. So it can be done, especially if you have players at the top of the order who lead the way.
Yeah, now before some smarty pants comes on and says 6, because they played 6 aside or something, we are talking about a proper 11 aside. And there's that. We had a look at that table before. So Malta Day, I think even if they manage to, if this is going to be the same in the second game, if they manage to pick up just even a couple of points, they would do very well here today. I don't know if they're going to get some more recruits in for the second match as this one works away. And there's just so many gaps.
Yeah.
You can see what Muthu's trying to do. He's just trying to make the most of a bad situation by putting 3 on each side. But there's so many gaps.
The bowling like that, drifting down the leg side, is definitely not going to help the cause. They are struggling somewhat with the left-hand, right-hand combination at the moment. Nabasi just needs to find his line again, because at the moment, today really leaking runs all over the field.
Yeah. How was your evening, by the way? What did you get up to?
I had a nice swim. Obviously, yesterday the weather was beautiful, and I managed to get in the pool just for sunset. Had the pool to myself. It felt like I had my own little exclusive swimming pool, and that's gone exclusively to the boundary. You can see it's still slowing up a bit with the dew out there. Still got enough on that to get it all the way to the boundary.
Well, this is where the fielder needed some of those launching boots just couldn't. It was almost like he was stuck in the mud. He just couldn't get off the ground. And you can see fielders around him holding their heads, thinking that may have been a chance. But I think, in fairness, I think Jishnu's played that so well. That's a good shot from Unakrishnan, because up until then he was really thinking about just hitting on the leg side. He hits that on merit, gets cuatro más. That one is one that he should have put away. Tries to hit it too hard, which is not good batting from him, really. Remember, a couple of balls ago, he just guided one down there. He went all the way to the boundary. There's no fielder there. He just needs to get a bit of bat on that, and that would have been another boundary. But he tries to go with power, gets it wrong. And Abasi gently jots back to his mark. It's a bit of a swim, eh?
Yeah.
Is it warm in the pool?
Not as warm as you'd like. Warm enough to keep moving and not drown, but not very warm to have a nice little paddle around. So it focuses the mind when you want to keep on moving, but can't complain having an outdoor swim in the middle of February. What about you, Rico? Are you happy not to have to defrost your feet last night?
I was, to be honest, got back, left the bag and everything in the room, and just went for a really nice walk. I mean, it's I say this every time I come here. I just say I'll turn left here, right here. There's so many things here that you find, and mainly talking about shops and little supermarkets and bazaars, and of course most of them are decorating themselves up ready for Valentine's Day on Friday.
Of course.
So all looking very nice. I picked up a few things. Hey folks, how about this? I actually went into one shop and they were selling prontas. So I frozen packet of prontas. So I picked up a few prontas. And Malta Day, they're hoping to pick up a wicket, but they couldn't hear once again. And I have to say, well, Boeing 747 there, Shubhu Das Gupta, doesn't like. I think he's allergic to the grizzly, because he always seems to be running away from it. I see somebody else has picked up on that number as well on the chat. I think it might have been the ECS Supporters Club in Australia. Yeah, we have a 747 on the field here in Malta. Well, you might need to get on a 747 if you wanted to come here. But no, I had a nice walk, and yeah, I actually found a store that sells parontas. And in my room, actually, I don't know if you have in your room, I know some rooms do, I've got a very small little kitchenette.
Yeah.
So I thought, that'll do. Got a frying pan, I put them on, and they were delicious, got to say. Obviously, I bought a bit of butter as well. So I had a very productive evening. I was a happy chappy, I was.
Live the life of luxury here, don't we, Rico? We have our own little kitchens, and
Look, what could be better? A day of cricket followed by some parontas. You can't go wrong with that.
Could be worse, couldn't it?
Yeah, I'm a happy chappy. And all right, it's going to be Muthu time. There's a score at the end of the power play, 35 for 1. And let's see what Muthu comes up with here. And he's going to be launched for a big 6. Bolle. Kinna sona. Shaka lagya. I was just about to say, Tina, it'd be interesting to see how the batters go here, because now Muthu can push the fielders back. And if you look at the leg side, 3 are back on the leg side. You've got a sweeper out on the off. So there's only 2 men in the circle on the offside. So they could quite easily just tap it on the leg side and run 2 every time if they wanted to. But at the moment you can see, oh, he wants to get funky here. And I think because of that, that's not going to be called a wide. But he could do that. But Jishnu wants to get funky here. I think he's still going to try and go for those big shots.
I'm not sure getting funky is the right call when there's so many gaps in the field anyway. You don't need to try and manufacture a new one, especially if you're going to miss the ball. That one does drift probably the wrong side of the line for the umpire's liking. He will have to re-bowl that one.
Yeah, I mean, there should be no dot balls.
No.
There should be no dot balls. I mean, that's criminal at the moment. Unless you get a really good seed, there should be no dot balls. But you can see there, he's not thinking about those gaps and running 1s and 2s. He's saying, I'm hitting 6s, and that's another one that he smashes away. And umpire Chetanjani puts them up in the air like he just don't care.
Doesn't matter how many fielders Malta Day have out there. Jishnu's just going to put it straight over their head. 6 runs.
And that one is in the slop of the fielder getting unripped. Well, it's going to have to watch it go over him. That was Marco Nazir, who thought for a moment that he was going to be in a catching position. to give his captain a wicket, but it's not to be. He gets enough bat on this. Gear, shakala gear, 6 more.
We've seen this so many times this week that the players have their caps on, but when it goes up in the air, they always throw the cap off. I mean, the sun's not really out here at the moment, so maybe Michael Nazir there in the outfield thought it was just going to get in his way, but as it was, the ball sailed over his head anyway.
50 up now here, and as we suspected, it's going to be hard work for Malta today. A bit of bat and pad, I think, here, and Sam Aquilina uses those long legs of his to get to that one to keep it just to a single. And over comes to an end. And Muthu, it's an expensive one from him. He'll go for 20 off the over. And it's 55 for 1 after 4.
And Vinny, as you mentioned, Rico, he's been in touch and he's the fountain of all ECN knowledge. And he says, Malta Day, of course, they lost their golden ball the other day against the power hitters. They've now had a golden ball in 2023, 2024 and 2025. They're one of only 5 teams to play 3 golden balls and also one of 6 teams to win 2 of them. Obviously, they're on the wrong side of it the other day.
Yeah, they certainly are. And I wonder if Vinny can update us on the number of golden balls here in Malta, because I think it must be. I think Cartama must be obviously the most, because we do play a lot of cricket there. But I'm pretty sure Malta now, from all our other destinations, probably I would say it would be between Malta and Barcelona maybe, because of course we do have a lot of cricket there in Barca at the Olympic Montjuic ground. And Nazir, it's not a bad ball, but it's a pretty good shot. It's really good footwork there from the batter. This is Jishnu now, Unique Krishnan. He sort of goes forward and he's quick to pick the length, rocks back really quickly, and he's onto it. You've got to, I mean, looking at him here now, I know it's going to be difficult because you haven't got the field that you can set, but you've got to be going outside the off to him. That's better, and he gets the reward. That's what you've got to be. He's less competent outside the off than he is that's anything that's straight and short.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got to play to your field when you've only got a few fielders. That one is put in short, but because it's on the offside, he's only going to get the one for it. They do have that sweeper out there on the cover boundary.
Yeah, and Michael Nazir, always give you a bit of everything. Bit of a bowler, he's a pretty decent fielder as well. He can be pretty useful with the bat. He's going to have a big game here. Okay, now bowling to Vishnu, who is the captain today. That's a really good shot. 4 runs, don't bother. And it's worth pointing out also that part of the ground, that outfield there, how well it is drying up. And remember the first couple of days of this European Cricket Series that were called off, that was really soggy and muddy and slippery. But you can see there now, it's drying up pretty nicely. The ball racing across it quickly and bouncing. So that's not a good sign for the bowlers, who were hoping that would just slow things down a little bit. Good shot, nicely played, well executed. And umpire Ranga just having a chat here with the umpire. I think he might be asking about, can I have 5 men out? And the umpire says, yeah, you can.
It doesn't matter how many players you have in your team, you can still have 5. It's not proportional, so of course it's difficult when you only have 8 players. If you have 5 out, it means there's just going to be 1 in the ring, and at the moment that 1 player is kind of hovering in that classic ECN fly slip region as we get to the end of the over. Edex Knights 67 for 1. Let's take a look at the upcoming events, and it's an exciting month ahead, isn't it?
It certainly is, and I think a lot of people are getting excited now about the Western Shield. I was reading about some of the stats there of some of those players that we're going to see, and those icon players, the likes of Burns, O'Brien. I mean, we've got some serious cricketers coming to the party, you know. Some serious cricketers. I mean, Century on debut, both of the guys that I just mentioned, and when you look at their averages, and I'm just excited to see what they make of the Cartama Oval. What do you think? Yeah,
I think we're going to see a lot of Grizzlies in the wild around Cartama. We might have to get on the phone to the flight controllers to make sure there's no low-flying planes around the Oval, because I think there's going to be some big hits from those icon players. Yeah, definitely. And of course, that was the wide there. So, of course, talking about, mentioned Joe Burns there, who's going to be there for the Europe team, and then also Kevin O'Brien, a British
and Irish Knights. But then we also have the likes of Saeed Amjar for Asia, and for the World 11, Ross Taylor. I mean, it's serious cricketers. It's going to be absolutely breathtaking and mind-blowing, I think.
Yeah, I just absolutely can't wait to get on the mic for that. And it's just going to be a festival of cricket. 5 days, 25 games, big final at the end. So, and then that's just almost, of course, the main event, but it's the warm-up then for ECL in another 3 weeks. And there's some big names coming out of some of those teams in the ECL as well.
Big names. Well, Shuttle J Patel, that's going to be no ball, will be called here by the umpire. Well, could be a run out, should be a run out, will be a run out. Oh, that is total communication failure. I mean, no ball will be called. The umpire hasn't called it yet, but you can be run out of a no ball, and oh, that's just disaster. As Jishnu was going so well, he's going to get run out here on 45. You can see this, he's just ball watching, and meanwhile his partner's saying, Vishnu gets there, the captain, but have a look at Jishnu. He is, he's devastated because he was on 45 looking to cash in on a half century, but he's going to have to make his way back. So a wicket there from nowhere. Well, you can see the players that are missing. Maybe that's their jerseys there on the shirt.
Srijay there from 0 to hero. He bowled that one. It pinged off the side of the pitch. He had his head in his hands and then turned around and realised the ball was flying towards him, and he whipped the bails off. And yeah, what a chaotic ball, but a classic ECN run out there.
Yeah, there's the free hit signal. Oh, I want to see those chairs again with the missing in action. Let's have a look at those seats. Leg side, and that's going to be swiveled away. You get the feeling here now that the captain is really going to try and go to town. He's going to be feeding that run out. I don't think it is his fault. I really do think that that his partner there, Uni Krishnan, was ball watching, and as a result of that, he just doesn't see it. There we go. Look, there's those shirts. I love it. Missing in action, 71. Number 3 and number 50. Where are you? We're waiting for you. Get here to the Malta Cricket Ground. Your team needs you. Oh, dear. I love that shot.
Yeah, it was a pointed message maybe from the captain.
I love it. I think that's that. Okay, they may not be here, but they're here with us in spirit. They're here with us in mind. Well, if they are, well, they need to do some work. Maybe they were responsible for that run out. You never know. So, yeah, 45 of 21. Jishnu, good knock from him, but he will have to go. As this is another one that is launched. It's going to be 6 more. Balle, 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 kinna zona, shaka, lagia. Like the signaling there of umpire Johnny. Gives it a little bit of the old flair with the old wrist as he signals the 6. And there it goes, 6 again. And that's the one that's missed out on. It will be a wide. I think this is the other problem here. I know Cyril J. Patel, normally we've seen him sometimes behind the stumps if Sam's not around. I don't think he is an out-and-right bowler. He's a batter, but he's having a bowl here. It's gone for 19 of just 3 deliveries. Well, make that another boundary, maybe. Yes.
Oh,
well,
no.
Muthu, what have you done, Muthu? Well, it's odd. कितना मेरी नार चढ़ गई यार ओए मेरी टुई गई और Muthu now is examining the field thinking what did he step on. Well, there's no Tortuga over there, Muthu. You just get it wrong. Look at this. He's already stepped on the rope. And down he goes. And when he gets up, he's watch him do the old. I thought he was going to start doing the YMCA there. He's okay, everybody. He's okay.
Someone phone Muthu's chiropractor.
And this one, Muthu. Watch it, Muthu. Watch it. Hey!
Round of applause.
Couldn't run. This time he gets it right. He's still holding that back of his. Oh dear. It's going to be one of those. There's Patel. 24 off the over. This time Muthu does. I'm glad Abbasi doesn't put a foot on that ball, by the way.
That could have been a double moment. Classic ECN moment. Muthu already giving us the old slip. It almost was a 1-2 sliding doors there, but they did manage to rescue it on the rope. That one is called another no ball. Did that land off the pitch?
It looks like it was way off the pitch, so no ball being signalled here now, this time by umpire Jani. Patel, not the over that he wanted, he just can't get it straight. And may finish with a dot though, so 25 will come off it as he fires it back in to the gloves of Sam Aquilina there behind the stumps. So 92 for 2 at the end of the 6th over.
Yeah, and look at that win predictor. The Knights all the way up in the 90s, 93%. You can imagine the win predictor also taking into account that Malta Day, they're going to be not only light in the field but also light in the batting lineup, unless they can just bring out those chairs, position them in front of the stumps, and at least hope for the wides.
I love that shout from you. Can you imagine? Hey, can we just put... do it. Come on, let them do it. Somebody let them do it. Can we take those chairs and just put... Where would you put them? There you go. And to the chat, where would you put those chairs? Where'd you put them? Come on.
In the slip, surely a slip cordon.
Well, you could put one where this lands in cow corner. That's a biggie. That's 6 more as the captain, Vishnu Tulasidaharan, gets another one away. I'd certainly put one of those chairs. I think I'd put number 50 by square leg. So that's where I put number 50. So number 50, I reckon. I'm saying number 50. Sam Aquilina is wearing 50 as well. Is there 2 number 50s? Maybe I read it wrong. No, there's a 50 there as well, look.
Maybe it's Sam's spare shirt, but he's put it out just in protest at his teammates not turning up.
That's... obviously just smothers it up. Well, they're thinking about 2, taking it on. And they will get there. I think this is where Michael Nazir probably does need to be behind the stumps. That's good running, actually. They'll take a couple as Vishnu wants to stay on strike. Yeah, so 1 chair by the umpire.
Chair leg, as it were.
Yeah, chair leg, I like it. 1 in short cover. Oh. And then I suppose you've got to have 1 sort of in that on the 45. In the air, slices at this one. This time, obviously, gets there quicker and doesn't allow the batters to come back for 2. Good work from him.
Yeah, I think we need to get onto MCC and get chair leg as an official position in the laws of cricket. We have everything here on ECN, don't we?
That's not a bad ball, and Sam Aquilina likes this. He's asking the question. The umpire's going upstairs. Sam thinks he's got his man, and Vaishak Ajikuma could be finding his way going back here now. Let's have a look at this side on. Sam Aquilina is absolutely sure he's got his man. Let's have a look. He is out of his crease, and the foot is outside.
Yeah, well done.
He's gone. He's a goner. That's another for Sam. Remember, he took 2 or 3 the first day we saw him. That's going to be another one that's going to be gone. I don't think there's any doubt about that from what I can see. I think Vaishak Ajikuma is going to get his marching orders here. There it is. The umpire says you got to go. Great work there from Ajikuma, from Sam Aquilina. And also Michael Nazir picks up a wicket. Well done, Michael.
Sam Aquilina has been so impressive behind the stumps. He's a big lad, but he gets so low down to the ball and he's got such quick hands. And he's worth about 3 fielders, I think, when you've got a strong keeper behind the stumps. And Sam impressed with his fancy footwork in the first 2 games, and he's impressing again with his hands here.
Well, it's not a story you want to go back and tell your family. Yes, I did play. I played against 8 men, and I had 3 balls and didn't score. I got a... Ducks are still being worked on, I'm being told. I know Nick in ECN headquarters, I had a chat with him yesterday. He said, yep, they are having a makeover. They will be out soon. We can't wait. Well, no, and I want to say good morning to everybody in the office there in Zurich. It's not quite Zurich. I can't remember the name of the town. I don't know if you can. But
Fork.
Say again?
Fork. That's the German in me.
I know there was an egg nearby. I remember the egg.
There's an egg nearby, and there's a hinter egg, so which means behind egg. So there's an egg and there's a behind the egg.
I thought you said Kinder egg for a moment. Yes, please. I'll have a Kinder egg. But look, hello to the office. I know that Jay's there. I know that Judith, Jenny, Nick is in there as well. Alexis, probably Roger's there as well. All working hard, of course. All working very hard, getting ready for the huge event that will be, of course, starting in Carnival, the Western Shield. We've talked about that a little bit already. Good morning, folks. Buenos dias. And hope you're having a fine day. In fact, I hope you're having a wonderful week. There's good over from Nazir. Keeps it to just the 12. And the 100 is also up. And we just mentioned the Western Shield. 7 days to go.
just 1 week. The countdown is officially on. I know everyone in the office has been working so hard to get the Western Shield on. Let's not forget just how much work has to go in on behind the scenes to get an event like this going, and we just can't wait for that first ball to be bowled at the Cartmore Oval.
Yeah, hello to Simon is in the chat. The Medic Warrior Helix and Julian Dawson also joins us here in Malta. Hey, you know what I'm excited to see? I'm excited to see the kids. I'm excited because obviously Team HN and the rest of the world never seen them before, so they'll have new kits. Yeah,
I'm hoping to get my hands on some. I need to start an ECN collection.
Full toss, hits this away hard. Fielders do well. Well stopped. Batters should and will come back for 2. Vishnu has been joined out there by Boss Paul.
Well, here's a question for you, Rico. Very favourite kit on ECN?
Ooh. Now you're asking. I always, as that one is going to go for 6 runs, is it? Yep, into the covers. 6 carreras. It's another full toss as, well, Pucci Reddy is not pitching the ball at the moment. He's bowling full tosses and they're being put away. I like the ones which are a little bit more simple. Yeah. And I've got to say, my favourites always are the Italian blue. I like the Italian blue. Just simple. Because I think their ones look very much like the old football kits, you know, with just a simple big number on the back. Yeah, I like those. And I like some of the hitting here as well, as Vishnu will bring up his 50, the captain, and he will do it in style. It's not good bowling, it has to be said, from Cheyenne Puthureddy. But Vishnu Thulasudharan, congratulations to him, because that is 50. I think there's a... Probably checking to see if that's 6 or 4. Actually, the umpires are looking at each other. Well, the batter knows that, well, whatever it is, it's going to bring up his 50. So that gets played away.
Yeah, safely over the rope there, thanks to the replay from 2 circles, and they will signal it. Vishnu in as skipper. Aldo's Matthew not in the side today, and he's put in a skipper's performance so far, hitting his half century off just the 19 deliveries.
Yeah, really good batting. And he wants to keep on going there, of course. Remember, he was, I said when that run out happened, when he and Jishnu were going well, that he's really going to have to now put that behind him and go big, and he's doing exactly that. Well, it's another full toss. And I'll tell you what, Pothu Reddy is saying, hey, are you going to be ready? I'm going to bowl you some pies. And Vishnu is saying, I like pies. And he is gobbling them up. This is another one that's been brutally hit for another Maximo.
Yeah, Vishnu very much in the mood, and that one went a long, long way, almost onto the tennis courts there. We haven't had a car park hit in quite a while after Zemus deploy for Hungary. He put a lot of cars in jeopardy, but the way Vishnu's hitting here, he's gonna trouble some of the paintwork of the cars, but that one was just chipped up. He's happy to go to the other end with just the 1 ball left of the 8th over.
Yeah, it's another big over though. It's another one that's gone magical. All right, here we go. Boss Paul, let's see what he does here. I think he's just going to be trying to smash another one away. Well, they might want to try and take 2 here. I think Vishnu would prefer to go back on strike, but he's not going to be able to. Single gets taken. Boss Paul will go back on strike with the score 126 for 3. We were saying yesterday that we haven't hit the 150 mark yet. We came close to that 146 from the Stallions, but I mean, if the Knights don't hit the 150 here, I think they'd be very disappointed. And then I think for Malta Day, I think all eyes will be on the performance of Shirajay Patel. And if he doesn't get going, then Malta Day could be heading for a big defeat here.
Absolutely, Shirajay, he will be the man. He scored 39 in game 11 and then a big 90 not out in game 12. But remember, that was the golden ball loss as well, so despite the big 90, it wasn't enough. He will certainly be leading from the front with his batting, especially with this depleted lineup, as well as they look and turn for the 2, but they're only going to get the 1 after a nice throw in from the deep there. And it's Boeing 747 is back on the runway here.
Oh, damn, he's taken off. Look at this, 747. Well, a big shout out to Bizaway, our partners. But what a throw that is. Yeah. What an arm. Up in the air, and well, 747 might be bowling, but he's not the one that's taking off. It's the Grizzly that comes flying off the middle off the bat. That's 6 more.
Yeah, this is a big few overs. The previous one went magical. Potty Ready going for 22 runs in that 8th over, and there's already 7 scored on the first 2 overs of the 9th. As we all know, everything happens in the 9th. Vishnu at the moment, he's on 66, not out.
They're just waiting. There's Shubhu Dasgupta. Picks the ball up again. Checks his field. Just, I think it's a point now where you just hope that the batter misses one. Well, he doesn't look like he's missing anything at the moment. He just winds himself up again and he clobbers this big 6 more. And now moves into the 70s. 72 of 23 deliveries. And it is just one big over after another here at the Malta Sports Club. That's Gupta. What can he try here? Maybe he's got to go a bit wider. Once again, going right at the stumps. This time, I think, by coming out to this Vishnu, well, they'll take 2. He's always going to want 2 there. A bit of foot fielding there from Azim Abbasi allows them to get back for a couple.
And Vishnu's very much dealing in 6s at the moment. 8 of them so far on his way to 72.
Well, that's hit hard, and it's going to take some stopping. They can't stop it right in between the 2 fielders. And Abbasi not able to get anywhere near it, and as is Michael Nazir. It's another boundary. So 4 more to Vishnu. Ball to go. 19 off the over. And, once at least it's a little bit wider, it gets played away, a single gets taken. Vishnu, the captain, will be happy with that. Moves to 79. Yes, well, there's a collision between the 747 and Vishnu, but thankfully nobody is injured. 146 for 3 at the end of 9.
Looks like we're going to be having a 150 plus score, especially with Vishnu still in there. He's on 79, 78. Look at that. The bowlers, they've all taken a bit of a pacing. Michael Nazir, he's probably been the standout so far. His 2 overs gone for the 24 runs. He did pick up that wicket. He, of course, can't bowl the last. And it looks like Captain Mutu is going to do the honours, bowling the last over for his team and trying to keep the score to something chaseable for this depleted Malta Day side.
And up in the air, Michael Nazir under it and holds on to a great catch. Well done to Michael. I know Michael's little boy will be jumping up and down saying, yes, Daddy, yes, Daddy. Good catch, which ends the innings of the captain, Vishnu. Well, the 2 captains come together, and Muthu, well, he does pick up another wicket. And nice of Muthu also there. You can see he's applauding his opposite number, Vishnu Thula Siddharan, as he walks off after scoring 79 of 27 deliveries. Well done to Michael Nazir, though, there for taking a good catch.
Yeah, there's been a few that have gone down on the boundary rope, not only today, but the last few days. Michael Nazir, he's an experienced player, and he looked like he was going to take that all day long. Duly obliged, fell to his knees still, but held on to that ball. It leaves Edex Knights 4 down. Still 5 balls left of this innings, and 150 plus will still absolutely be their aim.
Oh, that's a little bit unfortunate. It's a total miscue by Owen John, and he gets a single here because the ball hits the edge. Watch this. Muthu looks like he's got this. Watch this. He says, yeah, I've got it, got the run out, and it just hits the edge of the pitch and gets away from him.
Took a right turn there, the ball.
Wide ball, good leave as they get closer to that 150 score. 148 now. Still plenty of balls left. 4 balls to come to get those. So we've already seen the highest score in this series. We've gone past that 146. Oh, that's crunched, and I'm glad that Muthu doesn't get anywhere near this. This was travelling.
Yeah, he stuck his hand up, but luckily he's not the tallest guy, because I think if he was any taller, that might have taken his head off. As it was, it just zipped past him before he even knew. He just stuck out that finger.
I'm so happy Muthu didn't get anything on that, because that would have taken his fingers off. Launched high and mighty.
Wow.
That's 6. And 150 did come up with the previous boundary. Well, that takes him now to 158. Well, that's gone to the moon and back. And, well, the fielder has just said, nah, forget it. It's gone to the other side. Well, I did see the archery target for a moment, and I thought maybe this is going to be a bullseye. You can see the target in the back and the Malta flag, and that has disappeared into the archery field.
That was a very, very long hit. You can see the truck flying past in the background. I thought it was going to land in the truck bed there for a minute.
Oh, that's crunched as well. Fielder after it, but can't stop it. Hits the ball hard, doesn't he, Boss Paul? And with the captain gone, he takes over and has become the hitting machine as he clobbers another one hard through that mid-wicket area. 4 more runs.
Boss is bossing it out here at the moment. That's 3 consecutive boundaries. He's gone 4, 6, 4. Still 1 ball left. And never mind 150. They've gone flying past 160 now, Edex Knights.
And this is another one that's going to test the field. But once again, it's that man, Azim Abbasi, who's trying to chase and get after it. He can't. It's another boundary. And that will conclude this innings. And they finish on a very healthy 166 for 4 as Muthu. That over of his will go magical as well. So we finish with 3 magical overs on the spin. In fact, 62 come off the last 3 overs as the Edex Knights, a team that know all about getting into the final, but one thing that has eluded them over the years here in Malta is actually winning it. Maybe this year they hope that they can actually finally get their hands on the winners' medals and that winners' trophy. Thanks, of course, to our trophy partner, Locker Lifestyles. End of the innings, 166 for 4. Let's take a look at the highlights. There was that early breakthrough, wasn't there, Tina? And we thought, okay, Malta Day, who are a team who can pull off some surprises, maybe they'll get it. And it happened here. I mean, this was that run out that was the second one to go. But the first wicket, of course, was that of Khan, who was caught brilliantly by Sam Aquilina there on the leg side of the bowling of Abbasi. But after that, it was the Vishnu show. And, of course, Muthu Kumaran.
Yeah, it was Vishnu and Jishnu who started it off. Vishnu, of course, captaining the side today. He scored a captain's knock of 79 off just 27 deliveries, and he put on a great partnership with Jishnu, who came in 3, and he scored 45. Was unlucky with that run out to not make his half century. But then Boss Paul, he came in and he smashed 21 off just 7 deliveries. Some big striking out there, and well, for Malta Day, they didn't take their chances. Well, Michael Nazir took that one, but there was a few chances that went down, and ultimately those missing fielders really meant that there was gaps everywhere, gaps even over the bowler's head. They were just leaking boundaries by the end of the innings.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those you've got to feel for Malta Day. I mean, the guys have done the best they can, bearing in mind that there's only 8 of them out there, but there were just too many gaps. But to be fair, it wasn't the gaps that Edex Knights exploited. I think it's probably more that some of those key bowlers that were missing, and having to use bowlers like Patel and also Shubhu Dasgupta, probably makeshift bowlers, and they really laid into them, tore into them, and smashed the ball all over the place. I mean, Vishnu himself, 8 sixes and 4 fours on his way to that 79. There was also 4 sixes and 4 fours there from Vishnu. Just a solid, hard-hitting performance, and they really looks like they've batted Malta Day out of this game. We'll have a quick look at the bowlers. And Tina, you did say that Michael Nazir put a good effort in.
Yeah, he did, and he took that clean catch on the boundary as well. He was really the only shining light. But Azim Abbasi, he slipped up at the start of his innings, but he came back. His 2 overs were 20 runs. He picked up a wicket as well. So it was a fighting performance. But those 2 big magical overs from Srijay and Shyam, both only bowling 1 over apiece, meant the score is pretty high here, 166 runs. It's going to be a tough ask for the depleted Malta Day side.
Yeah, look, you never like to write off any side, particularly Malta Day. We know all about some of the historic wins that they've had over the years here at the Marsa International Cricket Ground. Well, today would be one of the best. It'd probably be up there as one of the biggest run chases that we see as well. So good luck to them, but I think the Edex Knights will be looking to pick up all the points in this one. And to find out, you haven't got long to wait. Just about 10 minutes time. Join me, Rico Full, and Tina Goff when we return in 10.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Hello viewers and welcome back as the umpires Aranga and Jani make their way out into the middle, followed of course by the teams. And Malta Day, well, they've certainly got some work to do here. 167 required for victory. That means going at over 16.5 and over. And it's a little bit of a surprise to me that it's Sam Aquilina and Michael Nazir are listed as the openers. That's what I've got on my screen here at the moment. And if that is true, that is a surprise, because surely Surajay Patel has to be opening now. It could be that the information that I've got is not quite right. Also, I've just spotted something on the on here that seems to be 5 penalty runs have been added on to the Malta Day score here. So I'm going to have to fish around to find what that's about. So maybe Tina, when she joins us back, will have some information. So Malta Day, well, they need all the runs they can get, and they'll be starting with 5 on the board already. So let's see how they go. That definitely doesn't look like Sam Aquilina on strike, but in fact, none of them is Sam Aquilina, because Sam's the tall man. So I'll give you the right openers in a minute, because what I've got here is not correct. Here's the first ball. It's not a good one. It's down the leg side. And I'm going to guess that that is Patel, because I think it would just be a crazy decision if it's not. You'll have it on your screens in a moment. So my guess is that Surajay Patel, he is the opener. And the non-striker, yeah, that definitely looks like Surajay Patel. Dangerous batter. It's a good opportunity for him to buckle down and get a big score, but the key thing is will the partner stay with him? Now, it just seems to be a little delay here, and I think this might be that there might be a bit of an issue with perhaps our scoring system, because that's why you haven't got the graphics at the moment. So umpire Aranga will just stop the proceedings for the moment. After that, the first ball was wide. I can't tell you who the bowler is. There's no issues about that, because we can see his number at the bat. That's Kanan, who's the bowler. So I think I know the issue here, and it's just come into my earpiece, that the penalty runs that you see on there is a glitch, because I was wondering how and what the reason would be that Malta Day would get 5 runs. There is a glitch in the system, which I think is what we're trying to sort out here now at the moment. So we'll take a little bit of time to do that. The non-striker, by the way, is Tazeeb Tahir. So at least we've got all the right personnel out there now. So and it is, you can see there now also confirmation that it is number 70, the back on the shirt, and that means that Surajay Patel is also the opener. So slight delay here while we just sort proceedings out. And while we're sorting that out, why don't we have a look at the schedule of things to come on the European Cricket Network. And we're going to some exciting places, and it's an opportunity for us to talk to you about this. You can see umpire Aranga saying, give me the ball back. Here we go. Now, I suppose I can put a question to you. Where are you looking forward to? I know that Tina's going to be joining me back in a moment after finding out that penalty runs was a glitch. I said, look, actually I was just talking to Tina. Next time after the Western Shield, we'll see Tina in Portugal, and that's at the SCG, we call it, the European SCG. A lovely ground there in Centrum in Portugal. I certainly going to miss not being there this year. Beautiful ground. I know that the Butsamazis look after us very well. Beautiful clubhouse there. I always enjoy going there. Some exciting cricket. And I think we've been blessed with cricket in Portugal this year. We've been to Porto already, and of course Phil G doing a wonderful job in the night series. And speaking of the night series, good. They had a washout the first match between Gurkha and Lisbon Capitals, but Gurkha did win the second. And tonight we'll see the Punjab CC of Amadora taking on Marlow there. But yeah, good to be in Portugal. And also, well, we've been to different locations in Portugal, and we'll go to different locations in Spain, with Madrid, Alicante and Valencia on the agenda. So that's going to be good news. And we also, of course, have Italy on the agenda, going back to France, that beautiful Dreux ground. And it's like in the middle of the forest, beautiful ground. I know that Dave was there last year. I know it was very cold, Dave, but I think you'll agree, it was a lovely setting. Jersey, I won't be there myself, but I know that from all the Jersey supporters that I've bumped into at the Cardamom Oval, they tell me that the ground there is wonderful and that it's going to be a fantastic series. It's a pity that I can't be there. We have Sweden, Malmo, and those of you will remember Malmo has, and I hope it's still there, that incredible blue pitch. And I remember Vinny Sandu doing a fantastic intro from Malmo one day when he was wearing one of his famous blue suits and he was camouflaging the pitch. So Malmo, that's going to be nice. And of course, we'll go to Stockholm as well. So plenty of good cricket coming up for you. Looks like we are ready to go, and we will continue. One ball was bowled, and that was a wide ball that Patel missed out on the leg side. So Adarsh Khanna to continue. And it's very much the same as the ball before. And Patel, I suppose once he warms up, he'll be dispatching these away. There's nobody on the 45. 3 men on that leg side. Only the long on back. So you got square leg and mid wicket in place. And Tina does join me back. Tina, welcome back. So a few gremlins in the system.
Yeah, the gremlins are out in force today. But it turns out you were right the first time, Rico. I should have trusted you. The 5 penalty runs were in fact added because one of the batters in the first innings was timed out. So there is 5 penalty runs. That wasn't part of the glitch. The gremlins were about in the system, but the 5 penalty runs have been added and they will stay. 5 bonus runs for Malta today, and they need those. They need a few more though if they want to chase down this big total.
Okay, I wonder who was well, there weren't that many batters that actually went out there. I wonder who was the guilty culprit, and I guess we'll never know. But of course, that's something that we must have missed when it was happening. Of course, you only find out when you see the 5 runs on the ball for Malta today. That's all it could be. But all right, here we go. Let's see how Tahir does, and also let's see how if Khanna can get the ball in the right areas to him. If he goes back to how he started to Shirajay Patel, he'll do okay. And there's a good start to swing and a miss from Tazeeb Tahir. This is an interesting one here. I mean, how would you, if you were in this position as Malta, how would you go about the batting here? Do you just say, look, you know, we got nothing to lose, let's just go for it? Or are you saying to every player, look, let's just use this as an opportunity to get a good practice session in?
Well, there's not going to be any more practice for the batter there. I think it's Shirajay Patel who has to walk. He looks suspiciously at his bat, but that was a very big appeal there.
No, that's the left-hander,
isn't
it?
The left-hander?
Yeah, that's Tahir.
That's Tahir.
Yeah, and inside edge, I think when you watch that again, there's a definite edge, there's no doubt about it. He doesn't like it, but he's going to have to go. So he's going to go also, I think, without scoring. That's why you don't like it. Here it is again, the big edge. Look at the deviation there, doesn't really move, and it's a good wicket. I was saying, if Khanna can get it in the right spot straight away, and he does. He's having a debate about it here. He said, I didn't touch it. Skip, I didn't touch it. He did.
Yeah, he's giving an immediate post-mortem there to his teammates, but he's back in the shed without getting on the scoreboard, and that's really well bowled again. He's just cutting the ball across the right-hander is Khanna, and it's a really good start so far. And going back to the question, Rico, of how do Malta today address this? Well, of course, the bonus point is still in play. 166 is a big total. If they can just get that 1 point on the board, avoid the whitewash, then they'll still give themselves a chance. And of course, they've got the double header to come. There's more points up for grabs later today. So I think you don't want to go all brainless and all guns blazing. You still want to play sensible cricket. Shirajay Patel, as long as he's still out there, he scored over 120 runs in the previous double header. He'll have at least a chance of getting that bonus point.
Oh, that's a great effort from the bowler. They're trying to get a second wicket in the over. Adarsh Khanna shouts and catch it. He does go for it, but he can't get it in his hands. It's going to be the end of the first over. Do apologise for the graphics. Those gremlins continue to cause havoc with our system. Speaking of gremlins, I must admit that is one of the movies that I did watch over the holiday period. I remember seeing it years back, and I was myself and my daughter were thinking, what should we watch? And I thought, Gremlins, and watch Gremlins. And you ever watched it? Yeah, the original. I don't know if they made a cover of it, but I'm talking about the original.
I've never watched the original, but in a similar vein, a similar kind of era, I watched Ghostbusters 2 for the first time.
Ah.
I've never even watched Ghostbusters at that point, but I watched Ghostbusters 2 actually in a cinema in Melbourne, and then a few days later I watched Ghostbusters, so slightly out of order, but one of those classic films as well, and a good one to watch with the family over Christmas.
Yeah, I was sort of like, no, I don't want to watch Ghostbusters 2 because it's very different to the first one in the sense of the cast and everything. But I did get around to watch it, and in fact, I really enjoyed it. I think it was quite cleverly done.
It's definitely of its time, as this one has a slight appeal.
I think they might have been bad on this, you know.
Yeah.
Let's see what the umpire signals. Certainly thought I heard something. And yeah, there's no... Always there. Hang on. Umpire's now looking at the scorers.
He's looking, he's lifting his leg, but he's just doing a bit of exercise, and in the end, nothing signalled, so it must have been off the bat.
I thought I heard a sound. Here it is again here.
Yeah, I think there's a deviation there. Was it maybe off the glove?
I definitely heard something, but I think it has been given as leg byes. Good areas here now as this is ex-bowler coming in, getting the ball in the right areas. 8 came off that first over, by the way, and of course most of that was down to the 5 penalty runs that they started with. So just 3 off the bowler. A couple of wides were in there from Kanan.
Looks like the Gremlins have hopefully been evicted. They're back. They've been ghostbusted.
How about this for a shot? I mean, he has to get bat onto this, does Shujay Patel, because if this is hitting the pad, I think he's out. I mean, that's quite an incredible shot.
Yeah, he just
what do you make of this? Have a look at this. That is right on middle peg.
He didn't move his feet at all, other than to bring his pad up, which would have made him out even more plumb LBW, but just as well, he used the wood of his bat. In the end, it was a great shot. 94. He does the same thing again, and the exact same result. It's another kind of hockey shot. He just swivels on it. He's not quite finding the lines here, is Ajay Kumar. This one off middle stump, but the same result.
Yeah, it's almost like Ajay Kumar is saying, well, all right, I'm going to just keep it there because I'm hoping you're going to miss one of these. But at the moment, Shujay Patel is not missing it. And also, I'm surprised that they're reluctant to put a fielder out on that leg side boundary, especially if he is attacking the stumps here and Patel going across the line. That's hit pretty well. It's probably going to just slow up, and it does. It lands comfortably into the hands of the fielder, who does well. Gets the throw in. That's Alwyn John.
That looks like that is the end of the over. Just the one off the final ball. So Matter 19 for 1 off the first 2. So they still need almost 150 runs in this run chase. The runs per over is over 18. So it's a tough ask here, but of course that bonus point is still in play. There's a long way to go in this, and as long as Shujay Patel is out there, I think the hopes of Matter rest firmly on his shoulders.
Yeah, very much so. And I think going back to what you were saying about, I think you're right. Try to get something out of the game, because you get something out of the game, then you keep your hopes alive in the group. And that's a nice shot, gets it over the infielder. It's going to be 4 runs. Nicely played. Patel this time going straight down the ground. But yeah, try to get something out of the game. But more importantly, another thing you can get out of a game like this is to say, right, let's just stay here. Let's use this as good batting practice, ready for the second match between the same 2 sides. But yeah, 117 though, you're going to have to play some shots to get to that. That's played nicely, and this is going to run away from the fielders. You can see just how nicely the outfield has dried up. That's just like a gentle push outside the off there from Patel. But the classy Patel gets another boundary to his name.
That's taken Patel to over 150 runs in just 3 innings so far in this ECS. And he's really the man that Edex want to get out here, showing fine form. That's back-to-back boundaries.
Oh, could have gone anywhere, and in the end I think it's going to make its way to the boundary. An inside edge from Shujay Patel. Hay mucha suerte ahí. Hay 4 carreras. Fortune does favour the brave.
Yeah, that wasn't quite a fine shot like the previous 2, but we've said it so many times, if you swing hard, chances are you'll be rewarded. And Shujay Patel, he's certainly earned a bit of luck in his 3 innings so far. That takes him into the 20s.
Kanan, expensive over this. 3 balls, 3 fours. This time will get fielded. It's a good change up from the bowler. Thought, right, we've got to try and do something different. Changes the angle, comes around the wicket, and bowls a pretty decent delivery. Once again, catches Patel going across the line. Patel this time doesn't find the middle of the bat, but does get some bat on it. Rotates the strike. Now they'll try and have a goal here at Habasi, who's yet to get off the mark with the 3 balls that he's faced. Yeah, make that 4 balls and no runs. Sticking to around the wicket here, Kanan. If I were him, I would have, to the new batter, gone back over the wicket and try and get that ball full and straight, because I'm pretty sure that Azim Abassi probably hasn't quite got the same eye as Patel.
And everyone on the offside is in the ring as well, so any width you imagine will go to the boundary, and that one, not much width, but it is quite a lot of height, and they're going to have to check that for height on the no ball. In fact, the square leg umpire has given it just with his own eye.
Yeah, there's no doubt about this. It's hit him so high up, and he's done well to still get that to the boundary, Azim Abassi, but not a good delivery. I think that is once again the attempted Yorker. He gets it wrong and allows Azim Abassi to get off the mark, and that's 5. And what we call a minimum on the network. Free hit then. A license to go the full Monty. And, yeah, you can see Patel saying, nah, I want to stay on strike, stay there, don't want a single. I think that's smart from Shujay Patel. I think if they're going to get to that 117, and if there's going to be a miracle here and they're going to get to 167, he's got to be the player that has to negotiate as much off the strike as possible. That's a good over though for them. That one does go for 18, and they need to go at 18. So, well, that's one of the 18 that they need.
Yeah, you can see in the power play head-to-head that they're in a relatively similar position. 35 for 1, plays 32 for 1. But we did have those 4 magical overs in the final 5 for the Edex Knights, and that got them up to that big total. It looks like they're turning to a bit of slower pace bowling, although actually looks like he's got a short runner, but he's going to throw the balls in fast because the keeper is standing back. It looks like it's Aaron Ajayan who has the ball in hand, just tweaking around with the field.
Yeah, they have pushed. It's still just got 2 men back now on the leg side, so long on a mid-wicket go back here to Patel. Struck pretty well. And they will take the signal, will they? And they're coming back here, and he's going to make it. That's very good running. It's not picked up cleanly by the fielder, and they take him on after he fumbles it, and they come back for 2.
Smart batting, and Shujay, I think he recognises he holds the key to the Matterday run chase here. He gets himself back on strike.
It's going to be a wide. It's that slightly slower delivery from Ajayan. Goes across. As you can see that Patel, he's eyeing up, and I don't know if this is a deliberate ploy from Edex, leaving that square leg boundary free, so Patel just try and go for it. He plays that away quite nicely. We'll be looking for 2 if he can get there, but this time it's a clean pickup. So Azim Abbasi will have to face up, and he'll be hoping that he gets another nice gentle full toss to try and work away. Oh, that's a very good, cleverly disguised slower ball, which only just misses the top of the stumps as Azim Abbasi swings everything at this.
You can see how precious every dot ball is here as we see that one on replay. It just nipped in off the surface as well, so that was really well bowled. Malta, their run rate is now over 19.
Same again, swing and a miss. Ground looks absolutely stunning, by the way. I know that the ground staff was working late last night and early this morning, and looking beautiful. The grass looks great. There's nothing better, I think, than looking at grass when it's been cut like this and can see the lines. There's something very aesthetically pleasing about it, and there's something very aesthetically pleasing about this when you're a bowler and you knock the stumps over. Chuck the putte. It was going to happen sooner or later with Azim Abbasi swinging and missing, and Arun Ajayan gets it straight, gets it on the money, and it's jug of the putte time as the stumps get knocked over.
Azim Abbasi, he never really got going, and he there felt like he had to dig himself out of a hole. In fact, he just watched as the ball flew past him, and that's the first wicket for Arun Ajayan. Well deserved as well, after he's got off to a very good start in his first over. But Abbasi has to go. He scored just 4 off 9 deliveries. Srijay Patel at the other end, and he really needs someone to stick around with him, and maybe it's Michael Nazir. He's no stranger to the game of cricket. He's got a lot of experience. He only scored a runnable 7 in game 11, so he'll be needing a few more here today.
Starts off with getting bat onto ball, gets the single, which Patel does take, so he doesn't seem to be taking my advice about wanting to take and control much of the strike. He's happy to run the singles, and maybe he feels that Michael Nazir is a good partner to have out there with him. Michael's been around. I think I mentioned the other day that all the years that I've been here in Malta, Michael Nazir has always featured. Lovely shot that off the ground. The background, you can see some of Malta there in the background, some of the greenery around this beautiful Master Sports Complex, and some blue skies mixed in with some of those clouds. Lovely shot.
And we're on weather watch here. It's certainly been kinder to us the last few days. 15 degrees, a few clouds in the sky, but the sun is shining down on us. You can see the shadows forming on the pitch there, as that one will have to be bowled again. That's a very wide ball from George, who has come into the attack for his first go. And we're in the chat, we're on weather watch as well. So yeah, 15 degrees here. For the first time, we haven't got our winter coats on. But we've got Adyan, he's apparently in the warm part of Canada, and it's -1 there. Things could always be worse, Rico, and you know, I think Helix, they have 42 degrees. I think they're over in Australia. Dave, he has 7 degrees in northwest France, so it's lovely to see everyone tuning in, and a warm welcome. Even if you're in the cold parts of the world, we're happy to have you with us.
Yeah, I always like that when we get the viewers tell us where they're from and what the weather is like, where they are. This could be a catching opportunity. No, doesn't carry. So this is Liju George, who starts at a few wides, and the first one he gets straight. He almost picks up the wicket of Nazir, but Nazir will get to the other end and hand over to Patel, who's had been off the strike for a bit after the swinging and missing earlier from Abbasi. Let's see if he can get back to finding the boundary fence. He leaves this one alone. This is another one that's fired in wide.
That was the best outcome for Michael Nazir, in that he got 2 freebies in the form of wides, and then the very first legitimate ball he faced, he did his job. He got down the other end and gave Srijay Patel the strike, and he's now had a bonus run. And then the first ball he faces, he's just flicked away. It's another hockey shot from his collection, and it's just deposited over the square leg boundary all the way for 6.
Yeah, he's so strong in that area. You don't want to be bowling there to him. And it's almost like that's what he's waiting for. So, right, anything that is there, I'm going after it, I'm going to have it. and he's certainly using this as an opportunity to get some good, big, valuable runs for him. Of course, you mentioned already he's having a good tournament himself as a batter, and I think that's what he's got to focus on. Stay there, and he's probably thinking, right, if we stay there, then at least we'll get something from this match, and that's the best possible outcome for them. I said at the beginning of this match, if they even get a point here, that's going to be seem like a victory for them. On the pads, asking the question, is he straight in front? Yes, he is. It gets given here. Now, we know he does like to play this shot, and when he pulls it off, it looks pretty attractive. And I was saying before, though, if he does miss, he'll always be in trouble. I'd like to look at this again. It's a close one, I think. The umpire thinks about it and decides it is going to go straight onto hit. And, ooh, I mean, the ball's got a fair bit to do here. You can see the umpire takes his time, and I think Patel probably feels that it's going to be missing the stump. Maybe he feels it's going to even go over those stumps, but what do you think there, Tina? Umpire's call?
Yeah, it's a tough one because you can see middle and off stump, but Srijay Patel, he lifted that front leg and kind of cut it across his own body, which maybe made it a bit closer than we saw on first glance. The umpire took his time. It was good that he didn't just put his finger up straight away, but it was a big call. It wasn't the right call for Malta today as they get another wicket down, and that's 52 for 3 as Sam Aquilina, he comes in, gets straight back off strike with his first ball. You think maybe that's the end of the chase for Malta today, but they can still go for that bonus point, 117. They're almost halfway there, halfway through the innings, so that's definitely still within grasp.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult though for them, especially with now Srijay Patel gone. I think it's one of those, T. Now, my feeling is, if I put my umpire's cap on for a moment, I think when you're umpiring, you sort of get a feel of what a batter or a player is doing, and I think the umpire will know that he's going right across his stumps and he's playing those shots. And I think in the umpire's mind, he's already thinking, okay, if he misses, he's a candidate for LB. And I think that's exactly what has happened. It's a risky way to play for Patel, and I think, it's close. I think that one goes against him. It could have gone either way for me, but I think when you're playing that way, when you're playing risky shots like that, then the chances are that some of those close calls are going to go against you as well. That's nicely played though, a little bit of width, and Mark Nazir guides that away handsomely for 4 runs. End of the over, and Malta Day are now moving on to 57 for 3 after 5.
Of course, the action doesn't stop here. We've got 3 more games after this one, plus the night games in Portugal. And we're going to go all the way through to the Western Shield here in Malta. And then comes the Western Shield, and then comes the European Cricket League.
Yeah, and I'm always interested to hear what our viewers are feeling. Maybe our viewers know about some of the teams playing and can give us a heads up of some players they're looking forward to seeing. And you can see there in Group C, Malta, Royal Strikers. And I did speak to Priyan Pushpajan, and that's why they're not playing in this series, which is sort of understandable, as the first one here is going to be a wide ball. They are focusing on, of course, fitness, training, and the last thing that you want when you've got a big tournament like that coming up is to pick up any unnecessary injuries. So I wish the Royal Strikers well.
We can't forget as well that all of these teams are amateurs, so when you look at the teams today, Malta Day, they're short of a few players, but people have jobs, people have families to look after. We're talking about a Wednesday morning, and as much as we'd all love to be sitting here watching and playing cricket, then sometimes other commitments get in the way. That's maybe also why the Royal Strikers, they've got that big tournament coming up. They're more or less focusing on that, and having almost 2 weeks of cricket just a few weeks before probably means they can't commit to that, but it's great to see so many people out there playing cricket, and yeah, the sport we love being played all over the world, even on a sunny Wednesday morning.
Yeah, you make a very good point there. I think sometimes, our viewers do forget that these guys are not professional. They are giving up time away from work, from family, and other things to be here. And I really, I feel for them when you have days like the start of this series, when the first 2 days are washed out, the teams were here, and of course, they don't know if there's going to be cricket played or not. They're hanging around, and you know, you've given up a day's work and don't get to play any cricket as well. So that's got to be tough. So, you know, let's give a big shout out to all the European cricketers, because they're passionate about the game, they love the game, and you know, they make a lot of sacrifices to play. Krishnan has the ball and sort of targeting that, sort of getting this ball. His left armer, so left arm round. He's looking to get this ball to come in between the bat and pad here of Sam Aquilina. They have got a catcher in close as well. Has to work this away. It's another appeal, but this time I'm pretty sure this is drifting down. So gets no signal. There we go, leg by. Gets pad on it, hands the strike over to Nazir, who does like a bit of width. He's not going to get too much of that from Unikrishnan. It's going to be into his pads, you feel. There it is. Another big appeal. And Sam Aquilina looking to see if he can scramble to the other end. Get another single. Not this time.
You can see Sam is really anxious to get any kind of run on the board with that run rate. Ticking over almost to 25. Looking like an unassailable total here for Malta Day. But look, 117 is what they need for the bonus point. They've got just about 4 overs to do that. As that slower ball comes out, I thought it might have been called a no ball, but it dipped because it was so slow. But in fact, it was called a wide. And it will have to be re-bowled, the final ball of the 6th over.
A very loopy delivery. Oh, that's a beauty. Well, that's what happens when you get that extra ball sometimes. Well, sometimes we say that extra ball can be a bit of a mare. It can cost you because it ends up going to the boundary. But other times, well, it gives you the opportunity to do that. And the stumps get knocked backwards. Down they go. Juggle the style. The castle being knocked right over it. He shuffles right across, and in doing so, Tina, he ends up yorking himself.
Yeah, that's almost the perfect delivery for a left-arm bowler, especially when they come around the wicket. That angle darting in, and Michael Nazir, as you said, Rico, he yorked himself. He has to go for a runnable 7. Not today. You can see very much, well, because they're a few batters short, you'd say they're almost into the tail. They've got 2 batters still to come, including the captain Mutu. But it's Shubo who has joined Sam Aquilina out there. That was the end of the over though, 63 for 4. So Sam, the keeper, will be back on strike, and it's Alwyn John with ball in hand.
Yeah, good over. Looks like a good player, doesn't he? Jishnu Unikrishnan. Of course, he was unlucky not to get a chance to get a half century when he got run out. But I like what he's doing. I think he bowled there. Once he got his radar tuned in, he looks like he can cause and will cause a lot of trouble for a lot of batters. Well bowled. Just got to be careful about not running in front of the umpire there. I'm sure umpire Ranga will have a chat there with Alwyn John if he continues to do so.
He's got a bit of speed about him, as Alwyn John. He doesn't have the longest of run-ups, but he does sling it across the right-hander.
That's a nice looking shot. Shout to catch it, but that's been hit very well by Sam Aquilina, who brings up his first boundary, and it's a handsome shot as well. Cuatro carreras to Sam.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot. Not too much footwork, but there was enough width with that ball cutting across him that he just threw his hands at it, and it was well fielded there by Michael Nazir, who's done his job for the day with bat and ball, but still did a bit of extra fielding there, the other side of the rope. Sam Aquilina tries to repeat the trick. He does pick out point on this occasion, and they just jog through for the single.
Yeah, that's Gupta. Now is the man on strike. Of course, we've been calling him Boeing, because he does have 747 on his back. There must be a story behind that for Shubu. But, maybe he's a train spotter or a plane spotter even. But let's see how he fares. Oh, that's spicy. Now, is it off the bat? Is it off the lid? We'll soon find out. See what the umpire gives here. But what a ball this is. We'll take a look at this one more time. I think, yeah, definitely off the bat. It's a signal for the umpire. And he will survive. And he will get off the mark, but this was spicy. Look at this. It follows him. Oh, right at the bat. And really, you got to be catching those. That's a big let off.
That was a vicious delivery from Alwyn John, and pitched outside leg stump, and in fact, it just cut the batter in half. He did well almost to not get anything on that. Sam Aquilina is now on strike, and he just shuffles it into the offside for a single.
Well, if you heard some weird things in my microphone, it's because my big friend, the legend himself, Mr. Cricket in Malta, John Grimmer here. John, speak into my mic and say hello to everyone.
Hello, good morning. Good morning to you, Rico, and all the ECN crew here in Malta.
Look, I know you've been away and you've just come back, right?
Yes.
And, well, you're right on time as we see Sam play another very nice shot here. And you're right on time. And Tina is just going to give her heads up for a moment so you can talk to her for a moment. As the end of the over, let's talk about that first. 72 for 4. So, it's trying to get to this 117 just to pick up a point. I'm glad you're here because we are going to have a world premiere coming up after the second match, and we're going to put it on the screen for everyone to see.
Yep.
And it's going to be Johnny G, the cricketer stroke entertainer. And I'm glad you're here for it because I wouldn't know if we're going to see you. So you'll be able to give us your reactions on that a bit later.
Wow. This is a nice surprise, that's for sure. Yes, I've been away for the weekend with my granddaughter, and it's nice to be back in Malta, of course, and watching some of my mates playing here cricket.
So has this been an official break, or you've been playing cricket somewhere? Because you go all over the place to play cricket.
Well, it was a long weekend, as you know, and we had a public holiday on Monday, so I decided to go away for a few days, and I took my granddaughter with me for the first time, and it was lovely. We had
Absolutely
really
love
nice.
it. You're looking very well, by the way.
Thank you.
You seem to get younger every time I see you. Looking very trim. Have you been working out a little bit?
No, it was running here out of my car. I think I have to come and see you.
It's great to see you here, and
Appreciate it.
I'll be interested to see what your thoughts are on the video that we put together. I say we, of course, Dana Horace, the ECM photographer, put that together. I know that everyone will be wanting to see that. So I'll let everybody know. Make sure at the end of that match 2 today, so the second match between Malta Day and Edix Knights, which is coming up straight after this one, make sure you don't go away because we will have the world exclusive of that Johnny G video. And I know we've got you playing a little bit of guitar on that. Do you know yesterday was National Guitar Day?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so you'll have to celebrate that today. Johnny, it's always a pleasure to see you. I know after this match, maybe we'll share a coffee or a hot chocolate, have a bit of a chat, but great to see you here.
Absolutely. Always great to have you and the ECN team in Malta, that's for sure.
Thank you very much, Johnny. There you have it, the legend himself, Johnny G, in the house. And yeah, do remember that we will have that world exclusive. I think it will be doing the rounds about midday on the social network as well. So look out for it, and looking forward to your feedback on there as well. Whereas Sam Aquilina just keeps this ticking away, but are they going to get to this 117, Tina?
Yes, a good question. I mean, they need to go at 20s just to get that single point. And you can see they will have the right to reply. Of course, the beauty of these double headers means that Malta Day will come firing back. Looks like, though, they'll still be somewhat depleted. Maybe they'll be up to, what is that on the screen? 9 players. Maybe that'll make all the difference. But Edix Knights, they'll want to come in and get the double win here, especially after getting that loss against Sweeky. They've only played 1 game, of course, so far, after Edix had 3 games washed out. Malta Day do have that 1 win under their belts against the power hitters before, of course, losing that golden ball 69. And there's a big appeal there, and it is out. Sam Aquilina, he's got a bit of bat on that one, and it's taken cleanly behind the stumps by AJ John. This is Vaishak Ajikuma, who's come on for his second over. And Sam, not much footwork. He was fishing for that outside off stump. And it was a solid take by the keeper, so that will mark the end of the keeper from Malta Day. Sam, he has to go. He contributed 10 from 11 balls. He's just pointing out to his teammates exactly where that ball hit, I think right off the toe end of the bat. And that leaves Malta Day 76 for 5 at the very start of the 9th. And yeah, they still need 41 Less than 2 overs left to get anything from this, otherwise it will be a clean sweep for the Knights as they take home all 4 points. What a surprise visit that was, Rico. We didn't quite get our apple crumble, but maybe even better.
Maybe even better, hey? Yeah, Johnny G, and he's such a one. You know what? I bet you anyone, he's here now. He'll go over there and he'll just pick up the remote control for the scoreboard and say to Sam, that's our Sam Williams. He'll say, I'll do that, Sam, no worry. He's always, he's always doing something. And that's why I call him Mr. Cricket here, Malta. He really is. And great to see him. Oh, well, it's a bounce up in the air. Could be gone. And just dropped short there off the keeper. Makes a wonderful effort to try and get there. But he's not going to be able to hold on. I think he might have, has Muthu. I think Muthu might have got some of this. Now they're calling the medic over. So I thought it was just off the bat, but Muthu is not looking very comfortable. He's looking a bit shaken here. So I mean he's on his feet, he's okay, but I think it might have just shook him up more than anything else.
Yeah, I think so too. The keeper clearly thought that came off the bat, the way he flew across to try and take it. But if we look at the replay, I think it might have just come flush off the helmet. Yeah, it did. Right off the top of the head. Muthu didn't really know much about it. He just looked around slightly dazed. That's why you wear a helmet, folks, but still it hurts when that comes flying at your head, and it shakes you up, doesn't it, Rico?
Yeah, it does, and I think Muthu, he did look like he shook up there. He's walking, he seems fine, but I think it's a sensible thing to do. Muthu is going to walk off here and probably sit this out for a moment. And I think Tyrone, from Tyrone's body language, you can see Muthu saying, look, I'm all right, but Tyrone saying no. Tyrone saying, look, you look like you were a little bit lost there, buddy, and I'd rather you come off and just sit down. That's good from Tyrone. That's good, because I know Muthu really well, and Muthu will want to stay out there and say, look, I'm fine. You can say he's fine, but you could clearly see that he was a little bit disorientated there, and well done to Tyrone and the medics, and of course, see Sam Williams was there as well, the ECN crew, for making sure that Muthu, it's not worth it, just sit it up. But can you imagine a couple of years ago that batters weren't wearing lids on the network, and that just goes to show just why it's so important to do so.
Yeah, and of course it's still not a regulation in ICC tournaments, but here at ECN we put safety first, especially when we play on these AstroTurf pitches. They do get a bit more bounce, and if you play on those grass turfs in ICC tournaments, so we say put the lid on, and that's exactly why. You can be the best player in the world, but when a ball has your name on it, as it did there for Muthu, there's not much you can do about it. And you can see, even when he had the helmet on, it still did a bit of damage.
And I think it was one of those that just hit the seam. Certainly what I've seen is when bowlers are coming around the wicket, or if you've got a left armour, there's a certain spot where the ball just takes off, and that's exactly what we saw happen there. But Muthu, the good news is, I think he's just a little bit shook up, but he is okay. And fortunately, the lid has definitely saved him. Well, a little bit of aggression from the batter. He tries to get this one away, and it will be well stopped in the end. That's good work. Never gives it up. Gets a little back flick on it, and no boundary.
Some good fielding out there, and it's good to see that the fielders are still committing, getting their foot in the way of the ball there, when this game, you'd say, is more or less won. But, you never know. Could be that net run rate comes into the equation later on in the group. That means every run saved on the boundary could be all important. And you imagine this game has done 39 needed off the final over, and that's just for the bonus point. So barring some kind of supersonic miracle, it looks like it will be EDX Knights that take home all 4 points in the first half of this double header, and they'll be looking to repeat the trick again in just a few minutes' time.
Yeah, they definitely will.
He had a clothesline.
This is, the bowler almost gets wiped out here by the umpire. And umpire Jani nearly knocks out the bowler who's charging in there. It looks like it's the captain, Vishnu, is going to have a bowl. That's hit well, and that's going to find its way to the boundary. 4 runs. Not quite exactly where I think Das Gupta was looking for this to go, but he will get 4 from it.
Yeah, and that was a nice hit. Kind of backed away from it. It was chasing him down the leg side. And it just squeezed off the side of his bat and went for 4. And this one's gone much straighter. There is a fielder out there. That's Adarsh Kanan, who does a bit of stylish fielding there, one-handed pickup. Throw was a bit wayward. I think he got a bit too excited after his impressive pickup, but they do just run through for the 1.
Yeah, good one-hand pickup.
The score now more or less immaterial. Look at that, 84 needed for the win. And even the bonus point is a mere dot on the horizon.
Chipped up in the air, and the fielder, well, elected not to go for the catch, and everybody's now pointing at him and saying, what's the matter with you then? Why aren't you catching it? And he just smiles and says, it's all right, we've won this match anyway. Let him have a few runs. And gone. He says, well, if you ain't going to catch him, I'm just going to knock him over. And Vishnu Thulasid Dharan gets them knocked over. Now, the question here will be if Muthu is going to come back. It looks like he is. I've seen him pick up his gloves. He's been handed over his bat. He's not going to let his team down. He says, I'm going out there. Of course I am. So Muthu comes out after the stumps of Dasgupta get knocked over. It's a crash landing for the 747 as those stumps get smashed all over the place. 9 of 9. So Shubu makes his way back. And I've been pretty impressed. I mean, they haven't always got the line right, the bowlers. They've taken a couple of, I think in each over there's always been a few loose deliveries, but when they've got it right, they bowl pretty well, have the EDX Knights. And Vishnu probably, I think already now, has put the icing on the cake for a player of the match performance.
He already did his fair share of batting in the first half of this game, and now he's come back. He's only bowled, well, he will end up bowling just the 1 over, but that'll still be enough to pick up a wicket for him. So he's put in a star turn. And you're right, Rico, that the bowling hasn't been the best all the time. I mean, they've still given away 18 extras, and you imagine, yes, it will be enough against a depleted Malta day, but if they want to go on in the tournament, they'll have to clean up that bowling.
Oh, he's not looking. He could have got a run, and then he sends his partner back, and they survive. So it's the last ball coming up here. Muthu, top performer, a courageous man as well. After being hit on the lid, he does come back. And plays that one out as well. So he says, we might be 8, we're going to go down in this match, but you're not going to bowl us out. As it's 84 for 6, and EDX Knight win by a big margin, 82 runs.
Yeah, that was a very one-sided affair. We feared for Malta Day before the game, as we saw that they were depleted in numbers. EDX Knights, as it was, they pick up their first win of this ECS, their first 3 games abandoned, and then they lost out to Sweeky by 3 wickets. But they're on the board now, and they've got all 4 points, so that will be a big boost for them. And they're going to do it all again in just a minute, in about 15 minutes time. And Malta Day, it looks like they maybe have added 1 to their number. Maybe that'll make all the difference, but you imagine the win predictor will be firmly on the side of EDX Knights. Yeah, so it's going to be another torturous time out there for Malta Day. Once again, it's a couple of players that are really going to have to perform well for them, just for them to be competitive in the next match. But EDX Knights, they'll be looking to do it again. But yeah, you're right, Tina, 4 points. So they do what we saw the likes of the Stallions do yesterday against AUM. And that will be exactly what they need. I mean, that was the first wicket. It's a good bit of bowling. And then, of course, there was that. It was always going to happen, just keeping it full and straight. But the wicket that they needed was this one. And that was off Patel. And I just think that for me is umpire score. When you look at umpire Ranga there, he is standing perfectly still. He's not moving around. The ball hits him on the pad, and he's got to make the decision whether the ball is going to hit the stumps, whether it's missing, whether it's going to be too high. And I think he makes all of those judgments and says, yeah, I think it is hitting, gives it up. I think fair enough. I think it's one of those where some will say yay, some will say nay. Now, there's that part of the pitch that I was talking about where there seems to be that extra bounce, and we certainly saw that come into play when Muthu got hit on the head here. That's right on the lid. Didn't really know too much about it. And he then had to be escorted off for a while, and I think that was a good decision. Just take him off, let him
get his bearings right again. He would come back, and he would sort of come back to, I suppose, if you like, save the day in the sense that at least they weren't bowled out, but it didn't make too much difference really. There was a little bit of a pulling the handbrake. Well, he pulled the handbrake, went back to his mark, and then pressed the turbo button and knocked the timber over. Good bit of bowling there from Vishnu, and I'm pretty sure that we'll probably see that he will pick up the player of the match performance. Don't forget, it was a scintillating 79 of 27 from him as well. So good performance, and it will be Vishnu who gets that player of the match award. There's the batting there, Sujay Patel. We knew that he was going to be the key. If Malta Day were going to pick up a point here and get to that 117, then Sujay Patel probably had to get into the 70 or the 80s. If they wanted to win the match, then he had to score a ton. It's as simple as that, and I think it will be probably very much the same in the next match number 18 coming up. On the bowling front, I'm with Tina here. I think the number of extras will be a concern. I think all of the key bowlers, even though they bowled well, the only bowler not to take a wicket there was Elwyn John, by the way. Everyone else did take a wicket. And the economy rates there are pretty good. When they got it right, they were dangerous. I think they bowled with some zip, with some pace. They extracted some bounce from the pitch. And when they needed to, they got the Yorkers in the right spot as well. So they look like a good bowling side. But against a good team, those extras could certainly cost them quite dearly. So I'm going to leave you with the match summary. Remember, the next match is coming up pretty quickly in just under 15 minutes' time. Join me, Rika Full and Tina, when we return. And don't forget, after match number 18, we will have the world premiere of the video of Mr. Cricket himself here in Malta. You could say maybe in Europe, one of the European cricket specials, the video on Johnny G. So make sure you don't miss that. Join us back in 15 minutes time for the second edition of the ECS Nights, taking on Malta Day. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Hello and welcome back to the second part of this doubleheader between EDEX Knights and Malta Day. Without further ado, let's go straight out to the middle to see what happened at the all-important toss.
Malta Day to call. Hit is a call. To tails. They're going to bowl first.
So there you have it, EDEX Knights win the toss, they decide to bowl, and they've just won the first game in the doubleheader by a big margin. It was Vishnu and Jishnu who did the business for them with the bat. As for Malta Day, well, we feared for them before the toss because they are a depleted side. It looks like they might have one more player to add to their squad, so maybe that will help them. But they lost that golden ball the other day, and now they've come out here and lost again. But they'll be looking to fight back. Mutu, he really fought back at the end there. He took a blow to the helmet, but he still came out and batted for his side. So they'll need a bit more of that fighting spirit if they want to take the win here in the second doubleheader. Taking you through this game, up in the commentary box, is Rico Full.
Thank you very much indeed. And you can see that Tina squinting in the glorious sunshine that we're having here today in Malta. It's nice to have the good weather back. And it's a glorious day. Very little wind. You can hardly see the clouds moving. A lovely sunshine as well. And, well, EDEX Knights will be looking to get their teeth right into Malta Day again. You heard there from Tina that Malta Day, they have added one more recruit, but still, that means that they got 9 men. And EDEX Knights, a slight change for them. We're going to see Elson Eldo for the first time. Let's see how he goes. And I think most people will already be saying that Malta Day this time they are having a bat first. They're being put in, so you can see what the EDEX Knights are looking to do: restrict them to a low score and knock them off quickly. But a lot does rely on Surajay Patel. I think Malta Day will be hoping that he can stick around. Maybe he bats through the innings and finishes with a score right up there between 80 and 100. It is possible, and he has got the talent to do it. And the other batters, the likes of Sam Aquilina and Michael Nazir, can just stick around with him and give him some good support. But I think the rotation of strike is very important. I think that's what the other batters have to be thinking. That is their role, to just take the singles, to try and keep one end going and ticking, and let Patel do the work the other end. And I think Surajay Patel as well, his shot selection is very important. I think the bowlers will know that he does like to try and go across the line. They leave the square leg area vacant for him to try and go that way. And though he was quite successful on about 3 or 4 occasions doing that in the last match, if you do miss one, then you're going to be in trouble. So he's got to be careful. I think he's talented enough to play straight. He's got to start playing straight as well. So let's see how this one pans out. Beautiful shot of this ground. Looking absolutely delicious at the moment, isn't it? Just look in the grass, look at the stripes. It's very different the way it looked at the start of this European Cricket Series. Ready to go then? And it'll be Fishak Jakuma who'll be looking to get some early wickets here. Certainly did bowl well. All the bowlers, as we highlighted, bowled well, but the number of extras is something that I think the Knights will be keen to keep down. So we are ready to go. Wait for Rado, official timekeeper, to say, let's play cricket. And it's the first, and we have a genuine slip in play as well. As this one, ball gets through. Surajay Patel, worth pointing out, is very close to bringing up 1,000 runs on the network. 986 at the moment. So he'll be looking to reach that landmark here. First one though, good delivery to him outside the off, moving away. And that's why that slip is in place, and a wide third. The Yorker, which gets jabbed down, and just a jab out of the middle of that bat is going to see that ball go. Well, the ball goes past the rope, and the fielder goes into the hedge as he chases and just couldn't get the brakes on here. It's a long chase. Iwa. And he keeps on going, and the next thing you know is disturbing the birds and the nests that are in there. That's a long, hard chase. It ends up in the hedges. 4 runs. That's what you want to see here for Patel. Play each ball on merit. the one that he sometimes gets into trouble with when he goes across the line, but gets bat on ball, takes a single. Welcome back to everybody in the chat as well. See Tim Harmer, Helix and Dave chatting away. John Heasham is with us again now. Well, Dave is into his coffees and his egg in the hole. And hello to the medic warrior as well, which is Simon. Nice to have you with us too. Ejikuma. Oh, that's going to be a wide down leg side. I think this one, fair bit of swing on this one as well. Looked like it was starting pretty straight, but seemed to boomerang down the leg side. I'll have to bowl that one again. This is Tahir, Tazib Tahir, who's the opening partner for Patel, hoping to go better this time. Oh, well, that one, how he manages to jam that away, I don't know. It looked like he was going to go back onto his stumps and the ball go through him, but he drops the bat on this just in time. Oh, look at this. That ball looked like it was going to rattle the middle and the off peg. You can see it side on here, definitely going on to the stumps if he hadn't got bat onto it. Patel just has a little word with to here, and he's probably saying to him, hey, you know, maybe come forward a little bit, don't be so deep in the crease. To here hasn't really taken that advice. In fact, he's showing all his timber here. And that one's straight through, a bit wider. Better areas from Vaishak Ejikuma. I always like to talk about some of the international days that have been celebrated. Today we do celebrate Darwin Day, and it's all about celebrating the work and science in general of Darwin, and take the extra time to learn about his experiments, findings and accomplishments, and reflect on how they still affect us today. It's swung hard, watched the bounce and can't stop it, so a boundary, and that's good. Anything that comes off, especially boundaries, the other batters whose name's not Patel, you'll take. The fielder, he has a swash at this to try and stop it, can't do so. It's going to be 4 runs at the end of the over, and that means 10 off the first as Ejikuma takes a walk away from the bowler's end. The new bowler comes up and hands his cap over. We can talk a little bit about some of our upcoming events, and of course the big one straight after the action here in Malta will be a frenzy of action at the Field of Dreams, the Karama Oval, with the Western Shield will start on the 19th of February, and then will be followed by another stellar event, the European Cricket League, or we call it the Champions League. Well, that's a real short one by Kanan. Kanan was probably the bowler who had the most, probably I would say had the most issues with his line in the last match. He really struggled big time against the left-handers, and he was very erratic with his line. Short again, up in the air, fielder going to find it go over him, should be able to stop the boundary. Will gets the throw in pretty quickly as well, and well, that's a let's have a look at our man here. I want to know what he's got under that hat. We'll soon find out, because the hat comes off, and well, let's have a look at this. Well, look at that, it's a fine lock of hair there from our man. We'll find out more about him at the moment. And maybe he's the debutant, Elson Eldho. Another swing and a miss. This is very much what we saw from Tahir in the last match, actually. I think he got lucky, didn't he? A couple of times, but then he was skittled without scoring. So at least this time he's got on the board. Really have to focus on what the best thing to do is for the team here. He goes right across and does get some bat on this, thinking about the two. They hesitate and in the end decide not to. Probably the right call. You probably settle for Shujay Patel to go back on strike. So goes right across here. And I think he's lucky that he does get that shorter delivery. I think in hindsight, Adash Khanna probably would have been looking to just jam that Yorker in. Okay, see this. Here's where the field now starts to change. Keeping that slip in place for Patel. Very wide third. And then well, hang on a minute. I say a wide third on the boundary. He's now being pushed inside because they've gone with behind square and long on the boundary. And nobody at mid-wicket though. And even if there was, this is going to clear them easily. Quick hands from Shujay Patel as he hits that away for 6. They might want to make a change in the field here. It's quite interesting. Edix Knights will know all about the way that Patel likes to bat. He likes to play a lot of his shots in that mid-wicket, long-on area, yet they're quite happy to really pack up the offside. You've got a ring of fielders, so 6 fielders inside the ring on the offside. And they're leaving that part of the ground vacant. And Patel, this time it won't go to the boundary. It's the fielder. Oh, well. Let's have a look at this. We're going to have a real close look at this because I reckon that he's in contact with the rope. He now gets the message. He says, what did I do? Have a look. So he runs. This is Jishnu. And have a look. Just here. Wait. Run it forward, run it forward, run it forward. 4 runs. Thank you very much. Oh, that's clumsy. That's really clumsy. And Jishnu Unikrishnan gives away 4, and now the umpire, it's like he signalled a no ball there as soon as that was bowled. Not sure what happens there. I think he has he signalled no? Yeah, he has signalled a no ball. So this must have been because of a foot fault because the umpire calls it pretty early. So Khanna not getting it right here. Oh, he gets this one through. Patel having a look at square leg, saying, is that too high? No, I think that's fine. It was, oh, what's happened now? They've called a no ball here. So what's this no ball being called for? Well, there must have been one. I mean, there must have been one that was over the shoulder before, which we perhaps didn't see the signal for, but I suppose it is over the shoulder. So if it is the second one, it's the correct call. It's up in the air and won't be able to get the free hit away. But what he will do is will put himself on strike. And that was Adash Khanna, who once again gets the nod to bowl the second over. But really, I think there's better options available. 16 come off that one. And Marta Day, 26 without loss, says Tina joins me back in the commentary cube.
It's been a bit of a curious start here. And Adash, he did open the bowling in the previous game. He went 21 off his 2 overs, got that 1 wicket, but he hasn't started particularly well. 2 no balls and a wide in that over, as well as 2 boundaries. So that was 16 off the over. They've gifted Marta Day a good start here.
That's better areas. That's where you want to be, attacking the stumps. Bat on ball from Patel. There's Arun Jayan.
He was one of the picks of the bowlers in the previous double header. He went just 9 runs off his 2 overs and picked up a wicket as well. So I think he's going to try and bring a bit more order to the proceedings. I saw that sloppy run out. That was exactly the same as that one we saw yesterday, Rico, where the fielder does all the hard work and then has a little brain fade and realises he's still got half his body over the rope.
I still can't believe that we still see things like that, you know. It just went, I think, you just you stop thinking about it. And the next thing you know, you think, uh-oh, what have I done? There's well, tries to reach this with his foot, does Elwyn John, and that gets away. So this is better from Tazid Tahir. He's making a contribution after failing to do so in the first match and getting bat on ball. That's what he's got to concentrate on doing. And Edix Knights, actually, considering that they just had a very big win against Marta Day, they seem to be very quiet out there in the field. It doesn't seem to be a lot of talking from them. I think the captain Vishnu has to try and change that. Oh, that's a really loopy, slow delivery. It looked like for a moment it was going to end up being a no ball, but it dipped viciously. What a clever delivery that is from Ajayan. We have a look at this again. Maybe you might even see it on side. You think it's going to be really high, but it's almost like a ball that's full of air, and all of a sudden all the air comes out of it and it just drops. Watch this one drop. So you can see, look at the way the batter had to change to play that.
Yeah, Tahir's eyes lit up when he saw that, and yeah, well, Srijay Patel's eyes lit up with that half track. It was a bit of a half volley really, and he just leaned into it, and he's really strong through that point region. Yeah, definitely a half volley, and he just gives it the old helicopter, just whips his wrists around it, and pays a little tribute to his teammates there by giving them the ball.
Yeah, good shot. It's that double bluff slower ball, but this time it was a half volley and it gets put away. I think this one will be pace on, and that's that going right across. This is one thing he really has to work on. This is a poor shot. I mean, there's not the right ball to play. It's gone right across, and he's asking for trouble. That's a poor shot. If that ball was a little bit straighter, he would have been in trouble.
He's gone so far across that he's exposed all his stumps, but from the offside, which you don't see too often. He did that a few times to good success in the first game, but it was also his downfall in the end. And that one's another loopy, slower ball. It's just going to be collected on the boundary there just for the one run.
Yeah, bowls that well, does Ajayan, and I can see that delivery probably getting quite a few victims, but not on this occasion, as Patel does manage to get bat on ball, takes a single. So Malta Day, considering that they are 9 men, and considering how they got blown away in the last match where they lost by 82 runs, it's a good start from them. 37, and the key thing is that they haven't lost any wickets as yet.
Yeah, and the wickets will definitely be important, especially when they've still got that depleted side. But I think, Rico, you mentioned it, the one wicket in particular is important, and that is the one of Srijay Patel. Is he past 1,000 runs yet? I know he was about 20 odd off, and he's got 23 of them so far, so he's clearly a seasoned performer on ECN, and he'll have to perform big here for Malta Day to put on a score that they can try and defend against Edex Knights. Let's not forget they scored 166 in the first game, so we know they've got runs in them. Yeah,
well he has, yeah, you're right, he has now gone past 1,000, and well, he will keep on going if you keep bowling badly to him, as Vashak Jikuma gets brought back after going for 10 in his first, and not a good delivery. I think if that's straight and outside the off, it's a pretty decent ball to a player who does like to play predominantly on the leg side, but by straying down a leg, it's going to be an easy put away for Patel. And you can see the Edex are trying to set a trap there on the leg side. They've got 4 on the leg side, or in fact here they got 2. Yeah, I was just about to say too many out, but square leg comes in, but 45 stays back. A mid wicket, long on, long off, and a sweeper, all in play on the boundary. It's going to be too wide, so I'm trying to keep that outside the off. So yeah, he's gone past 1,000 runs. That's a good milestone for him, and he'll be looking to mark it with a big score here. And at the moment he's looking well, but does have the habit of getting out when he looks set to go big, does Patel.
That does seem to be the case. So they go through. Wowza! That was a trampoline, and they probably can go through overthrows here. It bounced so high off the side of the pitch that it went basically straight into the hands of square leg. He fumbled it, and as a result, they have been able to scamper through for 2, which keeps the strike with Srijay Patel. Let's take a look at this, Rico.
This is a proper Tatuga. Well, that, I mean, if it hits, it would have been out. There's no doubt about it. But just look at this one. Oh, wow. And that looked pretty dangerously. And it's Anton Manoj. Here's the player that's got the cap on and covering up a colourful head of hair. No run this time, though.
Srijay Patel, he's going to have to play some clever cricket here. He showed signs of it in the first game, but as you said, Rico, he's never got a huge score. His high score, 82 not out. That was back in 2023. Oof, and that one's hit him. I think it has actually stayed in the helmet. He'll have to do some fishing to get that out.
Well,
the grizzly is right up in his grill there.
Yeah, now let's hope it's no damage done here. The grizzly is stuck in the grill, and let's hope. Oh dear, this is the second one that we've seen, and we saw Muthu Kumran get one on the top of the helmet. This one has lodged itself into the grill. Now, yeah, from that, he looks okay. I think Tyrone will be out there again. There's no doubt about it, to check that he's all right. I mean, he looks okay, saying, yeah, I'm fine, just give me some water. But that one actually lodged into the grill.
He looks to be, he's at least standing up, and I think he's okay. It's probably just more of a shock of having that grizzly right up, and maybe even because it got lodged in the grill, that might have taken some of the impact off, because that can be really nasty if it hits you flush on the cheek. Just, yeah, I mean, really, if your helmet is properly calibrated, it shouldn't get in there. They always do that classic test of, can the ball fit through the grill? But this one maybe came through. They've struggled to get it out, so clearly it just squeezed through there.
Yeah, well, I don't know what you're having for lunch, but Surajay Patel, well, he almost had the grizzly. The good thing is that he seemed the ball never actually, from looking at it, made contact. But it's I think it's still the flight of it, and I think just the vibration of the lid and everything else. And I think in the mind, you know, it plays with the mind. This Tyrone who's stood there just observing at the moment, doing the right thing, letting the medic do her thing. That's one good thing here, that a master, that we do always have a medic at the ground, and they do a wonderful job. Of course, Malta Day is also the name of the hospital here, and I know some of the players are part of the hospital staff. I know Muthu Kumaran certainly is. But yeah, again, we focused on this once earlier when Muthu got hit. Just imagine if players still didn't wear lids. Something like that would have been, it could have been really, really, really lethal.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see him standing up now. He's putting his helmet back on, and we've seen quite a few warriors out there. Of course, we saw that with the captain, Muthu, for Malta Day. He got hit flush on the top of the head in that first game, and he still came out. It was a complete lost cause for him and his team. He showed a lot of fighting spirit to come out and face those final few deliveries, and it looks to be that Srijay Patel, he's going to carry on here as well. So really good bravery shown here, because it's never nice to have a ball come straight at your face, and he's facing up again. He's not shying away from this challenge. That was a real nasty delivery from Ajay Kumar, but you know, as a fast bowler, it's a good delivery. You never like seeing a batter hit, but from his perspective, it was right on the money.
Played out, full of delivery, and well, fielders trying to put each other off there. It's the captain Vishnu going right in front of Jishnu. Well, Jishnu and Vishnu, they've created problems for each other already, especially when they were out there batting. So good though from Malta Day. They're fighting hard, and well, they are having a fight, because Hidex Knights are not making it easy for the 9 men of Malta Day. Now let's see how Jikuma can bowl here to Tahir. They've struggled at the moment to the left-handers. Oh, well, that one's, I thought for a moment it looked like it went over the stump, but clearly it's missed the stumps. It's a spicy take once again from the keeper. Let's have a look at this one again. Does this go over the stumps or not? And see, he does shuffle right across and just misses that leg. But look at the pace on that delivery.
Yeah, there was quite some venom in that, and this is always a tough call when the batter just takes evasive action. Must be centimetres away from the stumps, and you still have to bowl that ball again. So again, we come back for the final ball of the 4th.
Oh,
wow.
I don't think I've ever seen, first of all, the ball that just misses the leg stick, and now the very next ball, it just shaves the off stump. He's still there, though, is Tahir. And that's a pretty decent over there from Vishak, even though there was a couple of wides in there. He only goes for 9. And Malta Day, 46 without loss after 4. And that's the key with that loss. If they can keep a partnership going, and if Patel can stay composed and get a big score here, then they will give themselves a fighting chance to try and get something out of this match, maybe even a victory. But what do you think they need to try and get to score-wise if they're to really go on and win this match?
Well, I think we saw that the average score before today's play was around the 120, 130 mark. The expected score has them at 110. I I think, especially with Edex Knights, they've got a lot of batting power. They've got the double act of Vishnu and Jishnu, I think. Yeah, Malta will need to get at least that pass score of 120, especially given that they'll be depleted in the field, so there will be gaps out there for the Edex Knights to capitalise on. Yeah,
I think you're absolutely right, and I think well, that won't help because that's the big wicket. It's Patel, the man that we said this before, has to stay there, has to really get a big score. And once again, Shujay Patel, we know he's a good batter, but he's got to find a way to convert these scores of the 20s and the 30s into bigger ones. And this one is just straight through him. It's not a good shot, really, but it's where to bowl to him. I think if you do your homework, and Alwyn John probably has, you've got to say, right, get it full, get it sort of a little bit outside the off, and that'll do the damage. I don't know what Muthu was doing there. Muthu was sort of holding his eye and saying, well, did it hurt yet? Could you not see it? Well, Russ is having a good time there, isn't he? Do you notice that? I wonder if we can see Russ again there, guys, but I think Russ is getting, we should have one of those colour charts, and it starts with a very light pink and gets darker, and I think he's getting redder every day, is Russ.
Well, you know what he told me before the day today?
There he is, this Russ there.
He had to go out and buy sun cream, and I had zero sympathy for him whatsoever, because Rico, we've been here in the shady commentary box for over a week now, and Russ, he comes in halfway through the tournament and immediately complains that he's getting too much sun. Yeah, he should have been here the first few days, but yeah, part of the crew here is Russ, as well as we've got, of course, Sam, Simon, and Mahil, Diana here as well. Of course, all doing a good job. Now, we're talking about doing good jobs. These two are going to have to do a good job. Also, a big shout out to Two Circles, our production partners. We've got Chris Taps and Valentine and Dennis all doing a marvellous job. Bowl. Just the only thing here is I'm surprised that the umpire's not saying anything here to the bowler. He should not be running right across Elwyn John. And every time he bowls, he's running right across the umpire. That's naughty. He can't be doing that. And the umpires have been pretty good most of the time. But if you have a look here, he bowls and look where he is there. He can't be there. It's going to go all the way though. That'll do nicely. There's Michael Nazir. Well, a little Michael that opens his account with a big six. Here we go. Boom. Shakalagia. He's got a very strange grip on the bat, does Michael. He holds his hands very close together, somewhere in the middle of the bat, but whatever he did, it worked for him on that shot. It went straight over long on, and he tries to get the same outcome here, but he just leans back on it and hits it to the cover boundary fielder for just the one. But that's exactly what Michael Nazir has to do here as we get to the end of the fifth over. Malta Day 53 for 1. I mean, Michael Nazir, he did steal the strike there. As we again look ahead to the very exciting European Cricket League coming up. I know Hornchurch last night, they announced one of their players as well. I think one of their wild cards. So it's looking really exciting. It's almost like an arms race at the moment to see who can declare the biggest wild card. So what a tournament we have in store.
Yeah, and for those of you wondering, this is basically looking at all the club champions. So I often compare it to the Champions League of football. So all the club champions from their respective countries coming together to do battle to see who will be crowned the kings of Europe. And so there's a massive tournament. It will run for a period of time. And we always get a lot of people that come down to the Kardama Oval to watch. And of course, the top team, only one team, will go through to Championship Week. So it's a must watch. And if you can come down to the Kardama Oval, please do. You'll love it there. We've got the fan zone. I'm sure Purple Pepper will be there and dishing up some wonderful food. Victoria Cerveza will be there as well. Sin alcohol as well, of course. And more importantly, all the players. There'll be plenty of action. And we'll have probably the Cricket Cool program running as well, where the kids will be there. Up in the air, wicketkeeper loses it, finds it, and holds on to it. That is a really good catch. Well done to Ajay John. And it's almost like he's getting the dance moves out there as he's getting ready to catch this. He's sort of having a quick change of water. Watches, goes up in the air, has to find it, finds it, has a few misses of getting his cap off, but he doesn't miss taking the catch. That's a good catch.
I don't know why these players have caps on, Rico. They wear the caps, the sun is out, but anytime they have to get involved in the play, the first thing they do is whip their cap off. I suppose for a keeper, especially when you're looking straight up, you don't want anything restricting your vision. It's always hard when those go up when you're not wearing a helmet. Luckily for AJ John, he wasn't wearing a helmet. He didn't wear the cap for long. Took the catch and then told his teammates, just stay calm, we've got this. And that one will be have to be re-bowled. Sam Aquilina comes into bat. He stuck around quite well in the first game. He went in the end for 10 runs off 11 balls, but he'll just have to play the anchor role. Michael Nazir, he can hit some big boundaries, but Sam hit a few good shots of himself in the previous game. That was a big wicket and a great take behind the stumps as well.
Yeah, very good. You make a very good point. I mean, I know that if keepers have got the lid on, then they do like to take the lid because obviously you can't see a thing because of the peak of it. But caps, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Oh, hell, this one has come out completely wrong from Ajayan. I think that's the slower ball that he likes to use, which he normally, it's pretty productive for him, but this one just comes out completely wrong. And maybe he tries to bowl a knuckleball, so that's going to be a no ball. Free hit. Morgan Nazir will be looking to latch onto this.
Oh, and another attempted clothesline there by the umpire as they maybe just double check that call, but it very much... Oh, no, they are changing because it must have landed behind the crease, maybe. So it's changed to wide, which is a good result for the night, so it won't be a free hit here for Michael Nazir.
It's going to be another wide now, so it seems to have Ajayan, after that one came out all wrong, seems to have lost his radar again. So same old issues here for the Edix Knights. I think all the bowlers guilty of just bowling too many extras, and once again, Malta Day will do well out of the extras column.
Ajayan was the pick of the bowlers in the previous game. Went for just 9 in those two, but he's already gone 16 off his 9 deliveries so far.
That's nicely played. Nice straight bat there from Michael Nazir. Yeah, I think that one with what I thought was a no ball. I think they must have looked and seen it side on and said that it actually went past the line off the stumps, in which case, no matter how wide it is, it's just called a wide, not a no ball. That's a nicely played away, little feather edge, not quite as fine as that. What Sam Aquilina was hoping for it to be, but still, he'll take it. It's 4 runs.
I remember Sam in the previous game played a very similar shot. He won't mind where off the bat it comes from. You can see he's got his light red helmet on. I wonder if that helmet was originally dark red and it's just been baked by the Malta sun. Can't tell from here. It's certainly a lighter colour than his pads.
That's a good delivery, Yorker length, and well played by Sam Aquilina. I think you could be right there, you know. I think I know that Sam's been playing a lot of cricket. I mentioned that in his day he was also applying for the national team Malta, and there's no surprise really because he's still got what it takes when it comes to being behind the stumps. He's an outstanding wicketkeeper, and I think if he gets in there, then maybe him and Michael Nazir can put a little gutsy partnership together. I think they do need to. You've got Azim Abbasi coming in next. We know that he can hit the ball pretty well, but then after that, they are going to struggle with the bat. So need a good partnership. As Ajayan goes for 10 in that last over.
That one is just nutmegged almost. There's an appeal belatedly from the bowler, Alwyn John, but the signal from the umpire means it's definitely come off some form of bat. That was quite a creative shot. I'm not sure how much Michael Nazir knew about that.
Well, let's have a look at it here, and that's it was a very good delivery. It looked like it was going to have him in trouble. You can see the bowler is about to appeal for LB, or thought he was going to get him bowled, but Michael Nazir jams the bat down on it, and you get 4 runs. Oh, well, how has this not hit the stumps? Once again here, I think the umpire needs to have a word with the bowler. Alwyn John is, every ball he's bowled, he's running right across the umpire. Now, there's no problem with him coming from this angle, but just look where he's running here, and this is naughty. That should not be happening. He should not be doing that. And, well, I think that's something that's probably been missed here by the match officials. They've been very good with this, with other bowlers, but, yeah, just Alwyn John getting away with what you shouldn't be doing here.
Of course, it's less about, he does better on that occasion, but the ball didn't end up where he wanted it to be. We're playing on AstroTurf, so it's less about getting out of that danger zone. It's more about just getting into good habits. And also, if he wants to appeal for any kind of decision, he needs to make sure the umpire can see what's happening down at the other end. And at the moment, he absolutely can't. A bit better on that occasion. But when he cuts right across the umpire, then you don't really allow the umpire to do his job. And of course, then any games that will be played on turf, and you're really in danger of cutting up that danger zone.
Shorter delivery, that's what bowled.
There he goes again.
Yeah, it's something that I'm pretty sure that Tyrone Peters will probably have a chat with the umpire about afterwards. And sometimes I think if it's not pointed out to the umpire, sometimes are not aware. They're so focused. Right, up in the air, this should be a straightforward catching opportunity, and it will be. Another wicket will go, no issues at all, as Arun Ajayan takes the catch. So another wicket will fall. So it's the end. It just goes. We've seen him do this before. I think it was out very similarly in the last match. He just goes too far across and puts himself in the wrong position.
And Michael Nazir, he has to go. We have to go to a lot of places this year, Rico. Look at that calendar for 2025, and how exciting is it to see both returning hosts but also new hosts, and it just shows how popular ECN is becoming. Everyone wants a piece of the action. Back to the live action here, and that's a low full toss, but Sam Aquilina can only guide it to the sweeper there on the square leg boundary.
Yeah, Sam now knows he's got to stick around. Yeah, I think you're right. It's always great to go. For me, what I find now is that I think I say this a lot. When you go back to places now, what all really excites me is the amount of new teams and new players that we're starting to see. And unfortunately, it's going to be a golden duck for Azim Abbasi, who has issues with the straight ball. Remember the last match, he had 9 balls, got 4 runs with 1 he managed to hit, which was a full bunger that was right at him. But when you put it straight, he's a little bit clueless. This one comes in beautifully from Jishnu Unikrishnan, who I said when I saw him bowl in the last match that he's going to take a lot of wickets. His left arm around the wicket, he's got the variations, he's got genuine pace, but more importantly, he gets the ball in the right areas, and it's going to be a golden quacker for Abbasi. He'll go first ball, and that means that Shurid Roy comes out to bat. I probably said bed there. Maybe he's come out of bed to come out to bat, because
well, he didn't play this morning.
He didn't play the first match. I think it'd be handy with the ball, Shurid, and it's wearing those dark shades which we saw him bowling in as well. When Krishnan gets that one wrong though. It's nicely played, just drops the bat onto this, takes a single. It's all about where they can get to here now. I mean, even if they're taking a run of ball, expected score in the 90s, says the computer. I mean, if they can just get one good over and push that to the 100 mark, still going to be below par, and they're still going to have to struggle. But it's balls like that you've got to be thinking of putting away, and in the end, they get nothing from it. That's not good cricket. When you're struggling and you know you're going to struggle to score runs, all right, you can forgive him for not putting the short ball away, but you've got to take a run there.
Yeah, absolutely, if they want to get up to those triple digits. But let's not forget they defended a 2-digit total in the first game they played against the power hitters, but despite the power hitters' name, they didn't really come out firing, especially in that first game, whereas I think Edex Knights, they have a lot of firepower in their lineup, so you imagine a low score is going to be very, very difficult to defend. The expected score now just gone down to 90, and another dot ball. That's not going to help the cause for Matadei. And that's the end of the over. Just 4 runs coming off it, 1 wicket as well, and that means Matadei 72 for 4 with 2 overs left.
Yeah, and the expected score going the wrong way for them. at the moment. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, it's one thing that I love when I go to new places, new teams, new players. And that then always is a sign to me that cricket is growing across Europe. And I think we're going to see a lot of that this year as well, going to some new destinations, going to places where you haven't been for a couple of years, like going back to Germany as well.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that, and also to Sweden. And I believe Belgium. Didn't go to Belgium last year, go back to Belgium myself. So a very exciting year ahead.
Absolutely. It's non-stop action here on the network. And of course, even after we finish today, you've got Phil G taking you through the Portugal Night Series. We really are treating you viewers to a cricket festival at the moment. And what was that, 7 days away from the Western Shield as well, so can't believe how much good quality cricket we have lined up as well.
Oh, that will help. That's going to be 4 runs. There's a little bit of the edge of the bat on this, and it just races all the way along the deck for 4 runs. Shuid Roy, doesn't matter how you get him, as Sam Aquilina will be telling him, because Sam's done very much the same. But if he can just pick up a few boundaries here, and we'll do ourselves a big favour. I'm trying to get to a fairly, well, a decent score, if you like. It's another one that gets worked away. This time goes to the fielder, no boundary. So you can see how quickly things change when a couple of wickets fall. So as soon as Patel and Tahir went, everything slows down. That could be out. I think that could be very close. In fact, I'm very surprised this is not given. And I don't know what this is missing, but that looked pretty clear cut to me. The umpire decides not. Let's have a look. He shuffles right across, and well, it doesn't have to hit middle, but umpire, I'm not really sure what the umpire. He had a little glance there at the square leg umpire as well.
I'm not
for
sure
some reason.
Not sure what his colleague is going to tell him there. He might have been slightly put off by the fact that Sam Aquilina was trying to turn it to leg. Maybe he gave the benefit of the doubt that was sliding down the leg side, but it looked like it might have been clattering that leg stump. But it's always easy when we have the slowed down replay from our friends at Two Circles to make those kind of calls.
Umpire has to be sure, and maybe the glance could have been, he might have been checking. Sometimes umpires do have a little look at square, and square leg gives you a little indicator of how far outside the crease the batter is. Sam Aquilina is the tall man. He might have had a good stride on that. He was out of his crease a little, but I think it's certainly, if I was standing there, it looked more out than in to me. But that's the way it goes sometimes. I said that when Cyril Gil Patel was given out in the first one. I said, you know, we all see things different. Sometimes they're given, sometimes they're not. That's another one that gets edged away. Well, Shuid Roy, he's probably thinking, I paid for every bit of this bat, including the edges, and I'm going to use them. And he's using to good effect at the moment.
Yeah, and they'll need a couple more of those. 5 balls left, 79 the score. Even if they can get up to 90, that's something to defend. That will help the cause. That's just straight down leg side. Jishu, he's got great figures so far. He's slightly spoiled by a couple of runs there, but his first over went for just the 4 runs and he picked up a wicket, so gonna want to finish strong here, and he goes for the slower ball. Sam just flat batting it back down the pitch, and you feel like it's only 4 wickets down. Matadei, they can just swing hard at it and hope for the best here.
Yeah, that's you can see that the runs have slowed down so much. At one point they were probably going to get to, as far as the computer was concerned, a sort of a score in the 90s, about 94 was on the cards. But now you can see that it's 10 less than that, 84. Well, they should get past that 84. They've got 3 balls to get there. That's defensively played. I'll be happy just to take the single, but that's not going to hurt to Edex Knight. So Edex Knight's once again looking to restrict Matadei to a score in the 80s. Remember, Matadei in reply to 166. Well, he got to 84 in the first match. It's nicely played away. This one is going to test the fielder, who gets a foot on it, makes the stop, gets the throw in, and they will come back for 2. Sam Aquilina is not the guy to mess with. Ajay John and Sam Aquilina, the 2 wicket keepers. They have a bit of a dance together, as they will now get to 84 with the ball to go. So can they get past at least what they scored in the first match? Malta Day. And they will, just by the one, you would imagine, as it's easily thrown back to the keeper. So 85, it will be 85 for 4. And considering that they got to the 50, 53 for 1 they were at the halfway point. Once again, when the key wickets go, Malta Day just weren't able to get the acceleration in. Certainly are missing some of those players. Sam Aquilina, like you said, he put a nice shift in there. He worked hard. Once again, he gets to double figures. 12 not out for him as the players make their way off.
Yeah, I think Sam was just a bit upset there. He might have miscalculated the number of overs that had been bowled, so he was hoping that there was 1 or 2 more overs to get the runs in. As it was, he couldn't count to 10, and yeah, there was a few boundaries there, but he can actually count on one hand the amount that we did see, as we saw some great haircuts, some decent enough fielding. But you imagine with the batting power that Edex has, this was a bit of a brain fade here. Another one of those classic ECN moments. But you imagine Malta Day a bit light on the batting here.
Yeah, they are. I mean, that's what I mean, that one was almost a wipeout for the wicketkeeper, Ajay John. But Patel, well, he almost got wiped out as well with that one. Dislodged in his lid. It's not often that you see that, but we told you here on European Cricket, you will see everything there is to see in cricket because we bring you so much of it. Cricketainment is what we're all about, and that's that poor shot there once again for Patel. Gets started, gets into the 30s, then gets himself out. Nazir started with 6 runs himself. This was a really good catch taken by Ajay John, and had a bit of a wardrobe change before he got there. And this was nice and easy as Arun Jayan doesn't make any mistakes when he holds on to that one. And the wicket's falling. Abbasi, not a happy chap as one gets through him. Roy, he did get some joy as he got 4 runs there, but those two, a little bit of tiki-taka. And you're right there, Sam Aquilina, I think he was thinking, what? Is that it? I thought there was one more over to go. No, Sam, it was not.
He's clearly having too much fun, but he had to make his way off the pitch. He was unbeaten on 12 off 14 deliveries. There was a bit of resistance at the top of the order. Srijay Patel, he's the key wicket. But when his wicket fell at the hands of Alwyn John, then the innings just about limped along to 85. But you imagine that's going to be well below par. But of course, they defended a low total in that first game they played against the power hitters. They'll have to do something similar here to take home the points.
Yeah, definitely will have to. Good bowling there. Alwyn John picks up the 2 wickets. And I think when you have a look at all of the bowling there, probably the only weakness there is Kanan. That's why he doesn't come back for his second. Under Kanan, he is being given the option to be the opening bowler, but he really has struggled with his line. But having said that, even though it didn't start well, they pulled it back in well with the likes of Jishnu, Vishnu, and of course then Jayan bowling very well indeed. So we're going to leave you with the mid-match summary, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes time to see if Edex Knights can indeed knock off these runs inside the 7 overs. And well, if they can, then we might be having some octopus talk. Join us back in 10 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Hello viewers and welcome back, and I think Edict Knights taking on Malta Day here, and Edict Knights will be looking to do what they did in the first match, and that is to get a comfortable win, take all the points, and well, that means 4 and 4. We call that the octopus, so looking to do the octopus over Malta Day here. Malta Day only getting 85 after a good start. Surajay Patel got to 30 and he was supported well there by Tahir, who got to double figures himself, but once those two were gone, then the runs stopped flowing, and Edict Knights 86 required for victory, 59 or less. I mean, we have seen miracles happen, so Malta Day, if they can pull off one of their world famous performances, they could do that, and Edict Knights could go away with no points when they're hunting for 4, but I get the feeling that Edict Knights will be looking to get off to a solid start. And of course the other problem that Malta Day have is that there's only 9, one more than the first match, so there's going to be a lot of gaps here in the field. It also means that bowlers that Muthu Kumran may probably not normally use in match scenarios will probably have to turn their arm over. They're going to start though with Abasi, who's bowled pretty well. He's got an unusual bowling action. He turned his foot over quite dangerously in the last match, but he did bowl well. And he took 1 for 20 in his 2 overs. Let's see if he can get a breakthrough straight away. So batters taking guard, and beautiful sunshine here in Malta at the moment. Currently just gone past midday, just about 10 minutes past 12. It's a good start, straight, defensively played. Bowler back to his mark, Abasi. Short, and that one could be close to a wide. The two umpires look at each other and decide that it's definitely over the shoulder. It'll be 1 for the over. Abasi sneaks that one in. The thing is though, he can't bowl another one. Just staying below the head of the batter, as Vishnu looking to attack that one. He'll attack this one. That's a nice looking shot. He takes a couple of steps forward, doesn't he, and then gets his eye in, gives himself a little bit of room as he sees the width there, and he plays an outstanding cut shot, gets it up and over the fielders on the 30-yard circle, and that's going to be 4 runs to start. And Vishnu, remember, was the player of the match in the first outing with these two, with a great knock of 79. He's off the mark with the boundary. Now he plays this one away, but there is a man back on third who'll make the save. Hands over the strike now to Ardash Kanan, who's hoping to get a few runs to his name. Kanan staying with the same. Kanan made 4 in the first match, so he's looking to improve on that. Says, I'm not ready yet, he says. The bowler obviously has to go back to his mark. Standing right in front of his stumps is Kanan. Abasi will be trying to get the ball in that area, and he does. It's good delivery. Nice approach from Abasi this time. Not trying to run in too fast, keeping his body nice and upright, nice momentum. Swing, and he's going to get lucky here, and in fact that will go all the way to the boundary. 4 runs. It's a slightly shorter one from Abasi. I think Abasi here, you're better off when you see a batter the way Kanan is just going for the pegs full and straight, especially when he's deep in his crease, standing right in front of the stumps. Goes for the shorter one. There's a bit of an edge, goes to the boundary, and that means 9 come off the first over. Speaking of 9 matches we've had now since a golden ball, as Tina joins me back in the commentary box.
That'll definitely be one that I treasure. My first golden ball on comms, and couldn't have shared it with a better person, Rico. And that was a fun game, wasn't it?
It was a very, very good game. As that's lofted high in the air. Opportunity. Patel makes no mistakes. Holds on to the catch, and that's a big wicket. Vishnu, who made 79 in the first, will depart. Shivajay Patel, he never looked like we was going to drop this. Right under it. Takes the catch. Strong, solid pace. And that's a big wicket. And Malta Day, well, that's one that they send back. Of course, they've got a few more that they've got to pick up. But when you see the hard-hitting Vishnu going back, you know you've given yourself a chance. Well done to Shubhu Dasgupta, who takes the first wicket.
A good catch there, and they'll be very happy to see the back of Vishnu. He scored 79, the captain, in the first game of this doubleheader, but he does have to depart for just 5 on this occasion. It brings his partner in crime, Jishnu, out, who also did the damage in the first game. He scored 45 before that unfortunate run out. So it doesn't get any easier for Malta Day, but they'll have to keep hold of their chances, and they did that there.
Yeah, you couldn't have asked for anyone better to be under that one. And Dasgupta just gets that one wrong. And it bowls it down. It bowls it wide, and now it looks like he wants to change his angle to the left-hander. Wants to come round the wicket to Jishnu Unikrishnan, who looks like a pretty good all-rounder. We certainly saw him. And, well, he might be a good all-rounder, but not today, because he's going to hoik out. You said they've got to hold their catches, and they do. What a good catch that is. Nicely taken. And Shuid Roy makes no mistakes. Gets a little bit of width, wants to go after it. Finds Roy, holds on to the catch. And Unikrishnan will go first ball, golden duck. Game on. Malta Day. Are they going to pull off another one of those famous victories?
Well, we said that that's what they're famous for, those low-scoring thrillers. They've already done it once in this series, beating the power hitters by 5 runs when they had less than 100 on the board themselves. They're going to do something very similar here. The batter is very slow, actually, in getting out to the crease. We don't want to see another one of those 5 penalty runs, but that was a great catch by Surid Roy. He's got his sunglasses on, and he needs them today, and whatever he's wearing, it worked, because that went straight to him, but it was a sharp catch, and he took it well.
He did take it well. And well done to Dasgupta after getting it wrong first time to the lefty. Comes round the wicket, gets the wicket. 2 wickets in the over. And, well, that one's is always going to be a wide. And Vashak Ajikuma comes out here. And, well, you would have thought a nice, gentle, full toss on the leg side is one that he would have unleashed into. But he just allows that one to go past him. Gone. Full straight. 3rd in the over. Well, he leaves the ball on the leg side and takes the wide. And that means he gets one that's right on the stumps. What an over this is. It's gone wicket wide, wicket. 3 wickets in the over. And Vishak Ejikuma also goes for a golden duck.
It's takeoff here for Boeing. 747 on his back. And he sends those bails flying. And what an over. He's got into a bit of a pattern. He's gone wide. He's gone wicket wide, wicket. Who knows what's going to come next, but that does mark the end of Ajikuma. He goes for a golden duck. I feel something in the water here. Malta Day obviously do too, and they're right up for this.
Wow. The 9 men of Malta Day. Edix Knights, who scored 166 for 4 in the first match between these two, and restricted Malta Day to 84, won by 82 runs. They're 11 for 3. And this is probably going to be a wide, I suppose, if we follow the pattern.
Oh.
And no, it's played down just for a single. As is Boss Paul, who's come out to join Kanan. And what an over this is. Well, people, wake up. And for those of you that thought, yeah, I'll come back later because this game is done. Well, you're wrong. Big time wrong. Kanan hasn't never looked comfortable. That's an awful delivery, and well, Sam Aquilina does his best to try and stop it, but it just keeps going, and it's a minimal. I don't think I've ever seen an over like this. It's a Gandhi ball, and even the outstretched arm of Ekolina can't stop that. So that's 5. Oh, Shubu, what have you done there? That's Gupta. The 7-4-7 of Malta. So that's 8 of the over. 17 for 3. Just drops the bat on this one. It's almost like Kanan doesn't want to take any further risk here. He says, nah, and, I'm just going to put the bat on ball, not trying to hit it too hard. This is really going to be a good test of character for the Edex Knights. I mean, they're still on top 75% to 25, and that little shot there will help their cause. There's a little tickle around the corner from Adaj Kanan. Maybe he's just settled down a bit. Maybe he's a nervous starter, but this is quite a nice shot. He watches it all the way, and yeah, just that little tickle around the corner. He doubles his score, moves to 8. And problem is always going to be, there's going to still be a few gaps out there with Malta Day in the field. End of what has been quite a remarkable over. In the end, it will go for 12, but 3 wickets did fall in there as Edex Knights are 21 for 3.
That was a real Jekyll and Hyde over there from Shubo. Got the 3 wickets, got 7 wides in there as well. But I think from Mataday's perspective, they'll be more than happy to give away a few runs if they can get those wickets. They can't give away too many though. They're only defending 85. Edex Knights, despite losing 3, they're already a quarter of the way there. So this is finely balanced, and Mataday, they've already been involved in 1 golden ball. They couldn't do it again, could they?
Well, could they? Could they not? I mean, a couple more wickets here and they're in, you know. A couple more wickets and they are definitely in. Marco Nazir. Oh, it's a wild swing at this one. Wide will be called. Speaking of wickets, I know that that's Gupta. 3 for 12 so far. I'm pretty sure he'll come back to bowl his second, but well done to Raul Huda of the Lisbon Capitals yesterday, who put his name in the Hall of Fame with a fifer, which included, of course, a hat-trick. 5 for 17. He ended up on the losing side, though, as Gurkha. Then he did stumble to 90. It was enough to hold on for a win. And that's Suhan Gumiri played a fine, gutsy 49 not out to help him get to that score. So, and it was good action in the second match there. First one, unfortunately, the rain played its part and it had to be abandoned. Just quite sensible batting at the moment. Boss Paul knows he doesn't really have to swing hard and give his wicket away. The rate around the 8 mark, and you'd imagine that there'll be some extras along the way and a couple of boundaries which will get them home. So you don't have to go too crazy. It gets played away. Should be looking for 2 here. Batters are running really slowly. One batter's got the right idea, but Kanan just doesn't really get a move, and he plays the shot there, and as soon as he hits it, it's almost like he doesn't want to.
Yeah, it's a strange one there from Kanan. Don't forget the opener, he's been out there the whole time while carnage has unfolded at the other end.
That's a good shot. It was a little teaser. That's going to be 1 bounce for. It's Marco Nazir floats it up there to Boss Ball, who up until there has been reluctant to play the aggressive shot. There's a bit of a teaser saying, all right, do you want it or not? And Boss Ball says, well, actually, this one I will have 4 more.
That's the problem that Mataday face at the moment. They're getting the wickets, but they're also leaking runs. 9 already from this over. It's
a little nerdle. And then this one, well, will it be 2? Will it be 4? In fact, it'll be 4. And you mentioned, Tina, about the problems, and that's another one. That's what we're talking about. They just can't patrol and cover all of these areas, being 2 men down. And it's end of the over as that one gets turned away. So 34 it will be for 3 wickets down. At this point, though, when you look at the 2 power plays like for like, Malta Day with 37 without loss. You'll see that coming up on the graphic here now. But of course, at this point, they were going well. But then afterwards, as you see from the skyscrapers there, only on one other occasion did they get to 10. So they started going downwards, whereas you can see here, the Edex Knights, after that incredible over, they're going in the right direction. They don't go back to 7-4-7. After that over from Nazir goes for 13. Nazir, by the way, has had all the 13s. He scored 13, was out for 13, and now he's given away 13. Maybe that's a sign.
Unlucky for some.
Single gets taken. That's good from Kanaan. So as I said, you can take the singles and put away the bad ball and keep chipping away at the rate, and pretty soon a run of ball will do it. But a couple more wickets for Malta Day. Can they get a couple more? In fact, it is Dasgupta. Didn't think he was coming back on. He does. That's nicely played. And once again, should be looking for two here. Michael Nazir takes the long way round to get to it as he bowls it back in. And they could even go again. They will. Nazir, it's an awkward one back to Dasgupta. He can't stop it. And it's going to be 3 comfortable runs taken by the batters.
That's exactly what Malta Day can't afford to do. They can't afford overthrows. Not many extras either. They've already bowled 8 wides. That's already contributed significantly to the total, which means even with wickets falling, the run rate's ticking down.
It's hit nicely straight down the ground, right in between the two fielders, Patel and Nazir. 4 more. Good shot that from Kanaan. He seems to have, remember he didn't score any first time round, and he looked a bit shaky. But obviously he's there as an opener, so they do believe that he can get the job done. And it's a good time to do it when you've seen 3 wickets fall at the other end. Maybe now he's going to show his worth and stick around and get them home. 44 then, of 39, and it's almost got to a run of ball now with that boundary. It's down the leg side, but he gets away with this. It probably would have been more tricky for Sam Aquilina to try and stop it if it was left alone. So he gets the run. Bit of false economy there for the batter.
This is a good little partnership building for the Knights. It's past 30 now. It looked shaky at 11 for 3, but they've steadied the ship now, and these two, if they just hang around, you imagine it's an easy chase for them, and they're actually playing very sensibly at the moment. They don't need to go for any big shots, especially if it's a half decent ball, so they're happy to just knock it around. And as you said, Rico, it's about a runner ball, so nothing spectacular needed here from the Knights.
Yeah, nothing spectacular. And just to remind you that we will have that world exclusive with Johnny Grimmett straight after this match, so stay tuned. And gone. Gets a little inside edge on it. Well, we were saying it was quite clever from them. And Adarsh Kanaan then decides he wants to go for the big shot. He gets an inside edge onto his stumps. The 4th wicket falls, and Shubhu Dasgupta has taken a forfeit. 4 for 22. Well, we saw 4 here yesterday as well. And that was from Tunka Kandal. And here's another one. Well bowled. And Malta Day, they're not giving this up, you know. They are not giving it up. 42 runs still required.
Just as we said that they didn't need to do anything rash, just play sensible shots. Adarsh Kanaan brings out a big old swipe across the leg side. And that's exactly what his team didn't need. You can see the run rate is really not really an issue at the moment, but they can't keep throwing away their wickets. 44 for 4. Shubho, he's got 4. He might find himself, actually no he won't, that is the end of his spell, so he doesn't get himself on the leaderboard, but he'll be more than happy bowing with his 4 for 22 off his 2 overs. I think they're throwing the ball to Surid Roy here. He took that great catch earlier in the innings, and he's going to do a bit of right arm bowling with his sunglasses on.
He bowled well the other day. I like this move. I mean, you could go with Muthu as well, but they're going with Roy. And he starts well. Good, here he is as he gets this one past Boss Paul. So Owen John at the non-strikers end is coming at number 6. Edix Knights, yeah, I think they'll be shaking a little bit here, you know. Malta Day in the air. Oh, just out of the reach off the fielder as it gets past the boundary rope there now. That's, well, Russ is now inside with the officials. Maybe it's getting too hot for him. He's run out of sun cream, but that was really close. Tremendous effort from the fielder, but he will go for 4.
Well needed 4 there. After a series of 4 balls that went for just 2 runs and that all-important wicket. Bose ball with the counter-attack here. Hit that one nicely to the boundary. 48 for 4.
Well, that's a single. That's the thing here for Edix Knights. There's always the single, but is having that mentality, isn't it? Is having the mentality to say we can do it in singles. I saw it in the internationals there in Porto. when it was Roman who could have just taken singles and won the match there for Portugal, but went for the big shot, and Ravi Panchal on the boundary took the catch, and that was them all out. So it's just sometimes you just can't resist yourself. Can these batters refrain from playing those crazy shots and just do the right thing for the side and see them home? Bad ball, put it away, but anything on the stumps you've got to respect. Oh, that's well bowled again. Good areas. There's Alwyn John swinging and missing. Not off the mark yet, remember. And also, I think having someone like Sam Aquilina behind the stumps makes a big difference. Classy keeper. Let's play it away. They will take the single. In comes the throw. Oh, it gets thrown away here. They're going to get to... I'm not sure what the fielder was thinking, throwing at the bowler's end. And the thing is, it was a bad throw. It was halfway down the track. So Alwyn John is able to double up. It's the end of the over. And that brings the 50 up. 51 for 4 after 5.
We've seen that on a few occasions now, that Malta Day, the fielders have thrown in the ball. Really a half-hearted effort to get a run out. And the problem is, because there are a few fielders light, chances are there won't be someone there to provide the backup. Someone who is here backing us up the whole time is Phil G, and he'll be on the mic tonight to take us through these two games.
What a match that's going to be. Punjab CC Amadora versus Marlow. Two big teams, big players, going head-to-head, and that definitely is a top-of-the-table clash there. And let's hope that the weather there in Portugal doesn't spoil that happening at the Miranda de Corbo ground. Muthu Kumran comes on and gets one straight through the wild swing of Boss bowlers on 20 of 10. And you probably feel that maybe he could be holding the key here to victory. Edex Knights 87% to 13. At one point, they were 92%. That's not a good delivery down the leg side. At one point, they were 92% favourites to win this. So Malta Day, well, there's that number 13 again. We talked about that 13. It keeps appearing. And maybe it's a sign for us that something special is about to happen here. 52 for 4. 34 required in 29. Lofted up. Hit firmly. Michael Nazir should make the stop. Now this is, I think, where I think you take a bit of a gamble. If I'm Malta Day, Alwyn John, who is now on strike. Tina, would you just bring a couple in either side just to stop the single and get in catching positions?
Depends what they want to do. The bonus point, remember, is also up for grabs, as that one is up in the air. And that's exactly what you were thinking, I imagine, Rico. You've seen this game before, that they just had one in on the ring on the leg side. Maybe he could have run around to catch that.
See, I'm thinking that Malta Day win this match by bowling them out. And to bowl them out, you've got to have fielders in catching positions. To Boss Paul, you go back because he's in. But to Alwyn John, I think you keep it tight. You get players in catching positions, one each side. You still can have your sweepers out, but get one inside, short mid-wicket, and somebody in short on the offside, short cover, just to stop those singles. Well bowled. Muthu puts the foot out, stops the single. Nice to see Muthu out there having a bowl. Remember, he took a nasty one on the lid himself. Good bowling, wicket to wicket bowling. That's what he's got to be saying to himself. I think all the bowlers of Malta Day, wicket to wicket. If they're going to win it, make them play. And not there though, as that is going to probably go all the way. It's not a good delivery. It will be Manos arriba, seis carreras. As that is going to hurt, especially when you're needing just 7 and over. It's not a good ball. He strays it down the leg side. And this time, well, Boss Paul missed out on one earlier. Doesn't miss out on this. Big 6.
Yeah, it looked more up than out, but it did just get the legs to go beyond the shorter boundary there behind the stumps. That was a well-needed 6, and they could still be in for the bonus point, but they will need a big over, as that will... They'll try and go for 2. No, they're happy with just the 1. That does keep Paul on strike there, and that takes us to the end of the 6th over. Edex Knight 61 for 4. So if they go magical, they could potentially pick up the old octopus. 25 needed off the 6 balls for that, but they'll be having their sights firmly set on at least those 3 points for the win.
Yeah, I think you're right there. I think the Edix Knights will see it as a lost opportunity by not getting 4 points here. But considering they lost those 3 wickets very quickly and were 11 for 3, I think now really they're just thinking, you know, a win is a win. We'll take the win. They've got to deal with Roy one more time. And a boss ball on strike. Down the leg side, gets a bit of pad onto this. They'll take that leg by. It's a dangerous line to be bowling to Boss Paul. But now this is where I want to see the change here. This is where I want to see somebody come, mid-wicket come up into the circle, catching position, or just stopping him get the single, because that's all I think Elwyn John will be probably wanting to do here. Well bowled, swing and a miss, nicely taken there by Sam Aquilina. So he's played a miss at quite a few of these as Alwyn. Remember, he only got lucky with a double up when there was overthrows. So Roy, can he drift one closer into the stumps? He can, and he knocks them over. Well bowled. That's another one. Alwyn John goes. Shuid Roy gets through the swing of John. So another one bites the dust. And Edix Knights, needing 24, lose their 5th wicket.
Well bowled by Surid Roy, and you can see how much that meant to him by that celebration. He's been plugging away so far without success. He's kept the runs down, and now he's rightfully got a wicket to add to the collection. You can see Roy going for the big old celebration, the big fist pump, and well done him as he does get the wicket. It's the 5th wicket for the Edix Knights there, 62 for 5.
Well, Ian Smollen, Monica Ramos, and Simon, John Gray, James Stewart. What are you thinking? Are we going to see another classic victory here for Malta Day? A new bat comes in, is Manu Mohanan. Just watches this onto the bat. Will they go to here? They could do. He's taking it on. He's a little bit slow going, but it's a wild throw. He will get to. Oh, well, a good throw here. He was in trouble, you know. He wasn't the quickest, but he watches that onto the bat. Here we go. Have a look at this. We'll have a quick look of it before bowler comes in. Yeah, it's just a bad throw. Back to the live action then. Same thing again. Just gets in line, drops the bat on it. This time it will just be the single. Thing is, they can afford to do that as long as Boss Paul stays there. You feel now, Tina, that Boss Paul, he stays there, they win the match.
Absolutely. And it looks like the bonus point will be off the table for them. And we do have a question in the chat, and our friends with the spanners have already explained it. But maybe at the end of this over, Rico, you can just go through the bonus point for our new viewers if they're not entirely familiar with the concept, as this one runs away for 5 wides. And it's always the way we mention the end of the over, and the bowlers say, no, not quite done yet, so that one will have to be re-bowled.
Yeah, it's not a good delivery. Sam Aquilina does the best that he can. He's blinded, he tries to get across, misses him completely, and goes all the way for 5 wides. Remember, that's the 2nd time we've seen 5 wides. We know that it was given away by Das Gupta as well when he was bowling so well. It's better areas, that's where you've got to be. It is the end of the over. Yeah, I mean, the bonus point is quite clearly an opportunity for either side to get an extra point on their name. If it's the batting side, it means that you get, if you're batting second, you get the opportunity to chase down the target inside 7 overs. If you can do that, you take a point away from the opposition. Otherwise, if you don't do it in 7, like what we've seen here, Malta Day will, even if they lose here, they'll take a point. So they've gained a point, but if they got to the score there in the 7, then it would be all the points to the Edix Knights. So that's how the bowling, the bonus point works. Quite straightforward, really. And that's what you see in brackets. That's what the fielding side would have had to have restricted. They would have had to restricted the Edix Knights to a score of 59 if they were to take that bonus point.
Thank you for that, Rico. Sometimes it can get a bit confusing, but actually when you lay it out like that, it's very easy, and that's very easily going to go to the boundary. It's off the bat of Boss Paul, and he's bossing it at the moment. That's another 4 runs to his score.
Yeah, with that boundary now, you think they're almost there. Just the 11 runs required for victory. It's a nice looking shot, and he's just composed himself, Boss Paul, for the moment. And now he goes big. Where's this one going to drop? Fortunately for him, it's going to, where's it going to drop? In that 30-yard circle. And Malta Day, that's a couple that are going in there. Can you imagine if those went to hand? Everybody now goes, once again they go back. As, oh, that's straight through, big swing and a miss. As now Manu Mohanan tries to get that one away. Misses out on it. This is Michael Nazir battling as always.
He's a real fighter, Nazir. He's not going to give up any game without giving it his all.
It's played away nicely. Just bobbles away a few times to Roy, who comes into the side and made a difference really straight away with his fielding and with his bowling. And that is launched, and that is going to be a biggie. Bolle, 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 kinna sona, as Boss Paul moves to 39. And more importantly, he almost brings them home. Any boundary now will win it for the Edix Knights. Malta Day, you've got to give them credit. They have fought and fought hard, as you know they would do. And they have taken it into the 9th over. But can they take it into the last? But only 3 required now of 12 deliveries.
They have avoided the octopus with Malta Day picking up that 1 point, but it looks like that will be the only point they pick up today with Edix Knights. Very much on the cusp of victory here. It looks like Malta Day have turned back to Abbasi to bowl his second over. And the umpire not quite ready yet, but it could all be over in one big hit here, Rico.
Yeah, it certainly could be. Here we go. And, well, up in the air. He could take a wicket, Abbasi, and he will. So, well done to him, as Manu Mohanan probably wanted to be a hero and finish it off with a boundary. He won't do. He just skies it in the air. And well done to Abbasi. We'll get a wicket caught and bowled. So, we'll get a chance to see a new batter who's going to be coming in at the striker's end.
Well, it's not impossible here. You've got Boss Paul stranded at the moment at the non-striker's end. Can you imagine whoever's on strike here? Yes, they can go and try and be the hero, but equally just knock it into the gap, as it's Elson Eldo, who didn't play in the game this morning. He comes on. He could make the headline straight away if he finishes it off now.
Yeah, but where's the pressure?
Yep.
Where's those close fielders? Where's the pressure on the new batter? There isn't any. Abbasi with the ball, and they will take a very casual little single. So that's the little things Malta Day have to look back at here when they, when they've had those opportunities to apply pressure, they haven't taken it, and they've allowed Boss Paul the freedom to have things his own way. And now he's looking to finish it off, and quite fittingly too. If he does, 39 or 20 at the moment. And that one is going to be okay, says the umps. Nice bit of bounce. Will probably be the one for the over for Azim Abbasi. So they're going to have to wait just a little bit longer. 2 of 10. And the wicket off Boss Paul right here could certainly make things interesting. Follows him, but that's going to be it, as that one will go all the way to the boundary. Will it? No, they only take the single.
No.
They only take the single. Everybody's watching the ball.
Oh.
Sam Aquilina, the wicket keeper, the fielders, the batters. It should have been the match done and dusted, but they take one. They've tied. They still need 1 run. A new batter on strike. Surely you bring everybody in now. Yeah, the scores are tied. Surely you do. They don't.
Well bowled.
Yeah, well, I wonder if the one before was called one for the over. And that would be a horrible way to end it. They call this on a no ball. It's certainly, oh, maybe it's just okay. Yeah, it's just okay. No problems. Abbasi, can they take it into the last with the scores tied? Azim Abbasi And no run. They will take it into the last over with the scores tied. But this match should be done. Boss Paul should have run too. He doesn't, but he will go back on strike to see if he can finish it off at the start of the last over.
Well, I hope they're keeping our lunch warm, Rico, because we thought we'd be tucking in by now. But as it is, we are going into the final 10th over. It looks like it will be Captain Mutu who will take the responsibility. And the good news for the Knights is that Boss Paul, who's already on 40 off just 22 deliveries, he'll be facing up. But stranger things have happened. It's just the one needed, and they've got Srijay Patel still out on the boundary here, but I think everyone else is more or less in the ring.
And that is it, done and dusted. Well, maybe he just wanted to finish it with 6. He hits this ball big and just marches off, does Boss Paul. He'll finish on 46 of 23 deliveries. And EDX Knights, well, it's not quite the way they wanted this victory. I think they definitely did have their eyes on 4 points. But thanks to some very good bowling from Das Gupta, who picked up those 4 wickets, 4 for 22, 3 of them in 1 over. And they were made to sweat a little bit, and they needed that innings from Boss Paul to get them the win.
Yeah, and they really struggled, EDX Knights. We've seen that Malta Day have had some success in the past at defending low totals. They did it earlier in this ECS, but they didn't quite repeat the trick, as we see what's coming up later this afternoon as well. We've got another double header coming for you between Swika United and Red Stars. Red Stars we haven't seen in the tournament yet so far. All of their games have been washed out, so it will be good to see them take to the field. But it's Malta Day and EDX Knights who are leaving the field for the final time today. EDX Knights didn't quite get the old octopus, but they'll be more than happy with 7 out of 8 points for this morning's showings.
Yeah, the Red Stars, we did see them last time round. They had a 3-8 record when they didn't qualify last year in November, and a couple of names missing from them as well. One of their key players was Sobu George. He's not in the side there, and even the likes of Dilshad, who was very good for them, scored 120 runs, not there. So they're going to struggle, but they have got some new players in there. Let's see how they fare. And Swika United, they look strong. Mahbub Ali in the side there. Mohammed Qasim, very good player, as well as is Ajmal. And then I really did like the way Jaspal Singh and Gurjeet Singh played the other day. And of course, you got the likes of Wasim Abbas and Bishanai in their squad as well. Very good, strong side. I expect them to go all the way. And EDX Knights, well, they're a team that know what it's like to go all the way. They have been in many finals, but yet to win one. But they have won both their matches here today. 4 points first time up against Malta Day. But this time, it was looking like they wanted 4, but they have to settle for just the 3.
That will still take them to the top of Group B, so they'll be more than happy with that. And could this finally be their year after they've got close on so many occasions? But they did show a bit of frailty in their batting lineup, chasing down a small total of 85. They still lost 6 wickets. You could see it was a lot of poor shot selections here that did it for the Knights. Really just swinging wildly at straight balls, but a bit of smart batting and a bit of sloppy fielding meant that they did make it over the line.
Yeah, I think the fielding, you're quite right. There were some unnecessary runs given away. But I think when you think they took it down to the last over and it was 5 balls to go in the end, you just feel that they could have put just a little bit more pressure on the EDX Knights batters, especially those that weren't a Boss Paul. And I think if they did that, who you never know where things could have ended up. Well, we know where that one ended up. That ended up for a huge 6, and it's not the first time he did it. This one, though, Abbasi, he does pick up a wicket, and he does also, with only going for 2 in that 9th over, take it into the 10th. That was a strange one. Nobody wanted to run. I mean, the birds might have been frightened, but the batters and the fielders just looked at the ball and they only took 1. But that meant that Boss Paul could finish it off probably in the way that he wanted to with a huge 6. Well batted for him, 46 of 23. We'll have a quick look at the scorecard. And don't go away, remember, we've got that world exclusive with Johnny Grimmer coming up right after this match. Stay tuned to that. And Shubu will get the player of the match, by the way, for 4 for 22. We'll see him at the moment, but on that scorecard, what an important innings that 46 was. Other than that, there was 16 there from Kanan, but extras also joint top second top scorer with 16. So player of the match, There he is, 4 wickets, same as Kandal did yesterday. He also got the player of the match, 4 for 22. Well done to Malta's version of the 7-4-7. I think it's a match that he certainly will remember. But it wasn't enough, as it would be 2 wins out of the 2 for the Edix Knights. Going to leave you with the match summary, but remember, coming right up now is the world exclusive of the legend in Malta himself, not just a player, but also an entertainer, Johnny Grimmer. While on the road with the European Cricket Network, we meet some amazing individuals, legends of cricket. And here in Malta, there is no exception. A man that I met back in 2020 has become a very good friend of mine, the legendary John Grimmer.
Hi everybody, I'm Johnny Grimmer, known in Malta as Johnny G, the entertainer. Being born in Sydney, Australia, and growing up there, I went to school and I got interested in cricket. We had a really good teacher. In those days, because you play cricket for your school, they gave us a pass to go see the test matches at the Sydney Cricket Ground. I didn't live that far away, only about 3 or 4 miles away from the Sydney Cricket Ground, and I remember going on my own to watch test matches, and I was wicketkeeper for my school. And then we came to Malta, and I didn't play cricket for quite a while, until I was about 30, because I used to work in those early days. And one day I was singing in a restaurant. That's my job, play guitar and sing. And one of the regular clients, I went to shake his hand. His name was Dennis Bradley, but he said, no, I can't shake your hand, as I hurt my hand today. I said, how'd you do that, Dennis? He said, playing cricket. I said, playing cricket? And I didn't sing another song all night. We just talked about cricket the whole night, and my boss wasn't very impressed, but I loved the game of cricket. And he said, come down to Marsa. That's where we are here today, and that was 1991, and I haven't missed a season since then. Number is number 16, which was the number I entered the Malta cricket team, number 16, and that's a long time ago, in the second tour that the Malta cricket team did. 102 was the score. I scored my first century versus the HMS Ark Royal was in Malta, and they came over to play a game, and I scored my first century against them many years ago. Besides still playing for the Marsa Cricket Club, I enjoy doing the scoring, and I've been on international tours with the Malta cricket team as scorer, and the recent one in the World Cup qualifiers I went as manager, and I was very proud to do that for the Malta cricket team. The first memorabilia I like to show is the match ball from my first century. It says here HMS Ark Royal, 16th of June 1993, 102 not out. In 1996 I was wicket-keeper on that tour for the Malta cricket team, and we're playing there at Radley College. I'm the only one who's still playing from that. We had the captain there, John Appiah, John Rosser. Some of them have passed away, unfortunately. Yeah, but very memorable. Long time ago. The next one is the trophy I got for the best wicket keeper in the ECC trophy, and that's in Corfu in 1999. I had a lot of highlights in my career as entertainment. I've played in America 5 times for the Maltese community over there. I did a tour of Denmark as well, two tours of Denmark. And in Malta, I was very proud in 2008 to be awarded by the Ministry of Tourism the Star Award for entertainment and animation of bars, hotels and restaurants in Malta.
when I played for Essex Seniors. I won wicketkeeper of the tournament twice in a row, and this is the latest one from this year, player of the tournament for Essex Seniors. Essex tourist, very proud to be part of the squad. I guess the icing on the cake of playing cricket for such a long time will be to win something in a World Cup. Here's the trophy I got for best fielder and the second over 60s Cricket World Cup in Chennai. That was this year. Very, very proud of that, to bring it here to little Malta and to this special club which has been my place to play cricket for the last 33 years. Outside of cricket, I've got my personal life as well, of course, and my passion is now fishing. I've got a nice little fishing boat, nothing too special, but just enough to get me off the coast, and I like to go with my sons fishing with my two sons, and I like to take my two granddaughters out for a nice little spin. They enjoy it very much, being on the sea in the summer, very relaxing. I just love it. That's been my passion now, fishing, for the last, say, 5 years, since I've retired now. But the other passion, of course, in my life was music.
In the gym, you've all kicked off your shoes. Country road, take me home to the place where I belong.
I always played the guitar for a long time. I started off with my brother as a duo, and then we had a band, a country and western band called Silverado, very popular in Malta. And then I went solo, and I played in the top hotels here, in the Golden Sands and the Luna Complex, Malia Bay Hotel, and the Great Dane Restaurant. They kept me going for many, many years. And now I just do it casually whenever I feel like I want to entertain. Well, there's been quite a few memorable things on the field and comical, but the one that I think that made me famous was when I got hit with the ball in the eye, just above the eye, and I was standing up because it was a bit too close to the stumps, and the ball just came up, and I put my gloves up, and the ball went straight through, hit me in the face, and yes, blood came out. But I knew that we were on camera, so I wanted to get off the field as soon as possible for the game to resume, and also I'm sure I thought they're going to be off camera, off me at the time, so I wanted to get off the field, so I was running towards the boundary. And I couldn't see where I was going really, but after seeing the video, which everybody's seen I think by now, was that the paramedic was coming on the field towards me, and all of a sudden he's calling the doctor who was there, and he wasn't looking where I was going, and we crashed into each other, and I was nearly knocked out just after that. It was a bit comical because it was an injury, but everything turned out really, really well, and I'm glad that everyone enjoyed watching it at least.
Well, Johnny G, it's been absolutely fantastic taking the time out to talk to you. I know we've known each other for a very long time. It's been great that you've shared some of those memories with us. But there's one thing that we haven't spoken about just yet, and that, of course, is the European Cricketer song.
Absolutely. There was this very, very special moment when you were here in Malta, and 2020, and you wrote some lyrics, and you said, Johnny, I wrote some lyrics about European cricket. Do you think you could put some music to it? I said, well, there's no harm in trying. And after 2 or 3 takes, I said, how do you like this? And he said, yes, spot on, Johnny.
I absolutely loved it. And I think without further ado, I know that we all want to see and hear you sing it, but I hope you've loved this special. And stay tuned to the European Cricket Network for some more of our special features. Take it away, Johnny.
Thank you very much, Rico. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got.
There you go.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome back to the European Cricket Network, where we have a sunny day here in Malta for our ECS Series Malta 2025. And we're in the middle of a really good double-header Group B game between Swiki United and Red Stars. But before we talk a bit about the teams, let's see what happened out in the middle with Tyrone Peters at the all-important toss.
Red Stars to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Wee. It's the tails.
We're going to bat first.
You're going to bat first.
So there you see Swiki United win the toss. They decide to bat. And well, Swiki, they've only had one game so far, and they squeaked past the Edex Knights, winning by 3 wickets. It was Jaspal Singh who top scored in that game, and Wasim Abbas, we know how dangerous he can be with bat and ball as well. As for the Red Stars, we're yet to see them so far in this tournament. Their games have been called off because of the weather we had at the start of the tournament. But the weather is looking good today, and Captain Tony Thomas, he'll be hoping to get the first win on the board for his Red Stars. Joining me in the commentary box and leading you through these 2 games this afternoon is Rico Full. Take it away, Rico.
Thank you very much, Tina. Take it away, me. I will take it away, and take it away, Johnny G. So I know a lot of people enjoying that piece. Well done to Dan Horace for putting that together. And of course, Johnny G, he was here a bit earlier, but unfortunately had to leave because of a slight family emergency. But hopefully we'll see him back a little bit later. But yeah, he certainly is an ambassador of cricket here, of course, in Malta. Swiki United then taking on the Red Stars. A lot of big players there on the Swiki United side. Good signs for the likes of Jaspal Singh and Gurjeet Singh when we saw the other day. They were instrumental in that win in a high-scoring match against the Edex Knights, 143 to 144, winning off the last ball. And of course, you also got big Mahbub Ali in the side as well, Mr. Lala himself. And then with the ball, Wasim Abbas. And also, you've got Abhishek Bisonai, 2 very good bowlers. And I think when you look at all of that, and the Red Stars being a little bit light on some of the key players that we saw from them last year, no Sobby George in the side, and Jimmy James, who bowled very well for them. So that's why I see Swiki United 84% to 16 favourites in this one. Umpires have made their way out. Umpire Jit, it looks like he's going to be at the bowler's head. And Swiki, they're not messing around here. They're winning the toss. It's a beautiful day, and they are going to have a bat first in their very striking kit, the red and the black. And from the size of the man who's at the striker's end, I can tell you that it is going to be Mahbub Ali who is going to open up the batting. He scored well, scored 30 of 10 when we saw them last time with that win against the Knights. Looking to catch up, of course, with the Knights getting 7 points here today with those 2 victories over a Malta day. So welcome to viewers that are tuning in. Hello to Lance. Paul Kempin joins us. Thomas Martinez. ¿Cómo estás, Thomas? ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo está el tiempo in Madrid? And of course, I hope to see you in Madrid. Of course, that is now on our schedule. We'll be coming to Madrid and looking forward to seeing you there. And Dave is also joining in the chat. Looking forward to a very good afternoon. And of course, it will be a good afternoon, but also a sad one, because it is also, of course, Tina's last day here. We'll see Tina back on commentary at the start of the Western Shield, but do come on and say your goodbyes, and of course your thank yous to Tina, who of course started off here with Vinny Sandhu, and of course both of those will be reunited at the Karama Oval for the start of the Western Shield. Good start then from Sanjeev Vijayan. Took 13 wickets last year, was their leading wicket taker, so he's one that you're going to be careful with. They are called the Red Stars, but not a lot of red on their kit. And the red belongs at the moment to Swiki United. It's clipped away, but only to the fielder. Will take just a single. There's Mahbub Ali. Hands a strike over now to Mohammed Qasim. Pleased to report that for the first time that I've been here in Malta, I'm not wearing my thick ECN bomber jacket. That came in handy the past few days, but the sun is shining. I have got my ECN jumper on though. That's a good seed. As Mohammed Kasim gets beaten first up. Yeah, got me jumper on, and well, you never know. I think if the weather stays like this, even the jumper may have to be removed. It's very pleasant at the moment. And who knows? I know that I've been complaining that we don't get too much sun in our commentary. I think I've called it all sorts of things. Commentary, cube, tent, etc. I think tent is probably the right word. But maybe if the weather stays and keeps getting hotter, it might be a good place to be. That's not a bad delivery. It's actually a very good shot. It's a Yorker length delivery, which Kasim had to dig out. But he goes for the aggressive shot. He had to get this right. He had to get enough of it to get it over the fielder, and he does. Gets the elevation. That's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. Nice shot. And the first boundary of the innings, and it's Mohammed Kasim who puts that one away. Not a good delivery, strained down the leg side. And it just goes inside of this, does Kasim. I think if he held his shape, he would have probably just got a little nurdle on it and sent it to the boundary. Nobody there at fine leg. Just a quick look at the field. Third man is back pretty fine. And they've gone actually for like a, I'll call it an extra cover. I was going to say a wide long off, but it's more extra cover. So an unusual kind of field set this. And that's a lovely shot. Very quick hands for Mohammed Kasim. The bottom hand comes into play. Well, we've got some spectators in that are doing a little bit of fielding. So I know that they were kicking the rugby ball around a little bit earlier. So maybe some lads that are maybe on holiday or on tour here, getting themselves involved in a bit of action. Maybe you might even see the elusive crowd catch in a moment or two, because plenty of balls I think will end up in that area. Now this one is going to disappear down to the vacant fine leg area. It will go all the way. Manos arriba from the arbitro. That is 6 runs. Gets inside of this, and we've seen quite a few of those beat the bat and go onto the lid, but not beating the bat there of Kasim, who's made a good start. And Sweetie United have made a good start. 18 coming off the first over. And as we look at the calendar of 2025, a good time to welcome Tina back into the commentary tent.
What a calendar we have lined up, Rico. And we're just at the very top of that. Of course, Portugal is going on at the same time, but there's so many things to look forward to. I think it was over 400 days of cricket this year, so we are bending the rules of physics with those parallel games, and that one has bent all the rules of physics as well, because that's going to go all the way to the rope, and not quite the crowd catch, but rolled down the net and a good catch on the way back. And that guy has clearly played a bit of cricket before. Good pair of hands there. Textbook shot off the bat of Mehboob Ali, and look at this. Rolls off the net, didn't quite catch it there on the replay. Rolls off the net into the hands, and a nice throw back from that fielder. Maybe he could have played for Malta Day this morning.
Yeah, where were you earlier? Well, there is I think there's about five lads there and a couple of ladies. So get ready, because I think you're going to be in the firing range. Keep your eye on the ball, that's all I'm going to say. Put the rugby ball away, keep an eye on the ball, and maybe you can earn yourself a catch of the old Grizzly.
It's Captain Tony Thomas, who's brought himself into the attack. That first over was quite an expensive one. It went for 18. Sangeeth bowling that one. He was the highest wicket taker for the Red Stars last year, but hasn't quite come out firing just yet. That one's a nice delivery, but it's fumbled behind the stumps there by Pratapan, and they will scurry through. I like this opening partnership from Sweekie, and I always like the big man, little man partnership, and we've got another one here, haven't we?
Yeah, well, little man at the moment is outscoring the big man. That one seemed to swing pretty late. It looked like it clearly got past the bat, and then it sort of came back into Pratapan, who then couldn't hold on to it.
This has been a good start here by Sweekie, and living up to that favourites tag. The win predictor has them now over 90%, as that one's thrown in, and it's going to go all the way. It's almost straight past the keeper. There was some glove on it. I think maybe glove or a bit of bat, as we see here on the replay. Yeah, it was actually bat, so it was a lovely shot there from Kazim. He watched it all the way. It was dug in, that ball, but not quite a well-directed bouncer from Captain Tony, and that goes all the way to the rope for Maximo.
Yeah, he goes a long way back, doesn't he? I mean, you can see by the time he finishes, he's not that far away from his stumps, but he's certainly not shy to take on the short ball here from Thomas.
That one is misdirected again. It's slightly fuller, but it's down the leg side, and Thomas, he's scratching his head at the moment because they can't stem the flow of boundaries. That was misdirected, but it was directed from Kazim straight to the rope. He fires his way to 26 off just 6 deliveries.
Yeah, Mohamed Kasim, he's a dangerous batter. I saw him in last time, of course, in 2023, because he didn't play in last year, and he scored an electrifying 69 against the Southern Crusaders. And I always, whenever he's coming in, I know I've said this about a few of the batters, always feel that we haven't seen the best of him yet. He's making a good start, and he's gone after another one. And you can see there, I mean, just have a look already of where he's hitting these shots. They're all over the place. Well, there's the gaffer, Sam Williams, who was probably debating whether he goes for the catch or not, and decides, you know what, not at the moment. But at 6 more, he is a hard hitter to Sam. He just casually watches that go by as it ends up in the tent.
Yeah, we've all just had our lunch, so maybe Sam is just letting his pasta digest. He doesn't want to go for the full horizontal dive quite yet. But yeah, his teammates there from Sweeky United certainly in danger from that shot from Mehboob Ali. As we take a look at the standings, of course, it's an unfair reflection for the Red Stars because they haven't played a game yet. But Sweeky, they got that one victory in as well as the one abandoned game. That was against Edex Knights. And that's a lovely shot from Mehboob Ali. That's a proper cricket shot. That's hit firmly along the ground through the covers. And we've got a really dry outfield now, finally. And Mehboob made the most of those facilities there as it went over the rope for 4.
Arriva. You know, we always say we love the big hits. We love the old balle, balle, balles and the boom, shakalagia. But there's always a place for a quality controlled stroke like that. That was beautifully executed. Look how far he is outside his crease.
That gets the same treatment again. Sam might be there. Oh, and he does take that one. Good one-handed grab from Sam. Saying to the Sweeky Night players maybe, what, you're the guys that are meant to be playing cricket. I'm here just patrolling. And he puts out a left hand. And yeah, that's one for Sam's highlight reel.
That's quick reflexes there from Sam as that hits, I think, one of the bats. Scoops up. He takes it one-handed. Well, a bit of a jalebi there from Sam. Maybe he's eating some jalebis there as lunch is finished. Tyrone Peters sees the funny side of that one.
That's a half-hearted appeal from Sangeeth, who's come back for his second over here. First 2 balls crunched away to the boundary from Mehboob, but a good comeback. Optimistic shouts for a wicket here, but nowhere near the bat. It's a dot ball though, and after 5 boundaries in a row, going back to the middle of the previous over, slight bit of respite here for the Red Stars, but Sweeky have flown to 49 halfway through the 3rd. Mehboob comes down the track to that one, doesn't quite get a hold of it. Long on, fields it there on the boundary. Tony Thomas. Again, we've had this chat before, Rico, but Tony Thomas, he's the captain and he's out there on the ropes. Of course, we're still in the power play, only 2 fielders allowed outside, but it's always a strange move to have your captain so far away from the action. Yeah,
I agree with you. It's the sort of thing that I don't like to see. And I know we said yesterday that sometimes if you are that good a fielder, especially good catcher in the outfield, that you probably say, well, look, it's worth it. But I just think, especially when you see what's happening here now, heads are going to go down very quickly. Yes, they've gone past the 50 inside the power play here. So you need that captain inside the circle, be able to put an arm around the bowler and have a chat with him, maybe chat with the wicketkeeper or your vice about tactics. Being out there all by yourself, it's not going to work.
Yeah, they're just checking this one. I think it was signalled for a 4 there by the umpire, but it was very close to the rope. We can see maybe on the replay here, some great camera work, and it does just drop. Yeah, it's about 20 centimetres short of the boundary. Thank you to 2 Circles there for that brilliant replay. So it was a 4, but they're not quite stemming the flow here are the Red Stars. That's another 4. Mohamed Kazim, he flies to 36 off just 8 deliveries. Final ball of the 3rd over. finally a bit of respite for the Red Stars, just a single taken. But Sweeky here are flying their 55 for no loss after the power play. It's just been a run fest so far. Both Mahbub Ali, he's really been the anchor. He's gone still 16 off 9 deliveries, whereas Mohamed Kazim, he's flown into the 30s, 37 off just 9 deliveries. And you can see that one magical over, the second one, and it's been a great power play. If you don't lose a wicket and get near those 50 runs, that's a tick in the box. Sweeky have done more than that at the moment. A warm welcome on this warm day here in Malta. Finally, we have a bit of sun. To everyone in the live chat, it's lovely to always have you with us. We love reading all your comments. Here's my last day here in Malta, so I'm going to miss you guys for the next week or so. I'm sure I'll be tuning in as well to more of the action when I'm back home, and then you'll see me again for the Western Shield. But pop up and say hi if you haven't done so already. Let us know what you think about this action as Dijo Sebastian comes on, and this one has gone very high up in the air. It will be a catching chance. There's 2 fielders converging underneath it. Neither of them gets to it. In fact, as we were saying, Rico, it's Tony Thomas on the boundary. Yeah, Rico has turned into a lion.
Well, you see, now that just proves it. So if he's there, he's got to be the best catcher in the field. That's why he's there. It's not the case, is it? Because he puts it down, and I think the boys with the rugby ball probably would have held on to that one. And, well, there's another blunder. This time is Ajmal Ali, who leaves the door open, and this one squeezes through. Little moments like this hurt you. And if I said before that the heads are starting to go down, they're going to go down even quicker now, especially when the captain puts down a routine catch and then a misfield like that one.
Yeah, no gold stars for the Red Stars for their fielding at the moment. 2 big blunders in a row, and one of them, especially that drop catch by the captain, would have been all important to break this partnership as it is. Mahbub Ali is now back on strike, and he's punished them again. And how often do we see that, Rico? A drop catch, a blunder in the field, and then they're put to the sword the next ball. That's a big Maximo by Mahbub Ali. Takes Sweeky to 66, and Mahbub is on 26 off just 11 deliveries.
Oh, well, this is looking dangerous. They're looking to post a big score. People have heard me talking about Sweeky, and I think they've got a very strong side here. And if they can keep themselves fit and the availability of those players all the way through this European Cricket Series, they are, well, they're going to be the ones to beat. And we're seeing why here. They've just got powerful hitters, and there's more good hitters to come too in that lineup.
Yeah, I think of all the teams we've seen so far, Sweeky have definitely impressed. They kind of squeezed by Edex Knights by 3 wickets. But don't forget that Nias Mohammed scored a century for the Edex Knights in that game, and it wasn't enough to get past the Sweeky United lineup. And maybe that shows as well that they have a bit of strength in depth when it comes to their batting lineup, as that one is muscled away too long on. But Tony Thomas on that occasion does manage to get everything behind it, so it's just for the single. So I think, especially if you're in Group B, you're looking at Sweeky United as the team to beat.
Yeah, without fail. I just wonder here after this over from Sebastian if they've got the options to try and take the pace right off, introduce a little bit of spin, because these two, they seem to be liking the pace. That one's probably going to be too wide. It is. That's the wide call by the umpire. Have to be bowled again. Sebastian was hoping that he could have finished the over there, but it's not to be. He's going to have to bowl another. 14 off it so far.
Red Stars, they're missing 1 or 2 of their key players that did feature in last year's tournament, as Rico already mentioned. It wasn't as if they had too much success last year either. They came 11th out of 14 in the qualifying group. As that one is going to put us actually in real danger. That's going to land just to the right of our commentary tent from the bat of Mahbub Ali, and he really looks in the mood today. We were taking cover there, Rico, but what a shot that was.
Yeah, welcome to La La Land. And boom, shakalagya. That has gone a long way up, and he's got the distance. That landed about a couple of meters to the side of us, crunching into the wall. 75 without loss after 4. I can see the expressions on the faces of the youngsters there, and they're thinking, we've never seen cricket like this before. What's going on? This is the way we do it on European cricket. 75 without loss after 4.
Yeah, what a start this is for Suiki United. And it's great to see people coming and watching. There's a few people out in the bleachers on the left-hand side where you often see the teams who are playing in the coming games camped out. But it's great to see maybe locals, as you said, Rico, people on holiday, they can hear the crack of the bat at the moment. They want to know what's happening as on comes Ajmal Ali. As you said, Rico, they have turned to a bit of spin, but the result is the same. There's two fielders out there. Neither of them can stop the ball going for a 4, and that takes Mohammed Kazim to 43 off just 12 deliveries.
Yeah, this is when he scores once, he scores them quickly. Both of them do that. I think it's the right call to have spin, but I don't think you need the square now on the 45. It needs to be a little bit square up because you haven't got the pace there for Kasim to play those shots that he did earlier.
And that one is called a wide, and I mean, Ajmal Ali, he's had some success in the past. He's got a 5 to his name back in 2023. 13 wickets in 10 games that he's played. So he's no part-time bowler. But at the moment, Mohammed Kazim and Mehboob Ali are just putting everyone to the sword. They go again there. They do have a fielder out there at deep point. That's Samuel out there, just restricting them to a single, and almost every single at the moment is a relief for Red Stars because there's already been 7 6s and 7 4s in this short innings. We've only just had 25 balls in total and 14 have gone to the rope, and make that 15 because that's gone all the way. Mehboob Ali, he wants to chase down Mohammed Kazim. That takes him to 39. Kazim on 44. This is getting quite ugly for the Red Stars, isn't it?
Yeah, when he hits it, he almost sort of slaps the ball, doesn't he, when you look at Mehboob? It's not the normal swing that you're used to seeing from batters with his swing the arms and it comes all the way back over the shoulder. He likes to reach out and give it a good old-fashioned slap. The thing is, he hits it so hard. Ali, oh, there you go. That's proof in the pudding. It's just power, and this one is going to go into the fence. And Mehboob just making it look easy. Sees that it's pretty short. He's onto it quickly. Got good eye, good hand and eye coordination. And that's another one that goes into the rough there by the tennis courts.
At the moment, it's a race to the half century between these two. Mehboob, he's on 45. Kazim's on 44. And there's still 2 balls left, so I think Mehboob is in the driving seat here, the way he's hitting it. Back-to-back 6s. And that's the way the cookie crumbles. If you're on form, you find any part of the bat and it runs to the rope. Not much the keeper, Anandu Prathapan, could have done about that. Just a slight nick on it. It was too quick for him when he was standing up there, and it rolls away for a 4. Mehboob Ali moves to 49. Just the 16 deliveries.
Yeah, well, you can see Mehboob Ali looks like he is going to beat Mohammed Kazim to that half century, but what a partnership there's been, and look how quick it's been. And I know this is only the first half of the match, but wow, there's no wickets down here. They're looking really to get a big score in. That's put away, and a little bit of fortunate foot fielding, but it will be stopped. It won't be a boundary, but the single is enough to bring the half century on the board for Mehboob Ali. 50 of just 17 deliveries, and at the end of 5 overs, just the halfway mark here, Suiki United are on 98 without loss.
We're most certainly on for the biggest score of ECS Malta so far. Expected score up at 186. Mehboob just takes a little moment to have a drink. Has been a lot of heavy lifting for those two out there. The only 2 batters needed so far, and they've raced away to 98. So almost the 100 partnership and almost 100 for the team.
I'm going to object. Come on. I'm going to object. Have they run any singles? Probably not. All they've done is smash 4s and 6s. 5 overs gone. It's a 10-over match, and they're taking drinks. Have a word. It's not that hot.
It's a tiring game, hitting 4s and 6s, Rico. They're putting their back into it. But, I mean, Mehboob, he's got the height and the power. He's been making it look easy, but clearly he's still worked up a bit of a sweat.
I remember having to wait 25 overs to have a drink, you know, in the hot summer days there playing at La Manga.
back in my day.
White ball as Sebastian comes back after he did go for 20 of his first. That tells me that they probably haven't got too many other bowling options here. If you're having to go back to a bowler who went for 20 in his first, let's see if they can get a breakthrough. That's cleverly played. Moving around in his crease, Mahbub Ali. You can see he takes a long walk outside his off, then he quickly gets back again, and it just plays that away. It's a gentle full toss, to be fair, around knee height, and it's put away.
It does look like Red Stars are maybe a bit light on the bowling. Sangeeth Vijayan, he's really the only one that has put in any kind of shift here, and he's probably their star bowler, having been the top wicket taker for them last year. So that one is hit hard. The deep point fielder is doing a lot of work out there. He's earning his crust, and he does well to stop that one. But otherwise, Tony Thomas, the captain, he's gone for 23 off his one over. As you said, Rico, Dijo Sebastian, he went for 20 in his first. And Ajmal Ali, he went magical in his first as well. So it's not been great viewing if you're a Red Stars fan. And meanwhile, Swiki United, they've raced into triple digits, 104, make it 105 with that wide ball. And Mohammad Kazim, he's seen his teammate Mahbub Ali raise his bat at the other end, and he's just one big hit away as well. He's just faced 13 deliveries.
Yeah, it's been an awesome exhibition of power hitting from these two so far. Sebastian looking to see if he can at least get a breakthrough for his side. That's the mark of a very good batter, that even when the ball is not a bad ball, it's certainly not there to be hit firmly out the ground. Instead, he just guides it. I think maybe he even hits that twice off his bat. Either way, he just guides it to the rope. That takes Mohammad Kazim to 48 off just 14 deliveries. United absolutely flying, and no wonder the win predictor has them almost nailed on favourites from this point. Yeah, clever bit of batting once again, and as we said earlier, it's not just always about the power. Sometimes it's about the timing as well, and playing each ball on merit.
That one's been hoiked across from the offside, and it's just about well fielded there by Hiran Teja. He does step back on the rope, but I think he's safely back within it by the time he collects the ball. That's a bit of a small mercy here, because I think if we had a boundary foot fault here as well, that would just really rub salt into the wounds for Red Stars. But he does well. He steps over the rope, but comes back before fielding the ball. And that one's hit very hard. Watch your fingers, and yeah, he burst through his fingers in the end. Did well almost to not get his hand behind that, because that was hit so firmly off the bat of Mahbub Ali. It was Sangeeth out here. I think he knows how important he'll be as a bowler for Red Stars, so he didn't want to break any fingers there. Just as well he put a bit of finger behind it though, because that was aiming straight for us in the commentary box, Rico.
Yeah, well that landed just in front of us, and I could see the fingerprint still on the ball. That was smoked, it really was.
Mahbub goes again. Again, he'll go to the deep point fielder, who will just scuttle around. I'm sure Mahbub will be more than happy to take the one. In fact, no. Yeah, yes, no, maybe. Mahbub, it takes a while for him to get going, but they decide to just stick with the one. Mahbub won't mind that, because that will keep him on strike. Mohammad Kazim at the other end, he'll be stranded for now on 49. And that takes Swiki United to 115 without loss at the end of the 6th. It's looking ominous here for Red Stars.
Yeah, it does. I mean, Mahbub Ali started the day on almost 1,750 runs on the network. He's been a super play. He's taken over 50 wickets, and he has scored a century. It was a big one as well, 140 against I think it was the Victoria Lions back in 2023. He managed to get a higher score last year here against AUM of 86, so he's a big player. And worth just noting that Mohammad Kazim needed to get past the 47 to get to 1,000 runs, and he's managed to do that. So he's got 1,000 runs on the network as well. So you can see two very good batters combining well together here.
Absolutely, and it's Hiran Teja who comes in for his first ball of the game and indeed the tournament. As you remember, the Red Stars haven't played yet as a result of that weather we had at the start of the week, but that seems like a long way away now. The glorious sun raining down on us here, and this is gonna rain down probably short. Sangeetho doesn't quite want to go for the full Superman dive. He's more than happy to just let Mehboob have the one, get him off strike, because he probably wants to protect those fingers. But unfortunately for him, Mohamed Kazim at the other end, who's now on strike, well, he's on 49 off just the 15 deliveries. He's got one off his half century. And there it is. Not just one of them. I think that's 6 of them, yes, and it has gone all the way. And there are our friends again doing the fielding. He's got more action, I think, than most of the fielders at the moment. And Mohamed Kazim, he goes to 55 off just 16 deliveries and joins Mehboob Ali in the half centurion club.
Yeah, great partnership this, isn't it? It's been a joy to watch. It has been, as long as you're not a Red Star player or supporter, because we United, as we expected them to do. And just have a look at the wagon wheel there. You can see Kazim, he certainly does like it on the leg side. So that's not a bad area to try. But with no sweeper out there, or there is a sweeper, but he's more in the point area, that will also be a boundary. So at the moment, you can see, though they are trying Hiran Teja with the ball here, they just can't find an area to bowl with these two. Can't muscle it to the boundary.
You can't give these two any kind of width, but it's easier said than done. And then when you bowl it straight, they deposit it straight over your head. So Red Stars, they're really all out of ideas at the moment. Mohamed Kazim, he goes to 59. Still 3 balls left in the 7th over. And he goes again, and that's gone even bigger. That's cracked straight onto the top of the tents. Take cover there if you're sitting in the tents, because that has been smoked off the bat of Mohamed Kazim.
Wow, that's a rooftopper. You saw a bit of Sam Williams, who's now hiding in the tent, saying, I'm out of the firing line. Vasu Saini, of course, the captain and a very good player of the men's Romanian side. He's joining us, doing a bit of the scoring, as of course Joe left us the other day. He's got Simon in there with him. They're both doing a wonderful job.
Kazim and Mehboob are also doing wonderful jobs out there for Sweeky. And this one, again, it's not quite on the line, and it's just been shuffled off the hip. And in fact, it's going to go all the way, despite the chase there of Abin Biju. It's all just turning to gold here for Sweeky United against the Red Stars. Well,
Abin Biju doesn't get the slide in, decides he's going to chase it. And if you're going to chase the Grizzly, he's going to, well, bid you farewell, because you've got to stop it before he gets past you. I mean, you had that chance when this ground was a little soft at the beginning of this series because of the rain, but now it's dried up nicely. And the outfield is lightning quick. And you're not going to chase after too many and be successful.
Still 1 ball left of this 7th. Hiran Teja, it's already gone magical. It's going to continue for 1 ball more. That's 23 already off the over, including 20 off the bat of Mohamed Kazim. So he is in fact leapfrogged Mehboob Ali. He's on 69 now off just the 19 deliveries.
Yeah, we've already had, this is the 3rd over that has got to 23, but you get a feeling there might be a few more.
There's a chance there to... Oh,
no! Saba! Oh, Tina, count how many times. Well, he's done all the party tricks. I think he's palmed it up, he's chested it, bellied it, and kneed it and everything, and he's ended up in his trusted right hand.
Abin Biju there. Let's have a look at this on replay. 1. The cameraman even doesn't take it up. 2, 3. I think on the 4th attempt then he just hooks his wrist behind it. Gratefully grabs that. He saw the Grizzly roar away from him a few balls ago, but this time he took it like a hot potato. But the most important thing was that he did hold on. And that's finally Sweeky United. Their first wicket goes. But what a performance that was from Mohamed Kazim. He goes for a very classy 69 off just 20 deliveries, and he's still put his team in such a dominant position here.
Yeah, 7 days to go then to the Western Shield. We've talked a lot about that. And speaking about that, and I know that right after that we have got the European Cricket League, and I know that there's a few people talking about some of the star players that are going to be in action there. As we return back to the action here. Oh, for a moment I thought maybe we're going to see 2 wickets fall in 2, but it's not going to be, because this one goes all the way over, and Mahbub Ali hits another 6.
Yes, Ajmal Ali back into the attack after his first over went magical. And Mahbub Ali, it doesn't really matter who's bowling at him at the moment. He's seeing every ball like a beach ball. He goes again. It's going to be the same result. This is carnage out here and in Malta. And look, our friend in the pink top, we should need to get him a playing shirt because he's done an enormous amount of fielding. He goes running into the car park to chase this grizzly. Well,
look at the energy from those youngsters, and I think if Muthu Kumaran was still here, he would be signing them up for Malta Day. Mahbub Ali 73, 150 on the board, and still a lot of time to bat.
He goes again. This one's flatter. There is a chance out there for Sangeeth, but not really in the end, because unless he was 9 foot tall, he was getting nowhere near that. Flat batted 6. That's 6, 6, 6 in the 8th over so far. Mahbub Ali goes to 79 off 25 deliveries.
Well, and he's had 3 of them so far, a hat-trick of 6s. And I know what he's thinking. I know Mahbub Ali. He can sense the opportunity here to, well, make history. Right, inside out. This won't go for 6. It won't carry to the fielder either, so he's going to get lucky. It will just be a single. There's Ajmal Ali breathes a sigh of relief.
There's not been much respite here for the Red Stars, but they will finally see a new face in the form of Arif Mohammed, the wicketkeeper, who's coming out at number 3. And he chips his first one, so there won't be much respite because that was just a mere chip, but it went straight back over the umpire's hat, straight over the boundary for a 6. This was just the most delicate of little chips, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a full toss, and Arif says, you know what? I'm not going to try and hit it too hard. If I get it out the middle, it's going to go all the way, and it does go all the way. Oh, that's 200 plus here, I'm sure. Yeah, look at the expected score, 201. And Mahbub Ali, while he's still there, 20 short of his century, by the way. I think there's every chance that they can get past the 200.
That's hit firmly to the mid-wicket boundary. There is a fielder out there here, Antaja, but he won't get anywhere near it.
Where's square leg?
They've decided that square leg, there's not even a chair leg out there. There's not a square leg or a chair leg. They've decided we don't need that fielder. And it's a strange decision, but it plays into Squeaky United's favour because that's the end of the 8th. 167 for 1. Arif Mohammed, he's come roaring out the traps. He's scored a 6 and a 4 of his 2 deliveries so far.
Yeah, being whacked away and not looking good. And you kind of feel they're in a hiding to nothing here. Who wants to be brave enough and bowl the next? That's the question here. And, well, I told you that they're short on options as Hiran Teja, after going for 23, but he does pick up a wicket. He comes back for another. Gets played out, no run. Well, a rare dot ball.
It's time to breathe, Rico. You did about 3 overs ago want to talk about, I think, ECL, but since then we haven't had a single moment to come up for breath.
Yeah, Thanruka Jayaranga made the comment, and I'm going back to the chat a little bit because we've been very busy, and he was saying that he was surprised, but I think pleasantly surprised, as this one is going to bounce once, twice, and...
Oh, no!
Well, well, there's a highlight for you. Sebastian gets this completely wrong. And he just couldn't look. He just couldn't stop. He knew he had to. He's trying to put the brake on. He couldn't. And then right at the last moment, he's like a goalkeeper trying to stop the ball going over the line. He can't. And that's going to be 4 runs as well, which Mahbub Ali will receive delightfully. He moves to, gets another boundary to his name. 84 now, Mahbub.
He's nutmegged himself, but when your luck's in and when the square leg is non-existent, then I think you can run back for 2. That'll take him to 86, and what a classic ECN moment that was. That was almost a slow motion reverse dive and trying to do his best Gordon Banks impression, but in the end got nowhere near it.
Yeah, so Jayaranga was saying he's pleasantly surprised to see former Sri Lankan captain Shankar and cap player Lakshan listed in the Roma CC squad. Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about that. And 6 more. Bullet. 6 carreras más. And Hiran Teja is, well, he's taken a hiding to nothing as Mahbub Ali now is got his eyes firmly fixed on a half century. He even ran to get back on strike as he moves to 92 of 30 deliveries. Takes time to wipe his brow.
He is not interested in giving Arif Mohammed the strike at all, despite the fact Mohammed, he's going at a strike rate of just the 500 at the moment. But Mahbub Ali has his sights firmly on that leaderboard. And that's going to be another one just served up into his arc. And it's going to go all the way. They might have to check this for height as well, because it was quite high, even for this tall man. If we take a look on the replay, it just flew to the boundary. Hasn't been a signal yet as we look. It's a tough one. It's maybe dropping, but he's slightly outside the crease. What do you think on that one, Rico?
Yeah. I mean, it is coming down slowly. He's out of his crease. I think he might get away with it. No, he ain't going to get away with it.
Well, this is where you want to be, isn't it? 98 not out, free hit.
98 not out, free hit. We saw a super century yesterday, and that was Niaz Mohammed, who made 117 for the Edex Knights and ended up on the losing side, of course. But will this be different? So they saw a century against them. Now it's time for them to score a century themselves. And, well, Mahbub, he's having a lot. You cheeky so-and-so. He says, hey, I'm on 98. Now, yeah, I don't think this is right. You know, you can see that Chip Patel also having a word. The clock has run out of time also. So we could see 5 penalty runs being added at the end of this over. But Mahbub, he's taking his time. He's got the makeup on. He's looking pretty for the cameras because he's getting ready to bring up the 100. It's a free hit as well. What a moment this could be for Lala.
Here we go. He's on 98. He's wiped his brow. He's ready to go. And he's going to have to wait one ball more because that, after the 7-up, it's followed with a wide. Maybe it was 7-up that Lala was having in his drinks bottle there. Certainly taking his time. He was letting the whole world wait for him. And, you know, well, if you're scoring 98 off 31 deliveries, maybe you've earned a bit of diva behaviour. But here we go. He's still got 2 balls left in the 9th, so plenty of time to get to that milestone.
Of course, still a free hit, which I think we'll see the umpire, Ajit Patel, signal in a moment. Some communication, I feel, happening between him and the third match official, which is Aranga, and he might be being told that at the end of the over, or maybe now, he has to signal 5 penalty runs. I wonder, that wide doesn't help. If that ball didn't go for a wide, I think they might have got away with it because the drink's being brought on. So that wide ball could be not just 1, could be 6 runs that he's given away there, the bowler, Teja. No signal from the umpires as yet.
Well, it should definitely still be a free hit. It doesn't really make a difference to Mahbub Ali, the form he is in. Here we go. And he gets it. There it is. Mahbub Ali, he moves on to an astounding 104 not out of just 32 deliveries. Another 6 to his collection. 11 sixes, 7 fours. What an innings.
What an innings. He's 2nd century on the network. The last time he did it, he put the big 140 on the board. And Lala is back. I know last year he struggled with injury. I told you viewers that when I spoke to him a couple of days ago, he said he's back and he's fit. He certainly looks it, and he looks dangerous. As that one is going to be another one that's going to be bowled down the leg side. Mahbub Ali, 104 of the 32 deliveries, including 11 sixes and 7 fours.
Welcome to La La Land. It's his world, we're all just living in it, and he's still got 1 ball left of the 9th over. 27 from this over so far. Big chance it could go supersonic. In fact, it's a good delivery in the end, but that's a good result for Mahbub as well, because I'm sure he'll want to, well, he almost got the 4 there thanks to a bit of creative fielding out there on the boundary, but Mahbub will be happy with that outcome. He gets the single. He gets Suiki United to 195 for 1 after 9 overs, and he keeps the strike for the final over.
I get the feeling here that might be 200. Let's just keep an eye on the umpires, because I get the feeling that we'll see 5 penalty runs coming on here. I'd be surprised if there's not. So I haven't seen any signal from the standing umpire at the moment, but the clock did run out now. No signal still yet. So we'll have to wait and see if any runs are added on. But 195 it is. I have to admit that if I was the captain, Tony, got him. And he's walking. Well, how about that? The umpire's not giving it, but Lala, he walks himself. Gets a little snick on it. The catch is taken. Smart catch taken by Prathupan. So that is the end of Mahbub Ali, but not before he scores a superb 105 of 34 balls.
That's the end of Lala, but he's done the damage, and fair play to him there. He walks off the pitch. The umpire did belatedly put up the finger, but Lala, he's a good sportsman. He knew he hit that. I'm sure he's more than happy with his shift. He gets to sit down, have another drink if you want, Mahbub. You've had 2 already. He finishes on 105 of just 34 deliveries. And look at that, 11 sixes, 7 fours. In the end, he's done for by the bowling of Tony Thomas, the captain. Is taken smartly behind the stumps by Anandu Prathapan, but the damage has been done by Lala. He's put his team in probably an unassailable position. Swiki United have lost their second wicket, but they have 195 runs on the board.
Yeah, well batted to Mahbub Ali, and he's a gentle giant as well, I can tell you that. The next batter comes in. This is going to be a wide. It's a good leave as Gurjeet Singh gets elevated into the number 4 position. He comes in before Jaspal.
Interesting that, because Jaspal, he did top score in that win against Edex Knights in Swiki's only win so far, or the only game so far, but maybe this is just a chance for Gurjeet to have a few hits with the few remaining deliveries. He did score 18 off just 6 deliveries in that game, so he's got himself off strike here. But Arif Mohammed, poor Arif, he's been there quite a while, and he's hit both of his balls to the boundary, 1-6, 1-4, but he's just had to stand and watch at the non-striker's end as Mahbub Ali has rained down boundaries at this Marsa Oval. That one is just going to be the wrong side of the wide line once more. Tony Thomas, he's grimacing. I think that sums up the whole innings for Red Stars. Doesn't matter who they have bowled, they've all been punished, and Tony, he just needs to get his team over the line at the moment.
198. There's no penalty runs to be added. Just had that confirmed. Extra time was added. Oh, I think this is a drop, and the batter may get back. He will. This is a drop chance. You can see the bowler starts to celebrate, and then Prathapan. There's the edge. In is out, and the bowler can't believe it. Well, Tony Thomas, the captain. It's not a good day for the Red Stars.
It's almost an action replay, but there was no nick on that, and the keeper on this occasion. Anandu does take that cleanly, but it's really not going the way of Red Stars at the moment. I mean, the one saving grace is that the keeper did take the catch behind the stumps to dismiss Mahbub, but the problem was he was already on 105 when that catch came. It's really only the first chance he's served up. So that's a better delivery.
Wow.
It's going to be a dot.
It's going to be a dot, and well, we were talking about 200. It might not even happen. It might be stranded on just a couple short. 198 for 2 with the ball to go as Arif just leaves that one alone.
This has actually been a great comeback over from Captain Tony here. Just 3 off it and that wicket. And there's another appeal there, but they'll take the dot ball, I think. The umpire's not interested in the wicket, but quietly, Tony Thomas has put in a really good final over there. It could have been absolute carnage. As we said, it should have been probably well over 200, but as it was, Tony Thomas, in that final over, he got the all-important wicket of Mahbub Ali, and he only went for 3 runs, 2 of which were wides. So the innings finishes with 4 dot balls, but somehow Swiki still finished on 198.
No, I don't think anybody thought that would happen, so I suppose there is some blessings there as well. There's little Ginger, and well, Sam has obviously upset Ginger and didn't give Ginger any of his pasta during lunchtime, that's for sure. But well, we had a lot of busy folks on outside the boundary doing a lot of fielding. as there was a lot of balls flying over at all parts of this ground. It was Mohammed Kasim that started things off early on. He was out to a blistering start, but then Mahbub Ali would get into the swing of things as well pretty quickly and beat him to the 50.
Yeah, good hands by Sam, and as you said, Rico, there was more fielding going on outside of the boundary than actually inside of the rope. As you see, there was 15 fours scored in that innings, as well as 18 sixes, and we're seeing a few of the highlights here, but in reality you could almost count on one hand the amount of dots and singles, although 4 of them did come at the end of that final over from captain Tony Thomas. But it was a bit of a horror show for Red Stars. This is the first time they've been seen in this ECS Malta. It won't be the last, but they'll want to forget about this performance, I'm sure.
Yeah, one thing they will remember is that catch there. It was quite an incredible one. It went in, out. He also shook it all about, but Bin was able to hold on to it. That was the end of Kasim. Teja, he did take a wicket, but he was expensive. And when he came back onto bowl, his second over, it certainly did surprise us. And he would also be applauded for the 52 that he got. But it was the century from Mahbub, really, that everybody was talking about. He just went really big. In the end, he would go after bringing the century up for 105. And I like that from him as well. He's a good sportsman. And he knows he gets a snick on that. And he starts to walk before the umpire puts his finger up. But by then, I know they don't get the 200 on the board, but I think the riding, if you like, is already on the board here for the Red Stars. They just looked flat as they got hammered all over the place. But fair play to the captain, Tony Thomas, for bowling a very good over at the end. Only the 3 runs coming from it and that wicket.
Yeah, and they made sure to keep it under that 200, which I suppose psychologically is a little win. You can see all of their bowlers took a real lot of damage, and in fact Tony Thomas was probably the pick of the bowlers. His 2 overs going for 25. He did get that late wicket as well. Hiran Teja was the only other bowler that chipped in with a wicket, but he was expensive. He brought up his half century, as is Ajmal Ali, both going for over 50 runs in their 2 overs.
Yeah, well, the afternoon session has started, and so have the fireworks as Mahbub Ali and Mohammed Kasim really put the sword to the bowlers of the Red Stars. So the Red Stars, they're going to have to do something which seems impossible. 199 required for victory. Join me, Rika Full and Tina Goff, and the rest of the ECN gang when we come back in around 10 minutes' time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Hello viewers and welcome back to what has been so far a high scoring match. We United have shown us their power and their strength as they posted 198 for 2. It has to be said though, at one point we thought that we were going to get to around that 210 mark, but a good over from the captain from the Red Stars, Tony Thomas, has kept it to under 200. It still does mean though his team with the bat has to get past 138 just to get a point. And again, some of the bowling that Sweehy United have in their lineup, that is not going to be easy. So it's going to be a real uphill task here for the Red Stars. Sweehy United, they will be keen to pick up 4 points here and get 2 wins out of 2, the same way that Edicts Knights did, and tried to keep up and keep the pressure on the Edicts Knights. We saw a fine century from Mahbub Ali, 105 of 34 balls, including 11 sixes and 7 fours. And I think he will also be the go-to bowler if the captain chooses to do so. If the Red Stars start to get stuck into this, Anil Kadir, I'm pretty sure, will use this as an opportunity maybe to allow some of his other lesser known bowlers to have a bowl. He's going to start with Mohammed Ajmal, who has the ball in hand, and see if he can get the breakthrough. There he is, the Centurion. He'll be up on the Hall of Fame. Mahbub Ali becomes the second man in this European cricket series to score a century, joining the likes of Niaz Mohammed, who scored 117 against them the other day. So here we go, here's the first. Just tucks him up nicely, uses that angle coming around the wicket, bowling into the body. Thomas gets a bit of bat onto this. Vijayan is his opening partner, so these two didn't just open the bowling, but are also opening the batting as well. It's going to be interesting to see what their approach is here and how they tackle this big chase. Flat batted away. No surprises that Sweehy United already are 99% to 1% going on to win this match. Doesn't surprise many people, as we welcome back to everybody in the chat. A lot of conversation in the chat today. Well, nice to have you all with us. And I hope you're enjoying the cricket. And well, you enjoyed a magnificent century there from Mahbub Ali. And I know a lot of people have followed Mahbub over the years and be very pleased for him as that one and gets past the bat of the captain, Tony Thomas. Good delivery, good areas to be. Using the angle well. And getting that ball to go right across the batter, Tony Thomas. And if you're going to be bowling left arm, then that's what you're trying to do. Now this one's up in the air. There is a man back there, but he's going to be able to do nothing about it. It's what we call the old Baximo, goes all the way. That's Wasim Abbas. And watch out for him with the ball. So short of a length, big wild swing. And though there is Abbas there on that boundary, can't do anything about that. So 6 runs, the first boundary of the innings here from the Red Stars. And it's the captain, Tony Thomas, that delivers. Scuffs that. He's going to lob it over. Man on the 45, and he's not happy to take just a single. I think he's jammed his fingers between the ball and the bat handle there. It looks a bit uncomfortable. That's Thomas. Certainly wasn't a good sound of bat on it. And, shaking his hand around a little bit as he feels that pain. Vijayan just has a wild swing at this and misses it by a fair bit. And that's the end of the first over. 9 coming from it. And Tina joins us back. Tina, this is going to be an interesting one, a bit similar to what we were talking about Malta today when they had a big chase. How do you apply yourself here? Do you already think that you've got to be focusing on getting that 139, or are you at the moment still looking to get the 199 for victory?
I think you have to still be optimistic, and as we see 10 matches since the golden ball, I'm sure at this point the Red Stars would take that golden ball, take their chances in that one ball shootout. So I think you have to go hard, but of course there's only 10 overs in this format and only 9 came from that first over, so that run rate is gone already from 20 to up past 21, and it's Ashok Bishnoi who's into the attack for Sweekie United. And this is the problem that Red Stars will face against as well, whereas we saw that they were maybe 1 or 2 light in the bowling department. Sweekie, they've got an embarrassment of riches, and it's Ashok that they've given the ball to for the second over. They've also got several other options. This one, that's going to be a chance there, and it is caught on the rope, and I think he celebrates. It will have to be checked, but we'll also have to kind of take his word for it there. It's difficult to see down there, but definitely the arms were raised straight away. He thinks he's got the clean catch here, and if that is true, then it would be the end of Sangeeth and the first wicket for Sweekie.
One hand comes off, so let's have a look at this. So the foot, does he swing it round? And certainly can't see the rope moving there. And also, it's worth pointing out that that's happening in the area where it's pretty close to the match officials and the scorers, so they'll probably get a good look at it, as well as Russ. And I think the decision has been made. He has been gone. A good catch there from Wasim Abbas. He did see one fly over him, but this one gives him a chance, gives him a sniff, and he holds on to it. And the first wicket will go. And Sanjeev Vijayan is going to depart. And Bishanai picks up the wicket.
Nice catch there by Wasim Abbas. He judged it well, took a good catch, and he's one of the ones I mentioned in the intro as well. And I was going to mention just now, he can be dangerous with the ball. Of course, Mahbub Ali, he bowled in the previous game as well, but maybe they'll give him the afternoon off after he's probably done enough with the bat. 105 runs off just 34 deliveries has already more or less put the game out of reach of the Red Stars, especially after that early wicket. And this over, we're already halfway through the second, and they only got 1 run off it, and they've lost that all-important wicket. And again, another dot ball. And Red Stars, they're in real trouble here. The run rate is up beyond 22. And they're going to have a real task on their hands to even get that bonus point. So we might be looking at a 4-0 here, but it's still early days. Ashok Bishnoi is bowling very well so far. And there's another big swing by the new batter, is Shine Samuel. And I think the lack of experience in the Red Stars order is showing somewhat as well.
Yeah, well, somebody does need to shine. Well, the name is Shine Samuel. And will he shine at the moment? He's swinging and missing 2 balls, 2 dots. Bishanai will be looking to try and target this one onto the stumps. If he does, it gets played away quite nicely, so he will get off the mark. And KG hesitant running, but they will come back for 2. That will be the end of the over from Bishnoi. And the score at the end of 2 overs, they're falling way behind here now, 12 for 1.
And that's the trouble when you're chasing such a big total, that any time you have an over that's below that run rate, then the run rate just goes up and up. And that was a brilliant over from Ashok Bishnoi. Just the 3 runs coming off it and that wicket on the second ball. So we've only seen 1 boundary so far from the Red Stars. That's leaving them at 12 for 1 after 2 overs. Tony Thomas, he's still out there, the captain. He's going to have to put in a miracle performance from here to get his team anywhere near points on the board. Of course, they are playing in their first game in this ECS Malta 2025. They were the victims of the poor weather earlier. Maybe they hoped it carried on raining today. It's Wasim Abbas who did just take that catch. He's maybe now served up another catch. It's the keeper, Arif Mohammed, under it, but in fact, he decides, no, I don't want to catch it. And the other 2 players around him say, well, you've got the big gloves on. Why didn't you go for it?
Oh, well, that is just, yeah, look at this. Now they're pointing at the sun. He said, no, it's in my eyes. He said, no, that sun's closest to me. It's in my eyes. The wicket-keeper's got to take this. Wasim Abbas. Well, if you're the bowler here, you're spinning feathers. Well, this is just a moment of comedy. Look at them. कहना तेरा सी कहना मेरा कितने सी तेरा सी कहना glove तो तू पाए कि नहीं कि मैं पाया. Oh dear, that's a bit of a shocker.
After all that, it was a 1. So Shine Samuel was back on strike. You know what? Why he didn't take that, Rico? Because he didn't take his cap off.
Yeah, right. He didn't pick it off. Mind you, he had his gloves like over his head, like he was protecting himself.
Well, I think his case for the prosecution is that he couldn't see the ball, and then he ducked away when he saw that the sun was blinding him. But as a result, just the 1. In fact, Red Stars are only really dealing in singles at the moment. Just the Gremlins have returned on our graphics for just a moment, but well, it doesn't look like good viewing for Red Stars anyway. So maybe it's the Red Stars Gremlin that are saying, please don't show us the score, because it is 14-1 in the middle of the 3rd over. Wasim Abbas, he's a really skillful bowler. He's done it with the bat as well. He showed us for Malta in the T10 series earlier how talented he is, and his best is 3 for 7. He's taken 63 wickets in 70 games on the network, so really an experienced performer, and probably too experienced here for the Red Stars.
Yeah, and also don't forget that win, that last ball victory against the Edicts Knights. He came out and he blasted a quick fire 21. This one is going to get away from the fielder, I feel. We've seen a lot that have gone all the way over there for 6, and it's not big. Often we see this because there's a big strong wind or something blowing that takes the Grizzlies away, but I think it's just the batters are managing to get enough on it, and the balls are flying through the air here in Malta. So that's 6 more. But yeah, he came out, he scored 21 of 7, and he gave his team the victory.
He's bowling here quite a lot of heat, and I think that's maybe why that one did fly to the rope. As the Gremlins continue, so we'll update you with the score after every ball. But Mehboob Ali, he cannot do any wrong today. That was hit really firmly by Captain Tony Thomas. Flat to Mehboob Ali on the long off boundary, and rightly so. He gives his fingers a little wiggle. He counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, they're still all attached. But that's a fantastic catch. Flat. He does a little jump, Mehboob Ali. Makes sure, juggles 1, 2, takes it. And he's not on the rope, so that's a clean catch, and that marks the end of the Captain Tony Thomas. And Mehboob Ali, I think he's already got one hand on the MVP trophy for this game.
Yeah, without doubt, and we haven't even seen him have a bowl yet. Hit it pretty well. Now Mehboob, he's a tall player as well, tall man, so you're going to have to get plenty of elevation. Mehboob sort of takes the sting out of the shot first, and then it's like he's shaking a tree, and the apple falls gently into his hands. And Wasim Abbas probably did deserve that wicket, especially after the earlier blunder between the wicketkeeper and first slip, just leaving the ball to each other. And he does pick one up. So power play complete, 20 for 2, and it looks like Bishnoi is going to finish his spell. He took 1 for 3 in his first over.
It's good to see Bishnoi coming back for his second. He went 0 for 30 in the one game that Sweki have played so far. So not even a half appeal, a half hand up from Bishnoi. I think he realised that was going way too high. The new batter, who's currently at the non-striker's end because that wicket came off the final ball of the previous over. It's Anandu Prathapan, the keeper, who's on the non-striker's end, and Mehboob Ali in front of us. He's still shaking his hand because that came with quite some heat. He's got big buckets for hands. He made sure to hold on, get the second wicket for Sweki United, and this chase is looking more and more and more improbable. And I'm just talking about the bonus point. That's 139, still over 100 runs away, let alone that target of just short of the 200. That run rate's over 26 at the moment. That won't help, that won't harm the cause, but Mehboob Ali, you can't keep him out of the game. They will run back for 2. Do scamper through. Mehboob, he's walking a bit gingerly, still investigating that hand, looking suspiciously down at it, and probably he didn't fancy that 10-metre sprint on top of all the work he's done so far. Maybe he needs another drink.
Maybe. I tell you what, when it comes to the next match, I don't think he's going to shy away from having a bat by saying his hand's hurting. I think by then it'll be all right, he says.
This is a chance. Oh, and it's dropped. That's Bilal Khan there in the covers. It's hit straight at him, and he juggled, but did what Mehboob Ali didn't do, which is on the second juggle, he dropped the ball. It kind of just popped up at his shoulder. Didn't get his hands up quickly enough. And Red Stars escape on that occasion, and Shine Samuel, he lives to shine another day. That's just stroked out to the covers. It's all just a bit too easy for Swiki United at the moment. I think they know that this game is more or less won. Of course, got the double header coming up. So they'll want to do the double here and maybe even get the octopus.
Bishnai just not trying to put too much effort in. You can see he's cut down his run up a fair bit. Just spawning probably from half that run up. He gets a little shuffling before he comes through. I think Swiki United and some of their key players probably decided that with this match so already sewn up and in the bag, they don't have to really over exert themselves, and that's probably very key, because there's a lot of cricket still to be played. As Mehboob is still looking at us and shaking his hand about, and there's nothing wrong with that hand, Mehboob. I tell you what, if it's hurting, you can bat number 11 next match. He's looking this way. Well, not sure. We're getting all sorts of good, strange graphics happening at the moment, and I do like the new colours, and of course we got different colours of those cricket balls to represent some of the different tournaments. Catching opportunity, he ain't going to drop it, is he? There's a Wasim Abbas, takes another one. There's another wicket will fall, and Shine Samuel, he's certainly not shining. I can tell you who is shining, and that's Wasim Abbas. There he is. It's like he's on stage. He takes a bow, takes another catch, and Wasim Abbas in action again.
Wasim Abbas is really just in the action with both the ball in hand and then the ball landing in his hands there on the third boundary, and having just bowled a pretty impressive over himself, getting just 7-8 runs off his over and picking up that all-important wicket. He thought he'd go and have a little rest at third. Instead, the ball lands right in his hands. And that's Jaspal Singh, in fact, coming on. He started with the bat in the previous game, the first game that Swiki played against Edex Knights. But we know he can also be a star with the ball. He started off his over with a wicket straight away. Anantu Krishnan is the new batter. And there's a chance there, and there's another wicket. And that's a brilliant catch in the slips. The ball came very sharply, and the fielder there just dived to his left and took a brilliant two-handed catch.
This is quite incredible. It's the same fielder. I think this is Mohammed Kasim, isn't it? Who just stood there. It was him and Arif who had that funny moment when the ball went up in the air on the bowling of Bass. But now he's just taken a great catch. Well, some like it spicy, they say. And I think Mohammed Kasim definitely likes it spicy, because that is a spicy catch. Good reactions, good catch. And, well, unfortunately, it's going to be Pratapan, who, after giving a chance on 2, which went down, is going to go for 3 or 4 deliveries.
Mohammed Kasim, I mean, let's not forget that he did his fair share with the bat. And it's just guided away to third, and Wasim Abbas in the action again. Mohammed Kasim, he scored 69 off just 20 deliveries. Usually that's enough to at least get a mention in the headlines, but because Mehboob Ali, his opening partner, went on to that big 105 off 34, then poor Kasim was more of just a footnote, but he made sure we haven't forgotten about him with that really sharp catch in the slips. This one is also quite sharp, but that's going to go all the way. A lesser spotted 6 in this Red Stars innings so far. It's only Tony Thomas, the captain, who scored 2 boundaries at the top of the order. There's been no 4s, but that's the third 6 of the innings. And that comes off the bat of Ananthu Krishnan.
Yeah, nice shot. Krishnan needs something here, needs some highlight from the batting. The bowler, just showing the ball to the umpire, to Jit, and saying, hey, is this okay? To Jit saying, yeah, it's fine. Well, Jaspal, he's picked up 2 wickets, but I wouldn't like that one being smashed away.
That's
This time, just defensively played.
It's a bit cheeky, I think, to ask for them checking the ball. I mean, they survived in the previous innings, did the Grizzlies, with Mahbub Ali and Kazim hitting it all over the shop. And there's only been, as we said, those 3 boundaries. So I think it's a bit optimistic to ask for a new Grizzly because they're made of sterner stuff. As it is, Red Stars get to the end of the 5th, 33 for 4. So we look again, the European Cricket League coming up straight after the Western Shield. I know Vinny was in the chat earlier actually saying that he will do the sweepstake for the ECL live straight after, well, it'll be you by yourself tomorrow, Rico, straight after you've done your commentating for the day. And he sent the link into the chat as well, so make sure to tune in for that as we start the 6th over. I think we start with a wide, yeah, and it's Jaspal Singh who's back. In fact, it's
this is the other thing, isn't
the
it?
Gurjit Singh is coming back on for his over. And you'll have to start that one again because there's a wide, and that looks like it might be another wide. We haven't seen Gurjit bowl so far in the whole tournament. In fact, he didn't bowl in the first and only game this week you've had so far. He did feature with the bat. He featured again with the bat earlier. He gives us the old double apologies. Realises he should probably bowl the ball on the pitch, but not that side of the pitch either, Gurjit.
Well, he's... I suppose when you've got so many runs to play with and the opposition still need 164, needing to go at 32 and over, you can probably have a bit of a laugh and a giggle at bowling 3 wides on the spot. And a few of the other players are saying, come on, it's your one and only chance.
That's better. That's just going to be chipped over Gurjit's head. And the fielding done here by none other than Mahbub Ali, who has definitely deserved all the plaudits so far.
Yeah, I mean, talking about, he scored that century, so it's probably a good time to mention in 1961 was a day for young centurions. So 61, it was today, on this day, that Mushtaq Mohammed, aged 17 and 82 days, made his first 100 against India in Delhi. It was a test record until Bangladesh's Mohammed Ashraful scored a century on debut, and off Sri Lanka at the age of 17 and 63 days. And before that, the nearest anyone got to break in Mushtaq's record was in 1990. And of course, that was Sachin Tendulkar when he was age 16 and he was 12 runs short when he got out to New Zealand's Danny Morrison. So a good day to be talking about centuries. Probably also a good day to be talking about sportsmanship, because once he edged it, Mahbub Ali, not a lot of people thought he did, but he walked off. And today in 1949, cricketing gentleman was born, India's. It was Gundappa Vishwanth. He was renowned for his sportsmanship. It's played away nicely. That's going to be 4 runs. That's right in the gap. 4 runs. 4 carreras. And talking about his sportsmanship, this is Gundappa Vishwanth. He cost India the Golden Jubilee Test when he recalled Bob Taylor, so he didn't win any friends for that. But Gundappa was known for his lightning wrists and pure impish stroke play. From 91 Tests, he made over 6,000 runs at the average of 41. That's not bad.
I'll take that average. And that's just been darted across Ananthu Krishnan there by Gurjit Singh. He started the over with 3 wides. As we see, there was a half-hearted appeal here actually, but I think missed everything in the end. But a good dot. That's just going to be pulled away into the vacant zone there as Jaspal Singh comes in to do the fielding. And this is all just a bit of a procession at the moment, isn't it, Rico?
Yeah, it is. It's just going through the motions. I think both teams, for different reasons, are thinking about the next match. The Red Stars thinking, well, how can we at least get something from it? A little bit about the Malta Day and Edicts Night matches, really. You know, they look like they're going to be pretty one-sided. You would think once again that Swihi United are going to be pretty strong in it. I wonder if Swihi United, having won that one so easily, and being that Mohammed Qasim and Mahbub Ali had a good knock, whether it'll change that batting order slightly, because we know there's got so many other good batters in that side. I mean, both the Singhs are good batters. We know that. Even Mohammed Ajmal, we know, can bat very well with their captain, Anil Kadir. So there is the possibility that they could make minor changes just to get some other batters out there having a hit.
I think that's a good idea to get some experience, maybe some tougher tasks ahead. That's a great first ball for the returning Jaspal Singh. He's already picked up 2 wickets in his first over. And hey, I've got a rule change suggestion, or law change, let's get the terminology right, because this has turned into a bit of a procession with the run rate over 40. Maybe at some point, if the run rate goes over a certain rate, let's say 35, then it's a knockout. Then you say, you're too far gone, lads. You've got to come off the pitch.
Yeah,
it stops these kind of procession games where we all know what the result is going to be. Of course, T10 is so quick that we're talking about 15 minutes remaining in this game, whatever happens. But maybe that adds a little bit of jeopardy. You've got to keep the run rate as down as much as possible. Here it's currently over 42.
Yeah, I suppose with our format here, especially with the bonus point that still can be played for, though in this match, even that looks like it's out of it, to be honest, because they need to go at around about 28 just to get that. And the only thing that could interfere with, I guess, is the net run rate, which
it's true,
could be important. But yeah, see what you mean. Like, nobody probably, especially if the Red Stars decide we've lost this match, we're just not going to try and hit the ball, we're just going to block, block, block. I don't think nobody really wants to see any negative cricket.
Maybe we could call it the eliminator rate. Or maybe it's just a silly idea in my head. But me and Vinny were throwing around a few rule changes. He wanted to shorten the pitch, so anything's possible.
Oh dear.
Well, at least for women's games. But I sold him on not doing that. But you know, cricket innovates the whole time. They're always looking for new ways, and I think ECN is very much at the forefront of that innovation, bringing this exciting T10 format to Europe and indeed the whole world. Jaspal Singh comes in for his 5th delivery. It's going to be another dot ball, just the one single coming off this over so far with 1 ball left.
Yeah,
in fact, that is the over. It was dot ball to finish it, so the Red Stars finish 43 for 4 off 7 as we look. There will be a repeat of this game. Second part of the doubleheader. Sweeky will absolutely wanting to be going for that octopus. Meanwhile, Red Stars, looks like they'll be down a player as well. Down, but they're not out, and they'll have to come back fighting if they want to get anything from this doubleheader.
Yeah, definitely. So it's interesting, isn't it? I often hear a lot of talk from people about the length of the boundaries, not just for women's matches, but junior matches as well. My take on that, from putting a coaching perspective on, is that what that then affects is the running in between the wickets. I think what then happens then is that players, because the boundaries are so small, are just going to focus on just hitting or trying to hit boundaries and forget about the skill of, you know, taking those singles, turning those ones into twos, etc. So I think you know, got to be very careful that you can make a change to make it more exciting, but then you take some of the other important skills away from the game.
And it's Umar Khan who's showing a lot of skill so far. First one just crept over the wide line, but comes back with a dot there. Yeah, and I think one of the main features of women's cricket is that skill that is involved, because they can't, like the men, just rely on brute force. So just manipulating the gaps, working the field is such a key part of women's cricket. As this one is up in the air, it's a half chance for Gurjeet there, but he decides, well, we'll just take the single for now. No need to rearrange my face diving for that one.
I think that's exactly what he says when he looks at Mahbub Ali. He says, I'm not the fool like you. We're going to win this match. I don't need to hurt myself. And he decides that he's not going to be diving forward. But this time, there's no dive required because it is straight into the hands of the fielder. Umar Khan will pick up the wicket. Ajmal Ali is going to have to depart. And it's all smiles all around at the moment for Sweetie United. There's Ashok Bushnai, who holds on to a very easy catch.
And that's another wicket down for Red Stars, and the previous one would have been a spectacular catch. That one was more of a formality, but it still had to be taken. That does mark the end of the next batter for Red Stars, and it's going a bit from bad to worse. been a long time now since we've had a boundary, no boundary in the previous over from Jaspal Singh, and we have to go back to the over before from Gurjeet Singh where we had that 1-4. Go back to live, and again another dot ball. So the Red Stars innings has really just screeched to a halt here.
Yeah, I mean, Biju plays and misses at that one. Makan just keeping that ball outside that off stump. There it is again, just short of a length. So the batter, if he comes forward, it's not quite getting to the pitch of it. And if you go back, you've got to be able to get into a position where either you're cutting or late cutting. You can see you got two close catches in there now. Yes, well, he's just swinging and missing. This time he's played that one so early as Biju. It's the end of the over. And is it the end of the over, or have we got one to go? Well, the umpires are calling it over. We'll go with the umpire, shall we? 45 for 5 at the end of 8.
Biju has the 99 on the back of his shirt. Add 100 to that, and that's the score that Red Stars had to achieve. And in all honesty, they've got nowhere near it. 45 for 5, 2 overs left, so even that bonus point is a long way away. And it's the man himself, Mehboob Ali, who comes into the attack, and he's got the golden touch against the Red Stars here. First ball, he gives his shoulder a little whirl, make sure everything is still in working order. Well, it didn't look like there was anything wrong with that delivery as he cleans up Ananthu Krishnan. First delivery, just a couple of hop, skips and a jumps from Mehboob. Ananthu just swipes all around it, and I think you can already write the name on the trophy for Mehboob for the MVP, because he's doing everything for his team today.
Yeah, full and straight. Probably not the best shot there from Krishnan. And now you've got two batters out there who've yet to score. Abin Biju and Diju Sebastian.
Diju was involved in that ECN Classic moment on the boundary where he had to pull off the reverse dive. Didn't quite manage it as the ball went over the rope. He's managed to get a bit of bat on this one. Mehboob Ali there, all smiles. He knows he's put in a shift today for his team. There's just the 10 balls left before they can celebrate their 4-0 win from this game.
Yeah, it's a huge victory though. I mean, look at the margin. I mean, at the moment, it's over 150, 154. It's just been a golf apart, have these two sides. Swahi United are looking strong after an absence last year where they didn't play. 2023 they got as far as the semi-finals, and it was the rain that, well, rain was their gain against the quarter-final against Marsa, because they finished above Marsa, went through to the semi, and then it was, well, the rain was the pain when against Gozo Zalmi. The rain would come and play a part in that, and Zalmi would go through to the final, having finished above them. But they haven't played since then, and they're back. And you can certainly say after the performance in this match, they are back with a bang.
Absolutely, and when they've got Mehboob Ali in their lineup, and he can do it all, bat, ball, field, he's done it all today. And he's not allowing the batter here to get anywhere near the ball, really. That was, I think, about 4 swings and a miss in the over. In fact, it goes wicket 1 and then 4 dot balls. Abin Biju, I don't think has made contact with the ball yet in his 6 balls faced. Red Stars 46 for 6, limping towards the finish line here. Just the 1 over left. You can see that, as you suggested, Rico Sweeky, they've had a chance to look at different bowlers. Mehboob Ali, he'll finish with pretty decent scores to go with his big score with the bat as well, 105 off 34. But this has maybe been a good training exercise for Sweeky to see who's on form with the ball, and it's Mohammed Kazim, the other big scorer today. He's not done yet. He wants to get in on the wicket action as well. Yeah, well, he'll turn his arm over. Why not? He starts with a loopy little soft ball which ends up into the hands of Anil Kadir. The captain has a big smile. The catch gets taken. Another wicket goes.
And at the moment, there's nothing they can do wrong. I mean, Kasim just floats it up there, and he plays this one completely wrong, does Dijo Sebastian, and just offers a tame catch to the captain Kadir, who doesn't make the mistake. And Mohamed Kasim will probably be thinking, all right, if he can get maybe another wicket or so here, perhaps he could steal away the player of the match performance from Mahbub Ali. Next batter comes out. Well, Hiran Teja has already got 52 his name. Unfortunately, it was 52 of his bowling. And he'd want to fare a little bit better with the bat. It's worth mentioning he did pick up a wicket, though. Well, anyway, the squeeze is being put on him as he comes out there to join Biju. Biju's faced 7 balls and not scored a run. It's a big appeal here, and I wonder if they're checking this side on. It didn't look out to me, and now I've never seen so many people putting the stumps back together because they're all over there. There's about 3 people helping the umpire Jit to put the stumps together. Look at them, look how close they all are. Tossed up, and it's a swing and a miss.
Almost gone into test match style here, and Kazim, he's not gone for a run so far, but I wouldn't be the one to tell Mahbub Ali that he's not going to get the man of the match certificate, trophy, whatever it is, because he has thoroughly deserved it. He's chipped in with a wicket, a catch and a century, but Mohamed Kazim, he can be the honourable runner-up because he has now conceded a run, but he has got the wicket as well as contributing with runs, and that one's a 6-run contribution. Is that just Biju? He's taken 7 balls to hit the ball at all, and on his 8th attempt, he hits it for 6.
Well, that's a bit more like it. Well, Biju, he says, I was just getting my eye in, he says, and he then finally sort of sweeps this for 6. And, well, Mohamed Kasim had a big smile on his face. Well, that 6, I think, now certainly has Mahbub Ali with the player of the match, even though he almost sneaked this one through. Single will be taken, and that, folks, will be the end of this contest, if you can call it that, because it is a huge victory for Swihi United, and one that will do them the world of good. Not only will they pick up the 4 points, but we have occasionally talked about net run rate, and with a winning margin of 146 runs, that is going to probably do them a big favour as we go further down the line in this tournament.
Absolutely, and I'm sure when we get the table graphic updated after this game, we'll see that they've shot up to near the top of the table, but we're not done yet. Red Stars, they do have the right of reply, and they, even with a player down, will give their all to at least take something from this ill-fated day so far for them, but they're coming up against a very strong Swihi United. Mohamed Kazim and Mahbub Ali both on top of their games at the moment, and it's hard to look past a double for Swihi here.
Yeah, look, stranger things can happen in sport, but I think having seen what we have and knowing what we know, I think the Red Stars will think that the best case scenario for them is what Malta Day were able to do with the Edix Knights, and that's to at least pick up a point in this last match, because Swihi United, they look strong. Good catch there from Wasim Abbas, showing he's got great footwork. Then I'm loving that between Qasim Mohammed and the wicketkeeper Arif Mohammed, both having a little bit of an argy-bargy with each other, and then you can see the wicketkeeper saying, oh, the sun's up there, means it's not my catch, it means it's your catch. Well, they were still debating. There were a few more runs scored, but then Wasim Abbas, who should have had that wicket earlier, does get one, as Lala, though he does fumble the first attempt, it lands kindly in his hands to take the catch. It wasn't the case, though, for Bilal, because he would put it down, but Wasim Abbas, he had great hands, and as Tina was saying at the time, he is a good player. And Qasim Mohammed makes amends for the one he probably, well, I don't think he should have gone for it, actually. I think it was the keeper's catch, but he says, when it is mine, I will take it. That was just playing down the wrong line, right across the line, as Lala just knocks the timber over as he casually walks back. Only the 1 run came off that over, and I think it's even though right there towards the end that Mohamed Qasim himself also was able to pick up a wicket, but that one being hit for 6 which was a rare highlight for the batting side when they get another Maximo. Sort of says, well, all right, Mahbub Lala, I think I'll hand over the player of the match to you. Quick look here at the scorecard, and only 2 batters getting into double figures. Also, what good teams do when they're in the field, even if you're using a variety of bowlers, you keep the extras down. Only the 4 extras as well, and that was the 4 wides. Red Stars, I can't really see how they're going to improve immensely to make the next match a title one. Here's the bowling figure, so you can see 8 bowlers used there in total. 2 wickets to Jaspal Singh. Well, Jaspal Singh, we were surprised at Gurjit Singh, and also the likes of the number 3 batter. That was Arif Mohammed, came in before him, and maybe he's more of a bowler now than a batter. Comfortable victory then in a completely one-sided match, which means that the next match coming up is going to be a very important one really for the Red Stars. They don't really want to go the day without picking up any points. So match number 20 coming up. The Red Stars really have to do a lot better against the very powerful and talented Sweetie United. I'm Rico Full. Alongside me is Tina Goff, along with the European cricket crew. Join us back in about 15 minutes time for the last match of the day. And remember, get your random questions coming. And Tina's not here at the moment, so make sure you all come back with some lovely messages wishing her a safe journey back home. And then also, remember, we will see her back for the start of the Western Shield. So I want to see a lot of love on the chat when Tina comes back. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Welcome back to the European Cricket Network, where we're here ECS Malta 2025 and into the final match of the day in Malta under the sun, and it's Sweekie United against Red Stars. Before we talk a bit about the teams, let's go straight out there to the middle to see what happened at the toss.
Sweetie to call.
Heads.
Head is the call. It's tails.
They're going to bet first.
They're going to bet.
So there you have it, the tables have turned. Red Stars won the toss and they've decided to bat first. Well, what a game we just saw. And let's talk about one man, Mehboob Ali. He scored an astounding 100 and he only chipped in then with a catch and a wicket. So there's no doubt that he was the player of the match in that game. As for the Red Stars, well, Captain Tony Thomas, he'll be scratching his head. He won't know what to do. He's going to try and bat first in this game to see if he can get at least 1 point on the board. They'll of course want to go home with all 4 to get themselves up the table. Sad news is it's the final game for me here in Malta, but Rico Fall I'm sure will keep me company for the last few moments of this series here today. He'll be back for the next 5 days as well. But for now, Rico, take it away in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, and yeah, I'll certainly keep you company. I know that the chat are going to be keen to keep you company as well in this, your last match in Malta, but I'm sure that you've had a wonderful time here. Of course, great memories of the internationals and then the start of this series, especially after the rain finally did stop. And maybe we can give you an exciting finish to your stay here. Sweetie United, though, they look very strong. Red Stars, they have won the toss and elected to bat first, so they're taking maybe a leaf out of the book of Malta Day, who did that against the Edix Knights. And I think everybody expected that the Edix Knights would once again take all the points in chasing, but Malta Day, they did take them all the way into the last over. Can Red Stars do the same, or could they surprise everybody and get a win? One thing that you'll notice there, can't hide that fact that they are one man down in this one. Jimmy James, though, does come in to their side, and he's a very handy bowler. He was in good form here last year with 9 wickets, and I think him and Sanjeet Vijayan with the ball are probably going to be pretty key for them. But issue is going to be who's going to score the runs with bat. I know they are batting first, and it was Vijayan and Tony Thomas that opened up in the last match, but they never really got going, and you can see already there the win predictor 96% to 4 in favour of Sweetie United. Coming to the close of a wonderful day here in Malta. This lovely Marsa Sports Complex was inaugurated in 1902 and has a proud cricketing tradition here in Malta, going back to a game played locally here many years ago between the sailors of Admiral Nelson's fleet in the 1800s. So the big tradition. We also know that the great W.G. Grace played a match on Maltese soil on the way to the 1891/92 Ashes in Australia. So cricket's been around for a long time on the island. Here's the first, and it's going to be a wide ball to start as Bishnoi strays really down the leg side. It's normally got quite a good radar. Bowling to Tony Thomas, and he's been joined out there by Shine Samuel, who is listed as the other opener. It's another one that's down the leg side, so Bishnoi just getting his radar a little bit wrong. Comes Bishnoi once again. Well, that's a bit of a full toss, and the umpires may take another look at this side on. I think he might just be okay, but going for a couple, they will come back. I think if that was a direct hit, then I think that would have been curtains for Shine Samuel. He does make it back. Let's have a look at this. Good pick-up, early throw. Let's look at the height here. I think that's probably just okay. Back to the live action. That's better areas. That's where Ashok Bishnoi needs to be, and normally he gets his line pretty right. He always balls in that corridor of uncertainty. Oh, that's a nice little bucket hat there on the head of Mohammed Ajmal. Nice and bright. Certainly will get noticed. He's in that first slip catching position, and well, he's going to see it go over him, and this is going to be 4 runs. That's Jasprit. Jaspal, beg your pardon. Jaspal Singh, who does get a hand to it, but he's not able to keep the ball in play. It's going to be 4 runs, boundaries. That's what you need to do here. Just be a little bit brave, be assertive. If anything's a little bit wide, if you're going to have a slash hard at it, and maybe like that, you'll get a boundary or 2. And that will do nicely as well, up and over. And this one just bounces just before. You can see the umpire wanting confirmation from the scorers. It's right in front of them, and it will bounce just before. So back-to-back boundaries for Shine Samuel. Much better, much more positive start this from the Red Stars, as Bishnoi just struggles at the moment to execute the right line. This time he does get this one through, and gets taken by Arif Mohammed. Nice to see a lot of people saying some very nice, and quite rightly too, nice things about Tina here. That's a good Yorker that's been blocked out nicely by Samuel at end of the over, and that's the first time that in this match a shot gets it right, but it gets dug out as well. Good start though, 14 off the first. If they can keep going at that, then they certainly will at least set Swihi United a fairly decent target to try and get to. And there's Bishnoi. Will probably be disappointed with the way he started there. He was a little bit all over the place. And Swihi United not messing around. They go straight to Wasim Abbas to bowl the second. They've got so many options though, haven't they? They might even go to the likes of Mahbub Ali to bowl 2 overs here. Just want to see where Mahbub is at the moment. You normally don't have too many difficulties finding him in the field. And I think he might be there on the 45. Yeah, that one gets past the batter. See Mabasi, like many of the good Maltese players, I remember talking a little bit to Amar Sharma and to Priyanth Pushpajan about this as Wasim comes in again. Good areas from him. Just, oh, that's a bit of a tight call there from umpire Jit. I thought he might have just kept this one inside. You make up your mind here. I think that one, I think if you're calling that, I think the bowler's going to be pretty disappointed that I think the whole ball was inside the line there. But yeah, one thing we were talking about is that here in Malta, that a lot of the key players, and Wasim is one of them, it's up in the air, fielder is out there hunting it and will hold on to the catch. That's very well done. And he has a little dance to celebrate as well. No mistakes, comes across, holds on to it. And that is probably Jaspal, who was the man who was beaten on the boundary earlier. In fact, it's not Bishnoi. So Jaspal's been moved from that part of the ground. What a good catch this is, though. Has to cover a lot of ground, comes across, holds on to it, and Abbas picks up the wicket. One thing I like about Wasim Abbas there, the ball before, you could clearly see that it was inside, but he doesn't really make any complaints about it. He accepts the decision from the umpire and focuses this on what he's got to do and picks up the wicket of Shine. Bishnoi takes a really good catch, In comes Abbas now to Vidian, who has a wild swing at this one. Plays and misses at it. Yeah, but the point that I was making is that a lot of those players now, so some of those key players, so Wasim Abbas is one of them, of course. Varun Prasad is another. Michael Das comes into that talking frame, but a lot of older players, they're in the 30s, and some of them even sort of that 30 past the 35 markers. That one is going to go all the way, quite amazingly. Well, he does swing hard. Vijayan gets the edge of the bat, not where he wanted this to go, but because he swung hard, it slices off. It beats everyone, and it goes all the way for 6. There's nothing Bushnell could do about that. So I think Malta, and that's why they are making a few changes. I think when you look at their T20 international or T10 international sides, is they are really trying to focus on trying to find and get some younger players into the side. I think a big effort is being made in getting cricket into the schools. Because, of course, oh, wow. Let's just hold on a moment. That is a blast and a half. What a cracking shot this is from Sangeet Vijayan. He gets given a little bit of room. And, well, that is a stroke of a master blaster. That has been absolutely muscle to the boundary. That was brutal. What a hit. I'll have a look at this again. Well, we'll have to quickly go back to the live action as the next one will also be whipped away for 4 runs. So we just saw the brutal 6 went over the covers, and now this one gets shoveled away. 1 bounce, 4 runs, and Wasim Abbas, well, after taking a wicket, then he gets a little bit of treatment here. And I don't think he likes so much, and I get the feeling there that Sanjeev Vijayan probably had a thing to say to Wasim Abbas there, as the last 3 balls there went 6, 6 and 4, 17 come off over number 2, and well, Red Stars are 31 for 1. Well, Tina does come back. How about that finish to the over?
What a finish that was, and the Red Stars, they were down in the single digits on the win predictor. They clearly took that personally because they've come out firing here. They have lost that early wicket. Shines no more. But Tony Thomas and especially Sangeet Vijayan, he's shown that he's no fool with the bat. That was a triple boundary, 6-6-4 to finish that Wasim Abbas over. And Wasim Abbas, he's got international pedigree, so it's no mean feat to go triple boundary there.
Yeah, that was just amazing hitting. All right, they're going to go now here to Ajmal, as he's removed his bright orange bucket hat. We'll see how he does. Left armour. I'm not sure what's going on here at the moment. There seems to be a bit of a delay. Not sure what this is about.
I think some of the gremlins have been at work again here. Do you see the blue crew patrolling the boundary? So not too sure what is going on.
I think Abbas wants... Is it Abbas wanting to come off or something? It looks like the 12th might be coming on here. Is that what we're seeing here? Not really sure here at the moment. Looks like somebody is coming on to the field of play. Maybe they were 1 man down and he's now arrived. There it is. Well, I know that figure. That looks like Imran. And well, we'll give you more on that in a moment. And I think, yeah, player has gone off. I'm just looking as this one. Well, let's have a look at this first. That is going to be 6 runs. It's hit beautifully as Tony Thomas continues the attack that Vijayan started. Hits this nicely over the top. But yeah, I'm just seeing Sam Williams and the medic going over to where fine leg is. There is a player down there, one of the Swee United players.
Is that even Mehboob maybe? I can't. It's hard to tell from so far away. Quite a hulking figure over there because Mehboob was on that 45, so he was in that region.
He was, yeah, you're right. So not sure what's going on there. Let's hope that it's nothing that serious. But what's serious here at the moment is a serious assault from both these 2 batters. And Tony Thomas and Sanjeev Vijayan are really coming out attacking. And how about this? I mean, this is the sort of punishment that Swee United were handing out to the Red Stars in the last match.
The tables have really turned here. We and the win predictor thought that this might just be another procession, another 4-0. And yeah, how quickly things can change, and especially it is Mahbub over there. Doesn't look in the best of shape. He's walking around the boundary on the other side of the boundary, so we'll report back if we hear anything about that. As we go for the run out of the non-striker's end. Good backing up there in the field, but it's turned around quite significantly. The Centurion is off the pitch for Suiki, and Red Stars, they're at least putting up a fight. 41 for 1 halfway through the third. We're still in the power play, and it's been a good power play so far for the Red Stars. That's a good delivery though from Mohamed Ajmal. He's responded well after he got hit for 10 off his first 2 deliveries.
Yeah, good comeback. Just a change of angle, left armour. If he lands it in the right spot, it's very difficult to get away. I think we've talked a few times that there seems to be a little spot there that coming from this angle really just seems to extract. There's extra bounce, and there is that extra bounce up in the air and taken, held with no problem. That's Bishnai who'll take another 2 catches to him, and Tony Thomas, who wanted to be super aggressive, is that heavy length ball. And I often do say, Tina, it's one thing that I really think that a lot of the cricketers that we see on our travels have to practice, because when they come up against better players, better bowling attacks, and a lot of these players experience that when they get to the Cardamom Oval, that's the kind of length that gets bowled to them, and they struggle with it.
It's just the back of the length, and Tony Thomas, the captain there, was completely cramped up. Didn't really have an answer to it. Could only go for the backsimo, but it went nowhere near the boundary. It just went straight into the hands of Bishnoi there. Safe hands again. And that's the 2nd wicket down for Red Stars.
The new batter who comes out is going to be Anathu Krishnan.
This is a great over. If you discount the 10 in the first 2 deliveries, not a run came off it, and that 1 wicket. So Red Stars finish the power play 41 for 2. It does look like Mahbub, he's gone off injured. Not sure if it was maybe an injury or he just wasn't feeling very well. He was walking around gingerly. And he, I think, is over there in the 10 if we do have any news, but it certainly doesn't look like he's going to come back onto the pitch anytime soon, and that is a big blow for Squeaky United, because we saw he did everything in the previous game. He batted, he bowled, he took a catch. So maybe this is the start of the turning of the tide here for Red Stars. They've got a sniff here. It will be Jaspal Singh to bowl the next over.
Yeah, Jaspal did bowl very well, so they're just changing that pace a little bit. And Jaspal probably the pick of the bowlers with the 2 wickets he picked up in the last match. Singh, if he can continue the good work he was doing. Yeah, I think, you know, mentally for the Red Stars, if they see that Mahbub Ali maybe doesn't feature or he's not feeling 100%, it you know, make them feel a little bit more positive. And maybe that positive mindset is showing with the batters out there. I mean, Sanjeev Vijayan certainly looking dangerous, but let's see if Krishnan can take over the way that Tony Thomas was batting, and these two continue to pile on the pressure.
Well, Squeaky are by no means a one-man team. They used 8 bowlers in the previous game. Mahbub was one of them, but even without him, they have 7 very competent bowlers. Jaspal Singh is one of them. He, of course, has international pedigree as well. He's featured for Malta. He's done a lot of good work with the bat, and he's always a steady performer with the ball as well, as he has shown so far. These 2 deliveries, just the 1 and the dot. Make that another dot. And Ananth Krishnu, he's just walking a bit around his crease, but he's not really selecting the right shots, and he's going to be having a speaking to here.
Yeah, I think
Sangeeth.
Yeah, Sangeeth Vijayan has had enough, and he's going over to him and say, hey, come on. I'd rather see you having a swing than trying to just push at these, be positive. And he does well to get back onto that. It'll be a long chase. Will they take the 2? I think, yeah, they will, and they'll get there fairly comfortably in the end as well, so that's a bit better. He did well, though, to get back on that. Jaspal went for the pegs.
Yeah, and they'll take any run they can get at the moment. Red Stars, the last 8 deliveries have just gone for 3 runs. And 1 wicket in there as well. That one's been hit firmly. Should be cut off by Gurjeet Singh here. Bowled back from the long off boundary. Maybe he's giving a little sign there to his captain that he's ready and waiting to bowl whenever called upon.
Yeah, good comeback though, this isn't it, from Suhi. They were under attack, 14 and 17, the scores of the first 2 overs, but then Ajmal certainly changed it up. But, well, talking about up and away as the next one gets blasted away, and it is Imran Amir who has come onto the field to as the 12th. As well, like I say, we'll give you updates of Mahbub Ali as soon as we know them, but maybe he's just feeling a little bit ill at the moment. But certainly when that last match was done, he seemed okay. He looked pretty bubbly and bright and sparkly, but yeah, just a little bit under the weather at the moment, as are Suhi United, because the Red Stars have come out fighting. The 50 is up, 51 for 2 after 4.
We are currently fighting as well with some of the gremlins in the system. But we'll keep you updated on the score, just so you know where we're at. The Red Stars, they've certainly got off to a better start than they did in the previous game. They won the toss for this second part of the doubleheader. And I don't think they wanted to face the prospect of Mahbub Ali again bowling first, so they've decided to bat first. And it's paid off so far as Mohammad Ajmal comes back for his second over. He took the wicket in the first over of Tony Thomas. Only on for 10 runs. That'll be another dot. So Sangeeth has not really had much of the strike here. What he has had, he's punished. He's gone 23 off just 6 deliveries. But he hasn't really been helped by many of his partners at the other end. They've been struggling, and a few ugly swipes have come out. Not much success, and again, that's just a good delivery though by Mohammad Ajmal. Just cramps up the batter, and you can't get any bat on that.
Yeah, you can't. But we have seen high scores and low scores. Of course, there was a low score there from the Red Stars in the last match. And, well, international sides also have their bad days, as was the case with South Africa in 1932. We'll talk about that in a moment. No, this is... I think you're getting to a point here where you're really seriously starting to think whether Krishnan is doing you any favours out there. And I think if you're Suhi United, you think, right, just bowl it outside the off. Don't try and get him out, because he's not hurting you here at all at the moment.
Yeah, he's just really grinding this momentum to a halt, and that one's just, he swivels on it and he gets sent back. There wasn't too much backing up there happening by Sangeeth, and that's 4 dots in a row, and it's been relatively well bowled by Mohammad Ajmal, but to be honest, he hasn't had to do much apart from just put it on a spot. But that in itself is a skill which he is executing very well. That one is in the air. Was a half chance there in the field for Bilal Khan. He got around to it, but he didn't just quite get enough forward to catch that, and he gets consoled there by his teammate. He doesn't want to hear it. I think he wants to bury his head in the sand for just a second. You can see his teammate comes in. He doesn't want to hear it.
I have to say that if I'm the captain, I'm shouting, don't catch it, don't catch it, don't catch it. He wants to take the single just to go back on strike here, because a very good over. Only the couple of runs coming off that one. And, well, they are surprisingly, what do I know, they are surprisingly going to come back for 2. You would think that Sandeep Vidyan, as you said, is being kept off the strike. You thought that you would only want the single to go back on strike, but that's not what they looked to do. And there's a couple taken there at the end, and I think that takes the score to 53. Yeah, it will, 53 for 2 at the end of 5. So they were going well, but they brought it back, haven't they, Suhi?
They have. They've fought back, used all their experience, got experienced bowlers, and they've done the business here. And in fact, that overthrow did help the Red Stars, because that was the final ball of the over. So Ananthu, having faced 5 dots, managed to scamper through for 2 on the final ball, which means Sangeeth will now be facing up. And he'll be facing Wasim Abbas with the 804 on his back. I wonder if that has any significance. We obviously saw the 747 earlier. Yeah. 804, any planes, any magic numbers with 804? Tell us in the chat if you know what 804 might mean. And any other random things, by the way. Of course, we're into the final game of the day. So it's into the random question zone. So if you do have anything to ask, anything at all, cricket, food, plane related, we'll happily answer anything.
We will do. And we can also tell you that the big man, Mahbub Ali, is back on the field. He's come on that offside boundary. There's the sweeper as Imran Amir comes off. Well, I'm finished telling you about the low score from South Africa. It was back in 1932, a day to forget for South Africa, who were bowled out for 36 in 23.2 overs by Australia in Melbourne. Bert Armonger led the way with 5 for 6. And although Australia were bowled out themselves for 153, that one might be a wide, Armonger took 6 for 18. South Africa was scheduled for 45 second time round, losing that series 0-5. So even the best of teams can sometimes find their way into scoring low scores. And but the question is how you come back, and that's what the Red Stars are looking to do here, come back strong. But it looks like Sweden United have once again got the upper hand, and it's just a little bit of swinging and missing happening here now. Well, we saw Krishnan swing and miss at a few. It's Sanjeev Vijayan now, who's probably been kept off strike so much. He's lost the momentum, Tina, that he started with.
Yeah, I think this swinging and missing is contagious, and no boundary in the previous over, and just the one at the end of the over before that, bowled by Jaspal Singh, and a couple of big swipes here, and it's the experience showing as well of Wasim Abbas. He's a real seasoned performer, and he bowled well in the previous game. He bowled just the one over, surprisingly, but maybe that's because Swiki were tweaking around a bit with their bowlers. That one only went for 8, and so far he's just gone for the one wide. His second over.
Good test this for Abbas, because remember that over, it was similar to this, 1 wide, 3 dots, and then it went boundary, 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 and it was this man who did it, Vijayan. And he's looking to do the same again, is he? Yup, because that's going to go all the way. And interesting how Wasim seems to win the first half of the over, and then Sanjeev Vijayan goes and wins the second half. Are we going to see a repeat of that again here as Wasim goes back to his mark? One thing with Wasim is the variations. I think he is missing that slower delivery.
Right on cue.
Right on cue.
There it is. It will just be a single. So that's fielded well by Bilal Khan. Yeah, and the thing is, you have to be unpredictable as well as a bowler. And how many times do we see it that a bowler gets hit for a big 6, the next ball slower delivery? And I think at some point as a batter, you have to expect the slower one to come in. But that was well disguised, to be fair to Wasim Abbas. He proved to you, Rico, he does have that one in his locker.
And it's good that he uses it rightly, because he never did that. Never went to that the last time. And he goes for it again, and he could get a wicket. He should have got a wicket. And this has been totally missed by the fielder Umar Khan. And Wasim Abbas, you can see he's not too pleased. These fielders have let him down on a number of occasions today.
Yeah, and that was the final ball of Wasim Abbas's spell, and how dearly he would have liked to pick up his second wicket. As it is, he finishes with figures of 1 for 25. Maybe a bit too expensive for what Wasim would have liked, especially against these Red Stars batter. But still, Swiki, they're in a commanding position, 62 for 2 off 6. And look, well, the action never stops. And this is what we have tomorrow. Unfortunately, Rico, you will be on your own, but I'm sure you're more than capable of talking us through these 4.
I will miss you, and so will our viewers. But I will crack on. The Crusaders taking on Gazira United. That's going to be the first of the 2 back-to-back matches, and then we're going to see the Humram Stallions taking on the Victoria Lions. So on paper, I think both of those matches look a bit like today, with one team look like they should go on and win. Southern Crusaders, you would feel that they're going to be stronger than Gazira United, and Humram Stallions they will hope they'll get the better of the Victoria Lions. But the Lions are a strange side. I think they've shown that already. I think if they put it together in the field with their bowling and fielding, if they can really contain any side, and then really they're relying on just a couple of guys to go out there and get the win for them. And we saw that when we saw them once, especially with Rajan and Pushpa Garden. If those two are in good form, then anything is possible.
Jaspal Singh, he's come back for his second over, and Yeah, I'm excited to see Hamrun Stallions tomorrow. I think they're one of the teams that have impressed, along actually with Sweeky United. So maybe we see those two match up at some point later in the series, because I think that'll be quite a tasty affair. Sweeky, I think, is too strong here for Red Stars. That's a low full toss. It's going to get the treatment. Just as I say, the Red Stars are maybe not strong enough. They've shown all their strength. That is muscled to the boundary by Sangeeth.
Yeah, just gets absolutely peppered. Not a good shot. It's a full toss. I think he's trying to ram in that Yorker. But Vijayan picks it up nicely, and it's good to see that he's found the middle of his bat again.
And he goes again. Doesn't quite get all of that. There's a chance, and it's taken. Comfortable catch in the end there. It's Umar Khan who was under that ball, and that will mark the end of a quite useful fight back from Sangeeth Vijayan, but he does fall in the end for 36 runs of 14 deliveries. Jaspal Singh, he picks up his first wicket, and it's Umar Khan bowling the ball back, who took that nice catch there in the deep.
Yeah, Wasim Abbas will look at him with daggers and say, why can't you catch him off my bowling? Mind you, I suppose Krishnan, though he did get dropped on 6, if you want to take a wicket, and the man you don't want to drop is Vijayan, and no mistakes made. A good effort though from Vijayan. He came out fighting 36 of 14. Now this is where I think alarm bells will start to ring for the Red Stars. There we go, just what I suspect. New batter comes in, and Jimmy James, well, he's the fastest batter in the West. Well, he is here in Malta because he's in and out before you know it. He'll go for a golden duck.
That's a nice ball to start off with from Jaspal Singh there. It's not what you want. Jimmy James coming in. He didn't play the previous game, so maybe he still needs to limber up.
I've got to do this. Jimmy James, he comes and he goes. And, well, maybe he's got a stagecoach to catch, but he's out of here. What a name, Jimmy James. I mean, we were talking about spaghetti westerns the other day. That's a name that's right out of a western, isn't it?
It is. Him and Tony Thomas, they could be quite the double act with those two names. Tony Thomas, he's wishing that maybe Jimmy James stuck around a bit longer, because the Red Stars are in trouble here. 69 for 4, still one ball left of Jaspal Singh's over. We were actually quietly on a hat-trick there, but as it is, Anandu Pratapan, he just chips it over the bowler's head. He'll take the one. He'll also keep the strike. So the Red Stars, they are on 70 for 4 off 7 overs.
Yeah, another good spell of bowling from Jaspal Singh. That takes 2 for 18 this time round. Just the 8 come off that over, and both those wickets were to fall there as well. So Red Stars, they move on to 70. So I guess one thing you have to say, that it's a vast improvement from them after only getting to 54 in the last match. But to make Suhi United work here, you still feel, even if they go for 10s, the last 3, make it 15, you still feel it's not going to be enough. We'll have to wait and see. Some discussion here. I think Mahbub Ali probably wanted to have a bowl here, and I think they've probably said, well, look, you were off the field, you haven't been on the field long enough, so no, you can't, which I suppose fair enough, because it wasn't like an external, what we class as an external injury, so he won't be allowed to bowl just yet. Somebody else is going to have to bowl.
Well, luckily they did use 8 bowlers in the first game, so they're not short of options, and they've thrown the ball here to Umar Khan. He dropped one, he caught one, and now he's going to be allowed to bowl. We've got a question in the chat from Lithium. Will Hamrun and Sweeky still play each other? Well, they're in different groups. Hamrun Group A, Sweeky Group B, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see them in the knockout stages.
Yeah, both teams have impressed so far, you're right. Umar Khan is given the ball. We saw him bowling the ball in after he took that catch to remove the dangerous Sangeeth Vijayan, and well, now he does get given the ball, so maybe the captain, after he couldn't go to Mahbub Ali, probably wanted to give 2 overs to Mahbub Ali. I think that was the plan, but Mahbub is going to have to settle for just the 1.
Yes. Going to be an extra one to the score. Umar Khan, he did bowl 1 over in the previous game. And he just went for 2 runs and he did pick up a wicket. So it's no wonder he was bowling from the boundary. He was sending a clear message to his captain that he wanted to have a bat, and Anil Kadir duly obliged. That's another big swing there from Pratapan, but he gets nowhere near it. It goes through to his wicket-keeping counterpart there, Arif Mohammed.
Yeah, swing and a miss. And well, maybe after this ball, I'll talk to you about the great Richie Bernard. And I will do, because it's a repeat of the same swing and miss. 1964, the end of Richie Bernard's radiant 63 Test match career in Sydney. He bowed out with 14 runs and 4 wickets as Australia drew with South Africa, ensuring that the series would finish 1 apiece. Bernard finished with 2,201 runs, 248 wickets. Well, that one's got hold of. Well, I suppose he was bound to get hold of one, and he does. The umpire puts him up in the air, and that's going to be 6 runs. And a proud record of never having captained Australia in a series defeat. Richie Bernard, and what a wonderful character he was, and a very fine cricketer as well.
And Red Stars will need to find a few cricket shots here to get them up. So that expected score is around 97. We almost had a low-scoring thriller earlier. It threatened to be a low-scoring thriller, but never really materialised in the end. If they can get to that triple-digit mark, they'll be slightly happier, but it's a long way off with a lot of swings and a miss at the moment. Just the 1-6 and the wide from the over so far. 1 ball left in Umar Khan's first over and the 8th over in the innings.
I think if memory serves me right, Umar Khan was the bowler who at one time held the record on the network for the longest ever over. Now that I'm actually watching him bowl, as he knocks the stumps over, he says, Rico, hush up, don't talk about that, talk about this, because they're going to take a wicket, as he cleans up Prathupan for 7. And when he gets it right, he's good, but I do remember him actually, I think at one time, bowling something like a 16 ball over. So not on this occasion though, only just the 1 wide. And actually that wide means he has to bowl this extra ball, and he goes straight through Prathupan and picks up his wicket. Another one down. Red Stars 77 for 5 after 8.
Good over there from Umar Khan. Goes for 7 runs, 1 wicket, and there's still 2 overs left, so maybe he'll be bowling the ball in from the boundary in this over. Say to the captain, hey, I'll want to bowl the final over, but look who it is who's going to bowl the 9th. It is going to be the hulking figure of Mehboob Ali, who clearly feels like his work for today has not been enough. So after getting the timer out, making sure that he's been back on the field for long enough, he's now got the ball in hand at the start of the 9th.
Yeah, he'll only get to bowl the 1. I think he never got onto the field quick enough to bowl the over that Umar just bowled. So Umar, he will have to thank Mehboob Ali for getting that over in, and he might even get another. Why not? After only conceding 7 runs, picking up a wicket.
This is a great start from Mehboob. As we say hi to Vinny in the chat. He's just finished. He says commentary school. We all know Vinny doesn't have to go to commentary school, but I know he's at Spanish school at the moment. So maybe he'll be coming back on comms. Fluent Spanish, or more fluent than he already is. I know he's fluent in a restaurant, and that's enough, as that one's hit to long on. It's underarm bowl there by Gurjit Singh back to the bowler. So maybe Gurjit doesn't want to bowl the last one, because he's looking like he's 10-pin bowling more than cricket bowling at the moment. Just the 1 run off this over so far.
Yeah, hello to Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu. Yeah, I hope the schooling in Barcelona is going well. And who knows, maybe one day, Vinny, you and I can do a few overs just in Spanish. I'm looking forward to that day. I don't think it'll be long. It's getting pretty fluent. But as she said, Tina, as long as Vinny can get into a restaurant and order his grub, he'll be a happy chappy.
Well, he did make me do a couple of balls in German earlier in the series. We didn't get the subtitles in quickly enough, but maybe when you two are in Khartoum, and maybe when I'm in Krefeld, we'll have to get a bit of the German out as well.
For sure. Absolutely, for sure. I think not just a bit, maybe a fair bit. Fuller latched onto. Fuller keeps his eyes on it, and it will only be just a single sort of underarm back in. Yeah, I think we have had some commentary in German. I think it was it Krefeld? Krefeld or Dresden. I'm going to go with Krefeld. And of course it was Simon. I know Simon the medic has been on the chat as well. So, and I know it was very much enjoyed. So I think that's always nice, isn't it, when we can have some other nationalities in there whenever. I know we had a little bit of French when we were in Dreux as the Red Stars finish the ninth over, 80 for 5. And how things have slowed down. There were 51 after just 4.
Here's Umar Khan, who will be rewarded with his second and his team's final over. And he's started with a dot, and as you said, Rico, it looked like we might be on for quite a competitive score as it is. So, well, I think it's been called a no ball, yeah. I'm not sure if that's field is out, I don't think so. Probably overstepped, we didn't quite catch that one. But in any case, this will be a free hit, and Anthu on strike. And it doesn't make a difference in the end because it's another dot ball.
Yeah, there's been a lot of... One thing that Red Stars, I think they're probably the only team where we've seen the majority of the batters sort of all coming out and really all trying to execute the same shot. They're just having that cross bat swing, hoping to get lucky and get one over the... Oh, that's an awful delivery, and maybe... I'm going to say it's kind of a half-hearted attempt there from the wicketkeeper, Arif Muhammad, to try and stop it. He doesn't really fancy getting himself dirty to try and get anywhere near that. It's not a good delivery, though, from Umar Khan. So now you'll understand why I did bring up the fact that Umar Khan has, or did hold on to the record once off the longest over on the network, because from nowhere, he does have the tendency to get it completely wrong, and that will be a no ball because I don't think it caught the pitch at all on its way through. So free hit coming up.
That one is more on the money, but I think it's come off the hip, and it's going to be a long chase there for Ashok, and it's the Grizzly that's going to roar over the boundary. That, in fact, has been signalled as byes. I thought that hit something.
I think it hit him. Yeah, that's definitely leg byes. It came off the side of the batter. Well, it's extras either way, and the bowler will be happy. Umar Khan, that at least they don't go down to him. So, okay, a bit of an acceleration in this final over.
Well, 100 is not off the cards here. 10 needed, 4 balls left, and Umar Khan has not quite repeated the trick of his first over. That one is a good delivery. It's up in the air. It should be taken by Wasim Abbas, and it's dropped. I was already reporting on that wicket. Wasim Abbas, usually the safest pair of hands. That one's just burst straight through his fingers.
Yeah, there's actually been some very routine catches that have gone down. And Sweehy, I think they'll be the first to analyse himself after this match, as that one's going to be curtains. We've seen that before. As the bowler says, all right, if you can't catch him, you mean catch him? That's exactly what he does. The perfect Yorker. The batter is trying to play that across the line. Sebastian will get out. Timber as the stumps get knocked over. Umar Khan picks up another. But yeah, I mean, when they look back, Sweet United, it's a lot of positives, of course. But I think the captain, Anil Kadir, will say, hey guys, if we really are serious and we're going to beat some of the big boys and put our hands on that trophy, then we've got to tidy up in the field, because that's one part of the game where they've let themselves down. I mean, there's been a couple of dolly catches that have really been put down.
Yeah, and that's not what you need if you're going to go deep in a competition like this, where you can't really afford many mistakes. Also 15 runs from extras so far in this innings. But Umar Khan, a bit of a auspicious start to this over with no balls and byes, which probably should have been leg byes. He's pulled it back though. Just the one wicket and dot. Just one ball left of this Red Stars innings. Just gonna squeeze through for a 1. They're not even interested in going for the 2 here. As the ball is just rolled back to keeper Arif Mohammed. So that brings the Red Stars innings to a close. They finish on 92 for 6, and they probably will be a bit disappointed that they at least didn't get to that 100 mark. Let's not forget, they were 41 for 2 when that second wicket fell, still in the power play, so it looked like they might be on for a decent score, but as it is, Sweekie United came firing back.
Yeah, well, look, they got 54 in reply to 198 in the match before this one. Now, 92 is a lot better, and 92 has been enough to win teams' matches in this format, but they're going to have to bowl very, very well, and also, I think they're going to have to skittle at least 4 off the top order from Sweekie United very, very quickly. If they don't do that, then Sweetie United could go on and win this pretty quickly. And it can be done. Don't forget what Malta Day did to the Edix Knights. They knocked out the top order pretty quickly. And even though it wasn't a big score on the board for Malta Day, 85 they got to, they did take Edix Knights right into the last over. And that's exactly what the Red Stars are going to have to do. Well, there was a clever bit of bowling there from Wasim Abbas, but he was let down by this man, who, well, didn't take the easy catch, but took the harder one. And then he earned himself a chance to have a bowl, and he ended up taking 2 wickets as well.
It was a good fight back from Sweekie United, and yes, they were a bit sloppy at times, but they've got a lot of moving parts, and if they come together, for example, taking catches like that, then they can be dangerous. And of course, they've got a lot of danger in their batting lineup with Mahbub Ali. He's scored more runs than the Red Stars have just managed in their entire innings. And of course, Kazim as well. Those two can be very dangerous. If they get firing, then this could be light work for Sweekie. But that's a big if. Red Stars will have a thing or two to say about that, and they'll want to get early wickets.
Yeah, they will. They need early wickets. They need to do exactly what the likes of Jaspal Singh. And then towards the end there, Umar Khan did get the ball nice, full and straight. Umar Khan, I mean, remember there was a few extras in there, including that no ball 5, but if you take those extras out, his bowling figures would have been pretty exceptional. Here's the batting scorecard. I think Tony Thomas and Shine Samuel and also Sanjeev Vijayan gave them a good start. They got to the 50 pretty quickly. It was a healthy power play. 50 came up in the 4th over, but then after that it just slowed right down once wickets started to fall, and we thought that was going to be the danger. And have a look at that this time around. Not as many bowlers used, but those that were affected. And Jaspal Singh once again holds his head up high with another twofer.
Yeah, and it's still the halfway stage, so Red Stars will feel that they can try and at least get 1 point on the board to make sure that they don't go home empty-handed today. But it will have to be a very strong bowling performance from them to keep Sweekie United and their top batters at bay. But we've got that innings coming up in a few moments' time. So join us for the last innings of the day, at least here in Malta. The sun is shining. Get yourself a coffee, put the kettle on, and join us back here in just under 10 minutes' time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Hello folks and welcome back. Yes, a big thank you of course to our partners Rado, to Victorinox and also to HCL Software and also Grizzly Beer Sports who sponsor the balls and also the umpires kits, Bizway Travel that help us to get around, and to Locker Lifestyles who of course provide us with those magnificent trophies, and should mention Two Circles as well. Of course we couldn't do what we do if it weren't for our partners. Let's have a look at the equation for this match, particularly the bonus point equation. 64 or less is the only way that the Red Stars could take 4 points here. Sweetie United, if they can get to the score of 93 inside 7 overs, they would take all the points. And that's what they're looking to do. Looks like there is a bit of a change here in the batting order. I'm liking what I see. I'll tell you more on that after this ball, which gets played at here. Looked like it was going to swing wide off the batter and go down the leg side, but it does get a bit of bat on the ball here. It's Mohammed Kasim who plays the first one away. So Mohammed Kasim gets off the mark. Jaspal Singh, who didn't get a chance to have a bat in the last one. Well, I thought it was Jaspal, but actually it's not. I think this is probably Amjad, actually. It's a left-hander. We'll wait and see in a moment. It doesn't look like that Jaspal Singh for me, but I'll confirm it with you folks in a moment. He'll take the single. I'll get a chance to have a look at the number on his back, and I see number 9. Now that means that that should probably be Mohammed Ajmal, who is the batter. So just ignore what? There you go. I think it has been updated now. So Mohammed Kasim and Mohammed Ajmal are the openers. Amjad. These two actually, I mean, I know this year you've had the likes of Mahbub Ali come into the side and Jaspal Singh, but these two were the core batters last time. Well, stronger together. I know who else is stronger with us out here is Ginger the cat. Ah, all together now. Let's play cricket. And Ginger's here every year to greet us. And she's absolutely lovely. We all share a bit of our lunch with her to keep her happy and keep her on our side as this one gets blasted away. 6 runs, Shaba, Shaba, Balle, Balle, Balle. And Mohammed Kasim, he's off and running in the same way that he started in the last match. Remember, he went off to an absolute flyer. So Ajmal coming out instead of Mahbub. I wonder if once again that's just Mahbub, who, well, myself and Tina were saying that it wouldn't be a bad idea if, as long as Sweetie United weren't chasing too many, that they made a little bit of a subtle change with the batting order. That's a good delivery. That's come back in pretty well. Slightly quicker delivery from Sangeet Vijayan as well. And good shape on this one. Let's have a look at this. So comes in. And a good movement. But you can see the umpire. And I'm liking this. We haven't always seen the umpires. You can see frustration as the umpire just throws his hands out and says, come on, you can't be in front of me there. So the bowler just gets a little word, Vijayan. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's a spicy delivery, one for the over. I'm liking this. Our last match of the day, a little bit of a masala out there in the middle. Do join in the chat. Rico Full here. Tina G will be joining me shortly. It's her last inning, so make sure we get plenty of thank yous and good comments in for Tina. I'm sure that you all would want to wish her well before you see her again. Of course, that will be at the Western Shield. Gets played out, no run. And just as I said that, Tina comes and joins me back. Tina, welcome.
Thank you, Rico. And wasn't it lovely to see Ginger the cat make an appearance? I think the cats haven't been too happy, as have we, with the weather the last few days. But they finally got their sun basking in it in front of that Stronger Together banner. It's felt like a long time ago, that golden ball, Rico. That was the first day I shared with you here, and you brought me a bit of that golden luck.
Yeah.
11 matches since then, though.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic. We got the golden ball in. I actually do think that when Georgia was with us last year, the first day I had with her in Barcelona, we had a golden ball. So maybe that's the thing, you know, when two commentators come together for the first time at the venue, good things happen. That's a nice looking shot. That's a lovely hit from Ajmal. He plays that away nicely. As I said, these two batted so well together last year. And in fact, they were not last year, 2 years ago, beg your pardon. They were the backbone of the batting for Sweden United. And though they've got some good additions into their side, they're looking to really get them off to a good start.
Yeah, talking about golden ball, that was a golden hit there. Crashed through the covers. Of course, it's a left-hand, right-hand combination, which always seems to work well. Also messes with the lines of the bowler, as that one is given a wide. And I was wondering earlier, we said that some venues seem to have that golden touch when it comes to the golden ball. And in fact, that golden ball we had here at Marsa, that brings it level with Khartoum Oval, 9 golden balls each. So those two are the real golden ball hotspots.
Wow, really? I know. I was saying to you, asking the question, I wonder if Malta now has overtaken Khartoum or not. I suspected that Khartoum would probably still 1 or 2 ahead, but like they're even, Stephen. So I know Malta has delivered plenty more. And I was saying that I thought that maybe Montjuic in Barcelona was second. And is that the case?
You'd be right there, Rico. Is that one not so right for the keeper? As I think it nutmegs him, goes through his legs. Was there a bit of bat on this? Let's take a look at the reverse angle. I'm not sure. It just died on the keeper. It's Tony Thomas bowling. And it's the keeper there who can only watch it go through his legs. And Andu couldn't get anything on that. It goes all the way for 4. Yeah. So Barcelona, good question. That is in fact, well, second place. If you've got tied first place between Marsa and Khartoum with 9, Barcelona's got the 7. So those are the top 3 for golden balls. That one's just whipped away to the leg side. Some foot fielding out there. That's Joe Sebastian with the nimble footwork. But it's interesting, isn't it, that some of these locations is something in the water, I think, and obviously Khartoum will have its chance.
Yeah.
Malta's still got 5 days of action as well, so I don't know, it's a race to the top here at the moment, Rico.
Yeah, I feel we got another one here. I mean, it'd be great if we got one here before you went. I mean, that'd be fantastic. But I think Malta probably has one more to deliver. I'd love to be one ahead of Khartoum. There's the Western Shield and then the ECL starts there. But of course, Khartoum will have a lot of big events there. Not only the 2 events that we've already mentioned a bit later on. We'll have the ECC. There's talk of course, the 2nd edition of the Western Shield. And then also, of course, the ECW, which I'm sure you will once again be involved in.
Absolutely. I'll be hopefully on the pitch and also in the commentary box, not at the same time. Can't be in 2 places at once, no matter how hard I try, but maybe we get the player mic. I know it was mentioned earlier in the chat, the BBL style player mic.
I love that, yeah.
See if we can get that going again for this year, as it's the end of the 2nd over. Sweden United 18 runs, so they've just got off to a reasonable start. Obviously Red Stars, they came racing out of the traps in their batting innings and faltered just a little as we look at the standings here in Group B and how dearly Red Stars need those points because they're rooted to the bottom of the table after not picking up any points this morning.
Yeah, and Sweden United, they know that a win here takes them above the Helix Knights. So a lot to play for, but yeah, Red Stars, I mean, to go back without anything to show for would not be ideal. So they want to try and find a way to make Sweehy work hard for these ones. They're doing all right at the moment. Sweden United just on the 18. So needing around just over 9 and over to win. But of course, they need to go a bit more than that if they want to do it before the 7 overs. A little bit excited here, but I think the noise that they're hearing here is that the bat from Ajmal being jammed into the ground. No no contact with the ball.
Yes. Pistols at dawn as Jimmy James, he comes in to the attack. Just starting off with a nice, tidy dot ball. Need a few more of those if the Red Stars want to defend this quite modest total. There's a big appeal there. He's maybe drifting down the leg side. I think the umpire agrees. There's a lively appeal out there from the Red Stars. But if we see on the replay coming up, pretty sure at least 2 of those 3 stumps were exposed. Yeah, all 3 in fact. And it was just going to drift down the leg side.
Yeah, just gets good drift though. It's not a bad delivery from Jimmy James, who of course wants to forget about the first ball he got and try and get a wicket here. He's bowling well. You can see why he was successful when he played here last year, when he picked up those 9 wickets. He does get the ball to carry through. He gets good bounce. Tricky one to get away. At the moment, Mohammad Ajmal is having a few issues with him. It's a bit of dot to dot as the last 5 balls. No runs have come from him and make that 6. So this is superb stuff.
Yeah, well bowled Jimmy James, and he's showing why he was the Red Stars' second highest wicket taker last year, behind only Sangeeth Vijayan, who's also proved his usefulness with the ball. And they've still got 1 over left, Sangeeth and obviously Jimmy James. This is his first over. Tony Thomas has also bowled well, but I think they're really the top 3 bowlers for Red Stars. So for Sweeky, it'll be all about who bowls those extra 4 overs as well. And there's a few tweaks to the field here. Jimmy, he wants to get going. And then that ball does get going. That's headed over the tents. That's a big Maximo off the bat of Mohammad Ajmal. And having had 6 dot balls in the row, that's followed up with a 6.
Yeah, it's, I think this is where I think Jimmy James is probably now, as he walks back to his mark, probably thinking, I should have just kept it outside the off short of a length. After joining up the dots, he thinks, okay, I'll try something different here. I'll attack the stumps. But as soon as he does, that's exactly where Mohammad Ajmal wants the ball, and he flicks that away. He's very quick onto it. He uses the pace as he times that beautifully for 6.
Good grizzly hunting there by the match referee Tyrone Peters, who went behind the tents to find where Mohammad Ajmal had deposited that ball. Final ball of the 3rd. He goes for a similar shot, doesn't quite get hold of that one, so it's just going to come through for a single. Sweeky United 25 for no loss after the power play, and Vinny in the chat is very helpfully giving us all the golden ball information. And Rico, you were right, so you and Georgie called golden ball 52 on your first day together almost exactly a year ago, so the 8th of Feb 2024, and then we called golden ball 69 on the 10th of Feb 2025 on our first day together. So either the girls are bringing the luck, or it's you, Rico, or maybe just potent combination of the 2.
Well, we're talking about gold. 1851, gold was discovered in eastern central New South Wales, sparking Australia's first gold rush. Well, maybe Vinny was there at that time. That's why he can afford some of those outstanding suits and shoes. And, I know he's added to his collection. And some of those shoes that he has are quite glamorous. Some of the glittery ones are actually very nice. So nice to have you in the chat, Vinny, and I hope you are enjoying your little break. I know Vinny loves going to Spain, any part of Spain, especially Barcelona. Of course, we have a lot of cricket there as well at that Montjuic ground. I hope you're enjoying some good sunshine there. I know it can be a little bit nippy in Barcelona this time of year.
Yes. Dijo Sebastian, who's coming in to bowl the 4th over. 619 on the back of his shirt. So we've got 2 triple-digit shirts. Wazim Abbas, he's sporting the 804. Sweeky United. Dijo Sebastian, 619. Wonder what's the highest combined shirt number we've had in a team. Obviously having, I'm sure someone's had the 999. The ambulance on the back of their shirt.
We have had all the 6s on the back of a shirt.
Yeah, the devil shirt. And that one's in the air. And it's a lovely catch out there by Ajmal Ali, who's floated through the point region. Both batters are still standing in the middle of the crease. None of them want to take leave of the pitch. But it will be Mohammad Kazim who has to take leave. Just doesn't move his feet to the pitch, and he just chips one up, but it's still a lovely catch there by Ajmal Ali. Had a lot of work to do, moved across to his left and took a fine catch to leave Sweeky United 26 for 1 off 3.2.
Yeah, he pounces on that like a gazelle, doesn't he? And I think it's one of those where I think Kasim was hoping that timing alone would get that ball over him. It doesn't. And then, well, he seems to be having a long discussion about something with his batting partner, Ajmal, when he has to depart. The new batter now comes out, and it's Jaspal Singh.
Goes for a big stripe. There's a big appeal. The bowler liked it, the keeper liked it, but no one else really liked it, and the umpire certainly didn't. I don't know if that was maybe more in hope than anything. Maybe there was a noise of some sort. The keeper, he looked around. The bowler was asking for support from his fielders. So it was just a shake of the head from the umpire. Jaspal Singh, a big swipe and a miss on his first ball.
Uh-oh, that's trouble. And I think that's going to be a 7-up. We'll have a look at this side on. It gets this completely wrong. It's a full bunger. And Jaspal Singh smashes that away. He's deep in his crease, and you can see umpire Jit has no option but to call that as a no ball. So 7-up. So all the good, if you like, in the over undone. And when you look, it was very much the same in that over from Jimmy James. It was a great over. And then one ball, ball number 5 after 4 dots was hit to the boundary. So they're just letting themselves down, the Red Stars, with just a couple of loose deliveries in the over. Other than that, as you can see, that actually would have been, it could be a very useful over for Sebastian. But now the free hit will follow, and Jaspal Singh will be looking to cash in.
I think he does cash in, not quite in the way that he would have hoped for. Gives it the old nutmeg, goes through to the rope for 4 runs. So it is a 7, followed by a 4. And when the run rate is down below 10, then it's just 2 balls can really take an over away from you. And that's exactly what's happened for Sebastian here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, that rate was just starting to creep upwards. And a couple of boundaries in this over, and all of a sudden it now goes to below the 9 mark. But you can see that Jaspal, he's there to do one thing. He's on a mission to launch and excel and try and get them in front here and try and get that victory inside the 7.
And that goes after a wide one there. He will just get the 1 for it. But Jaspal, he scored 38 off just 19 balls in that Game 10 win against the Knights. And if he goes at a similar rate, 200, then that 7th over win is in sight. For the win in total, Sweeky need 55 in 37 balls. But you imagine they'll want to go for all 4 and do the 8-0 win over the Red Stars here.
A lot of changes being made to the field because you have got the left-handed Mohammad Ajmal. 14 of 12. He's been tied down a little bit by some of the bowlers.
That's a big appeal, and it's given. Taken behind the stumps, jubilant celebrations, and it's Anandu Pratapan who takes a safe catch behind the stumps, and that will be the end of the left-handed Ajmal. And Sebastian, he went a bit wayward in the middle part of that over, but he got the wicket on the second ball. He comes back and gets a wicket with the final ball as well, and that leaves Sweeky United in a spot of bother here. 38 for 2 off 4 overs.
Yeah, well done to Sebastian. He weathered the storm after he got that one delivery completely wrong with that Jaspal smashed away for a big 6, and then a 4 would follow off the free hit. But then after, you see the opener comes back on strike, get it right, and Ajmal also has to depart. So Jaspal Singh now has been joined by his captain, Anil Kadir. So once again, no Mahbub Ali. So I wonder if that is just because he still is not feeling 100%.
It's the captain of the Red Stars who's taken the ball. He'll be back on for his second over. He went 0 for 6 in his first over. And speaking of 6, Vinny chimes in the chat that the highest shirt number we've seen on ECN was Mukhtar Singh in Italy in 2020, and he had the double devil, 666, 666.
Yeah, that's the one that I was talking about. He had all the 6s, and as Vinny will say, there's a story about that as well, and that was when we first saw it, and he said, well, that's because I have hit 6 sixes in and over, so that's why I had the shirt made. Unfortunately, once he told us that, he couldn't score a run. And we then did say that maybe we should all chip in and buy him a new shirt with 6 zeros on the back of it. Never quite actually materialised, but that's the story about that one from Mukhtar Singh in Italy.
I bet that went down well with him. Did you have to get an extra wide shirt as well to fit on all those numbers?
They only just fitted in. I think he's had to downsize the numbers just ever so slightly. Mind you, he was a big guy, so it's a fairly big shirt.
Well, maybe Mahbub can follow suit and get his century stand on the back of his shirt, but as it is, he's not come out quite yet. Maybe Suiki United are going to see if they can get victory without turning to their big gun. But you imagine if he's called upon, he will be out there. As it is, Suiki need 54 runs for victory. Another big swing. This is a really good over so far from the captain, Tony Thomas. In fact, it's been a great spell. He's just gone for 7 runs with 2 balls left in his spell. Suiki, therefore, 39 for 2. And they're going to have one eye on that bonus point, but they also just want to get the 3 points to get the win. Well bowled again. Tony is really leading from the front here. Another great ball, and Anil Kadir, he's swung hard a few times now, hasn't made any contact. Jaspal Singh, he's very experienced at the other end. If I were him, I might just be having a word with him to say, we don't need to do anything stupid. We can do this even in singles and twos if we want to, but can't keep on eating up those dot balls. And there's another one. There's a half appeal, but it's no more than that. But a dot ball is ever so precious still. And what an over that was from Tony Thomas. Just the one single coming off it, and he finishes with very impressive figures. No wickets, but just 7 runs off his 2 overs, leaving Suiki United 39 for 2 at the halfway stage.
Yeah, and I think with that over, any realistic chance of Suiki United getting that win inside the 7 seems to have gone away. They need 54. I mean, it can be done, we know that, but it means 2 very big overs. But you've got 2 batters who haven't really been clicked in, who haven't really clicked at the moment. But there we go. The highest shirt number in ECN history. There he is, Mukhtar Singh. Oh, the 6s on the back. So you can see we had to squeeze them in somewhat.
Well, I know there's been some complaints about fonts here over on ECN, and you definitely have to squint to see the 6s on that. It looks more like 6Bs from where I'm standing.
Yeah, but yeah, good work there from our media partners. 2 circles, getting that on there. We thought we'd share it with you. All right, here we go, bit of spin. Ali comes on, gets worked away out onto the leg side, Jaspal. Now, this could be interesting, you know, because Anil Kadir just couldn't get bat on ball when it was seam up. Now, maybe he prefers a bit of spin. Let's see how Ajmal Ali fares against him.
Anil Kadir, he's struggling, and he's at least got bat on ball on that one. It probably will just be the one. As he realises he might have to run a bit quicker than just a light trot. He does get in. That could have been another classic run out. As it is, he scurries home. And it's Jaspal Singh. I think this is the right idea to get the experienced batter on strike. That one's chipped up in the air. There's a fielder out there, but Hiran Teja, in the end, doesn't really get anywhere near it. Didn't really look interested in putting his hand out to stop that. And that's a good stroke from Jaspal Singh. It's a well-needed boundary after a few meagre overs for Suiki United, but maybe they found their groove again here.
It's a good shot, isn't it? He waits for it, and then at the last moment, he directs that ball into that gap.
Tries to go again. That's quite uppish. It's gone the other side of that point fielder. There'll be a little chase on there for Shine Samuel. He shines. Rise and shine, Shine Samuel. He does a little slip, little breakdance move.
Those guys,
that, it's just a 1.
Yeah, they look very close to the boundary there, don't they? I mean, I don't know if I mean, maybe eye angle makes this look closer than what it is, but I mean, you've got to be at least 2 meters away from the boundary. I wonder if maybe it just looks closer than it is from here, but it's a little bit naughty. I think if Tyrone Peters has seen them getting a little bit closer, he'll tell them to move backwards. Too close to the boundary rope for me. It can be a bit dangerous when the fielder's running and flicking it back and can't stop.
This is a swing by Anil Kadir, but he still hasn't really found the middle of his bat. He'll give Jaspal Singh one more ball of this 6th over. Sweeky, they haven't really set the world alight in this inning so far. They need 46 in 25 balls, so that run rate, what started off below 10, is now up at 11. And that's a big hit, but it hasn't got the distance. It's a chance air in the deep, and it's taken. That's a big wicket. That's Jaspal Singh who falls. And I think it's Jimmy James out there. He gives it the old finger guns, and the cowboy out there takes the catch. And it's a wicket for Ajmal Ali, and a well-deserved one after that over. Only went for the 1 boundary, 8 runs off it. Jimmy James under it, safe pair of hands, gives it the fist bump. And Tweaky United at the end of the 6th over find themselves 47 for 3.
They're doing exactly what Malta Day did against the Elix Knights. They're making them work for this. There's another wicket that goes. 47 for 3. Look, Sweet United 46 of 24, and with still the likes of Mahbub Ali and also Gurpreet Singh to come out and bat there. Wasim Abbas, of course, we know can hit a good ball. They, they've got the batting, but they're being made to work. And I like the noise levels that the Red Stars are making. Sebastian he's picked up 2 for 13. He's going to bowl the next over here. I'm liking their belief. They're making a lot of noise. They're putting a little pressure here on Sweehy, and I think it's the best time that they've had in the day so far.
Absolutely, and I think they'll be buoyed by the fact. Oh, and that's just parried round the corner. He ran too far across it. The fielder out there. I think that's Ajmal Ali out there. He puts the dive in, realises he's dived too far, tries to stick out a left hand, and just ends up batting it over the boundary. Let's see this on replay. He puts in the slide, knee slide, and just, escorts the ball to the boundary, ends up with his head in the dirt. Yeah, he's a little bit unlucky, but I think the way that he was diving, I think he goes with the left hand. He should have been thinking about just hitting it forward with the right, but being it's left hand, he's hit it into the rope. And that's going to be re-bowled, as that's a wide ball, and this is the inconsistency that Red Stars really showed in their first game as well. They've had a few moments, have been decent, but it's been a bit of sloppiness both with bat and ball. That has really meant they've struggled to get points on the board so far, but they probably will get that point. There's a big appeal there. The batter walks away. He's not interested. The umpire gives a little shake of the head as well. He says, nope, sorry, nothing on that. There's a bit of begging going on there as well. You can hardly blame the Red Stars. They're asking for everything. And I think every time the ball was beaten about, they're appealing. But you got a good umpire out there, Umpire Ranga. Very experienced, doesn't let it fluster him. And he says, come on, boys, get on with it. Oh, well, that one just takes off. And that'll probably be one for the over. Yeah, we've already seen one wide, but I think that was just a good old-fashioned bouncer. I was just looking for the umpire, but I've just seen him the other side, so the umpire's standing at point. Maybe a bit of sun casting shadows down here. That's another big swing and a miss. And Anil Kadir, he's going for the big heaves, but he's not doing very well actually making contact. Just losing a bit of shape here. Gurjit Singh, he's at the other end. He hasn't faced a ball yet. We know he can hit big shots as well. He got 18 off just 6 balls in game 10. Sweeky aren't short of a batter. Mahbub still lurking around somewhere. Be interesting to see if he comes out, if another wicket falls. So that one's going to be a long chase for Ajmal Ali, and the Grizzly wins as Anil Kadir just throws his hands at that wide delivery. It might have even been a wide had he not got bat on it, but I'm sure he'll happily take the 4. That takes Sweeky United to 56 for 3, 1 ball left of the 7th. Yeah, it doesn't really get, you see here, it doesn't get the middle of the bat, and it's pretty wide delivery, but nobody out there, and that's going to clear
the boundary. 4 runs as they bring making a bit of a change in the field there. One more comes over onto the offside. I mean, look at the Red Stars here. Remember at the start of this match, they were given something like was it a 4% chance or something? It wasn't. They weren't given much of a chance, but they're giving themselves a 40-60 chance here. And if Sweden United keep swinging and missing, I mean, that's been the problem. And Anil Kadir 10 off 11. Gurjeet Singh hasn't really faced the ball yet, but yeah, a few more swings and misses. Who knows where this match could end up. This is what's happening tomorrow. Southern Crusaders are going to be in action. Looking forward to seeing Michael Gunteleka and, of course, the likes of Ryan Bastians and Gopal Thakur. Good players that to play for the Crusaders. Gazilla United, they had a mixed day when we saw them. They won one and lost one. And we'll see an opportunity once again to see the likes of Achal Patel, see if he can continue his good form. That's the first two. Then, of course, we have the Stallions taking on the Lions. That's good work from the wicketkeeper. That's really well to stop this one from going to the boundary. That could have been 5 there as Jimmy James comes back, bowled a very good first over. Just 7 came from it.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see the Southern Crusaders. It will actually be... Well, this is also going to be interesting. We'll come back to that in a moment. It's a big chance out there in the deep, and it's taken. He's taken it. Dijo Sebastian out there. He launches the ball into orbit, almost hits the umpire in celebration with the ball. Another one of those circus acts juggling, and he is trying to find the whole of Malta to high five, because I think that's more out of relief than anything. You can see that one went really high in the air. Got himself under it, 1, 2, 3, and catches it with his left hand on the way down.
That is really good reaction catch after spilling it first time round. I mean, he's done ever so well to take it one-handedly, and just like that, another wicket goes down, and we see still no Mehboob coming out, so they're holding him back. So Sweden United, they're giving trust to some of those other batters. And the thing is sometimes, well, if you leave your key batters too low, it can come back and haunt you. That's in the air. Could be another, could it? No, just out of the reach this time of Sebastian. He can't get there. As Arif Mohammed, who, remember, in the last match, he came out as, I think he was high up as one of the openers. He's now coming pretty low down. So Arif Mohammed came in at number 3 in the last match. He didn't really contribute to too many.
Yes, a bit of shuffling of the pack here for Sweden United, but that does mean they have batting to come, and that's going to go all the way as well. So Arif Mohammed, I think he's done exactly what he did in his first 2 balls of the previous game, which has hit them both for 1-4, 1-6. That takes Mohammed to 10 off just 2 deliveries, and he's put Sweeky out there now, needing 31 off 16 deliveries.
James, it started so well, and with those boundaries now, all of a sudden Red Stars once again find themselves on the back foot. A bit of an inside edge on this. Stay there, says Arif Mohammed as Gurjeet. He's keen to get a knock. He's been out there, he's seen a couple of partners already go. He hasn't had a hit yet. It's number 13 on Gurjeet's back. Of course, a lot of Sikhs, and Gurjeet Singh is a Sikh, believe 13. It's a lucky number. That's why you'll see a lot of Singhs prefer to have the number 13. In the air, fielder is not in the hunt. He does ever so well. He just keeps going, going, and going, and he can't keep this in. And Arif Mohammed hits the 3rd boundary in the over.
Yeah, and that's a great cameo from Mohammed so far. We're all wondering who's going to come out next to bat. As it is, that one flies over the rope. The fielder can only end up on his backside. Jimmy James, he's gone for 18 so far off this over. Still 1 ball left of the 8th. 19 needed in 13. That's just flicked away into the leg side. They're interested in 2 here, but they're not going to get it. That's a good piece of fielding, I think, by Dijo Sebastian, who's already taken 1 juggling catch, and he's cut off the 2 there. So that's the end of the 8th. Sweden United 75 for 4, 18 needed off the final 2 overs.
Yeah, 18 off 2, and Gurjeet Singh stays off strike. It looks like the batter is pleading with umpire Jit, saying, "Me bat is broke, I need another one." And it looks like Jit is satisfied that that bat is going to end up on the barbecue later today as the 12th. Looks like Amir brings another one out there for the batter, and that's a riff. So Gurjeet stays at the non-striker's end, yet to face the ball. That's an 19 of that over from Jimmy James. So let's see. So 18 of 12, need to go at 9s. One good over can change everything, and a bit of a gamble here with Ajmal Ali to come back. He didn't have the worst of first overs, but I just think with you're going for a spinner here, if you don't get it right, it could end up going pear-shaped pretty quickly. Here he goes.
There's a big swing and a miss, another half-hearted appeal, but there was no bat on that. And again, there's a little discussion happening with the umpire. I'm not quite sure what that's about. Maybe he wants another bat again, but he's been told, get back in your crease, let's get on with this. It's just the 11 balls left, 18 needed. He goes for a big swing here. He hasn't got enough of it. He will be fielded out there. I think it's Jimmy James doing the work on the boundary, so just the one. And this is slowly becoming a bit of a tingle. 17 runs needed now, 10 deliveries left. And it's Gurjeet Singh on strike. He hasn't faced a ball yet. The first ball he faces, he's been saying, why haven't you let me have the strike? Because he's absolutely obliterated that. That's towards the tennis courts, and that's exactly what Sweeky United needed. A big 6. It takes that total needed down to 11.
Oh, well, he's waited patiently, Gurjeet. कह रहे मैं परोंठे तो खाते हैं वो तो हजम हो जानी है मैंने बैटिंग भी दे दो थोड़ी जी. Gets one ball and he blasts it over for 6.
This time a bit of a quicker one, and a great pick up there at square leg. And they do run through for one. They're interested in the second, but it's a bit of a collision. I think it's a head into a shoulder as both the actors that come out of that. Bit worse for wear. I think it was the grill to the shoulder, a bit of a rattle of the head there. Gurjeet Singh, as we see this on replay. It was fine. It was the turnaround when Gurjeet thought maybe there was another run on. Bonk.
Strap those lids on, fellas. Strap those lids on. How many times have we seen batters and also wicket keepers that just plonk it on the top there? Strap them down. And, well, looks like umpire Ranga is now assisting him to do so. Right, okay. 10 required of 8. Oh, we could have a good finish here.
And that's going to help the cause for Squeaky United. That's gone even bigger. That's hit the net. Where are our friends, the fielders from earlier? We need them now, because that is a big effort off the bat of Arif Mohammed. He goes to 24 off just 8 deliveries. It's 1 hit away now. 4 runs needed in 7 balls. And a very belated but hello to Phil G in the chat as well. In just 7 balls, we'll be handing over the reins to him as he takes us through the night action in Portugal. 7 balls to go as well in my stint in Malta.
Yeah, well, maybe not.
Maybe not. It could be 1 ball for all you know.
Yeah, just 4 required.
And there it is, and that will be the end of the game. Arif Mohammed did not want to see the 10th over. That Carl did not want to see the ball flying towards it either, but this game has been finished off in style from the bat of Arif Mohammed. He goes 6-6. That's the end of the game. Squeaky United chase down the Red Stars total with 6 balls to spare.
Yeah, well done to Squeaky United. They did exactly what we thought they would. They did make some changes to the batting order, but subtle changes. They still had some of the big guns there at the top, but that's good hitting there from Arif Mohammed. He's always going to be dangerous. He's a man who can come out and change the game with just a few big hits, and he did that. Some good batting there from Gurjeet towards the end. And good teams, I always say, when you're chasing, they like to finish with 6 balls to go. The car alarms are going off. It's not us, because the Nets do save some of those fancy cars over there. But well done to Sweehy United. They do exactly what Edix Knights did earlier here today. They win comprehensively in one match and they failed to do the octopus, but they will go away with 7 points to their name. So good work from them. We have a quick look at what's happening tomorrow. We focused a bit on Southern Crusaders and Gazira United, and then of course Home Stallions are back in action against the Victoria Lions. The Victoria Lions, well, they did show yesterday what they are capable of doing when they did get one win against Gazira, but Gazira did come back and beat them in the second match. And well, the Stallions with Michael Das in outstanding form. Watch out for them because he was in good form. And also they have David Marks, a very good all-rounder there as well, as we talk through the highlights.
They didn't need Mahbub in this innings. There was no one who really got off to a flyer. There was a few contributions throughout. Good catching actually in the field there by Red Stars, and they'll want to improve on that. There was still a few drops and a few big hits. There was 8 sixes across the innings, as well as 6 fours. It was Mohammed Ajmal, he contributed 14, Jaspal Singh 18, Anil Kadir never really got going. He got 10 off 12 deliveries, but it was Arif Mohammed, the wicketkeeper, who came in at the end, and he saw off this total, almost seen off there. His shoes almost flew off, but Arif Mohammed 30 off just 9 deliveries at the end, and that's what sealed it for Sweekie United.
Yeah, some good moments there also for the Red Stars. I mean, they will be feeling a lot happier with the way they played in this last match. There was a bit more purpose about them. They were a bit more energetic. There were some good highlights. You saw there when Sebastian taking not just the wicket, but then holding on to that catch, the joy. That's what they needed. They needed some good things to talk about, not just the negatives. So that will give them some hope and some promise. Also picking up a run, a point against the powerful Sweetie United is something that they will feel that they've been able to achieve. There were some comedy moments, of course there were, but then there was only one way to finish the game, and Arif Mohammed decided that was by hitting some humongous sixes there over cow corner. That's Amir Imran who's giving the celebrations the 12th man. He did find himself on the pitch for a moment with Mahbub Ali going off sick for a moment. Hope that he's okay, but one team that'll be very happy with their day is Sweetie United. So we've seen the double from 2 teams today. Edix Knight did it earlier when they got 2 wins over Malta Day, and Sweetie United get 2 wins over the Red Stars.
And you can see that Sweekie United do have a bit of strength in their batting order. Mahbub Ali and Wazim Abbas, they can both hit big sixes, both not needed in that chase. But that's maybe a warning sign to the rest of the teams that they're here. They mean business. Meanwhile, Red Stars, well, they have some shining lights. I think Tony Thomas has done really well as captain. He bowled well, 2 overs, just the 7 runs. And otherwise, Dijo Sebastian, he went for some in the first game, came back strongly. He got 2 wickets and took that 1 juggling catch as well.
Yeah, and so the Red Stars, like I said, they'll go back to base knowing that if they perform the way they did in that match, and they can just improve a little bit with the batting and get 1 or 2 other players to make contributions, then really they have a chance to at least make it through into the next stages this time around. And I think Sweetie United, they once again demonstrated to us just why they are going to be one of the teams to beat. It's been a wonderful day here. I've had some lovely days with you, Tina. It's just unfortunate that we did have 2 of those days washed out, but I know that we'll get plenty of time together in other events. Now, you're going to be missed here. I know that the guys have loved having you here. I know that you fitted in with the crew really well as well, and I think it's only fitting that you say the goodbyes for today.
Thank you, Rico, and what a change this has been. The rain at the start of the week, we thought we might be swimming home, but the sun has come out and the sun is shining down on Sweekie United today, and what a week it's been, and I can't wait to get back in the commentary box for the Western Shield. That's just a week away, 7 days, count them, and Rico in the meanwhile, he'll be here till the end in Malta, so he'll be professionally and expertly taking you through the final 5 days here, and of course Phil G will be on the mic as well as we see what we have tomorrow. Group B was in the spotlight today, but it's Group A. The Southern Crusaders, we know that they will be a force to be reckoned with. So the action never stops, even though I'm on my way home. Day 6 tomorrow of 11 in Malta. And Phil G as well will be on the mic this evening taking us through the action. So it's non-stop action here on the European Cricket Network. So all that's left for me to say is thank you very much for having me, and I will be back, and Phil G, he will be back this evening, match 19 and 20 of the Portugal series, Punjab CC Amadora versus Marlow. They're going to be some great games, and I'm sure maybe even we can give the tingle over to Portugal, see if we can get the golden ball there as well. We saw golden ball 69, my first golden ball, the first golden ball of 2025 as well. So it's non-stop cricket. I'm going to have a breath. I'm going to go home, recover, have a few days, and then we're going to go all again in the Western Shield. So thank you very much for joining us here. Welcome back, Rico, tomorrow, and join Phil G this evening for some action from Portugal. And it's good night from me, and see you again very soon.
Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body. Move my body.